thought I told you. By the time I got home from work, you had better be out there looking for a friggin' job.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm watching my shows.
You're not watching anything. Your friggin' eyes are closed. You haven't opened them since you became a restful cube.
I don't really perceive like that anymore.
I let you stay here because I thought that when you were done mutating and shedding your corporeal form, maybe you would enter a new phase of reality and get out of my house. But you're still here, and you're still on my friggin' couch.
Hey, man, you know, restful cubes be resting, man. That's what we be doing, man.
And that smell, is that you? You're starting to stink. It smells terrible in here.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Okay, clearly, even in your new form, you still have to shower. You smell awful. Go to the shower.
Nah, not yet.
Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Not yet.
Shower now.
Nah, man, no, not yet, not yet.
Okay, let's compromise. You go to the backyard, I'll hose you off, and then afterwards, I'll get you a Happy Meal. And I won't tell Ronald McDonald that you've been a stinky boy, which I will do if you don't go to the backyard.
Okay, that works for me.
You're enjoying this way too much, aren't you?
Yeah, kinda.
Very funny stuff. Very, very funny stuff. That is Living with a Friend Who Transcended Reality by Nobi1. Very, very funny. Welcome, everybody, to the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. I am Abandoned Nihilism, and this is the News Underground. We doing it live, motherfucker. Big ups to your boy, number one in the chat, Rebel Phoenix. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the motherfucking show. We're only doing one topic today. You're not better than my favorite news streamer. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Equal at most. I'm better. I'm better, bitch. I'm better, bitch. So no, welcome to the News Underground. We're going to be focusing mainly on the U.S., just covering all the various fascistic topics, you know, the RNC, what's been happening, a couple little tidbits on the assassination attempt, Elon Musk update, Jeffrey Epstein update, the promise to mass deport millions of people in America, and the very small amount of discussion about what that actually means, what that would actually do. If you look closely here, you'll see I have a bunch of stuff queued up. Ukraine, Gaza, world, UK. That stuff's gonna have to wait till tomorrow. I really just, you know, as you can see, the U.S. just kind of blew up on me here, so I really gotta focus on the U.S. today exclusively. Because there's just so much coming out here. I mean, the mask is off. The mask is, you know, as I said on Twitter to somebody, the mask is on the floor gathering dust. It's really happening. It's, you know, it really doesn't seem like enough people are going to take it seriously enough to, you know, before it gets really bad. Sorry, here, I got a little distracted, but let's just do... Wait, if I'm doing this, what am I doing? I gotta get my flag out. This is why I'm the best, right? Because I'm so organized. It's so perfect. Everything's so well produced. Picks his nose. But yeah, no, I apologize for not doing any streams this week, in the middle of this week. Things have been really hectic and crazy for me, my personal life, but I did receive a little bit of good news yesterday, so I'm actually in pretty good spirits right now. I'm feeling pretty good. So hopefully that vibe will continue. This woman that we're going to talk about first, though, real quick here, she was not feeling so good. In fact, she was doing her democratic duty here, and I don't know why people are making fun of her, quite honestly, because she's got the right idea. She's got a serious problem. She's taken it right to the horse's mouth, right to the number one, right? Attending one of these meetings and speaking her mind. I don't really know why people are ragging on her. So let's have a listen here.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for,
Well, I live on 63rd.
again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook,
Right.
and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Ma'am, we're not here to discuss your personal life. I'm sorry. Do you have any comments about the rezoning?
No, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hero of democracy, hero of democracy, patriot, true citizen, true modern citizen. I sincerely hope she gets her very important problems fixed. I can't believe the library would kill her password that way. Probably, the library probably killed her password because she was onto something. So she should probably follow up on that with a full-blown lawsuit. That's right, lady. You should hire a lawyer. Take that shit right to the fucking judge. Good for you, lady. I don't know why people are ragging on her. Greetings from South to Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. AccidentsWaitingToHappen.com. Don't forget to support Lenny, folks. And thank you once again, Lenny, for being the #1 financial contributor to the stream. So, all right. Crowd strike. We got to talk about it. Crowd strike. Whoa. Crowd strike. Uh-oh. What do we do? I'm actually in IT. So, when I heard this was going down, I was like, "Oh, yep, that makes sense." And it's actually really dumb what happened. It's a really, really dumb thing. Look back, Al Rakabi. That U.S. News crowd strike? Yeah, kind of. Goddamn, Cam God, why don't you go watch your other streamer there? I'm sure that person's doing better news than this. Got all kinds of opinions. Is this really technically U.S. News? I mean, come on. I mean, I'd really classify this as international. Really. Dropping the ball, buddy. Dropping the ball. Everybody's a critic. That tastes like cereal milk. Yummy. You're the other streamer. Damn, I got some competition. No. So it's actually really dumb what happened. So I found this technical security analyst here. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want to bore you with the entire video here because I'm not going to pretend like I understand even 1/3 of what he's talking about here. But I get the gist. So I forwarded to the part where he explains technically what happened. Now, don't worry if you don't understand, what he's saying. That's okay. I only understand about 1/3, maybe 1/4 of what he's saying, but I get the gist of it. The gist is that it was a botched update
by a Russian company that runs at the privilege level of system in the kernel, right? So what happened is overnight last night, CrowdStrike pushed an update out to everybody that uses this kernel mode driver. The update was maliciously formed. So again, if you want to fix this right now, you can go and delete this file here. Anything that matches this regex, if you can boot your mode into safe mode that doesn't load drivers, you delete this file, you'll fix all of it. But this file that got shipped as an update to CrowdStrike Falcon shipped corrupted, and no one really knows how this even happened. But if you go on Twitter here, I'll open up this file.
This is a hex editor.
The .sys file that acted as an update to CrowdStrike somehow got shipped as all nulls, literally.
Yeah, so this is the update file, and what you would normally see here is a bunch of zeros and ones and a bunch of data here, but it was really just a dummy file. It was a dead file, and it was pushed anyway. So that's the basic gist of it. Okay, not to like I said, not to bore you with the technical details, but that's the basic gist, is that they had a file. They probably had all the fixes ready to go. they were clicking buttons too fast, something happened, and you know, big whoopsie doodle. And the issue is that the program did what it was designed to do, because from the program's perspective, it thought it was being tampered with. It thought it was being hacked, and this is what it's actually supposed to do when it detects issues like this. It locks the computer down and makes it inaccessible, and that's why it needs those kernel level permissions, like so it can prevent those kind of intrusions, those kinds of attacks. Yeah, Al Rakabi, I guarantee you they had this is a totally dumb boner like move, and the CEO being interviewed, it was written all over his face like this was just dumb. And of course, what are we seeing right now? So, you know, BBC here talking about
systems
it really quick.
in healthcare, banking and airlines are slowly coming back online after a digital outage disrupted networks in many countries. The crisis was caused by a faulty software update.
Yeah, because the problem is you know, if you have it set up in a certain way, you shouldn't be able to get into the computer. You know, he says you can get into safe mode and then delete this file. But no, if you're setting these computers up correctly, it should lock down the computer, making it so that you can really only you would have to have like the TPM encryption password probably to get past it. You'd have to decrypt the drive, maybe turn off TPM, decrypt the drive, then you would be able to get into it. But if it's working like it's supposed to, you shouldn't be able to just subvert this. You know, because what it thinks, it's like I said, what it thinks it's being tampered with, it's locked down the computer. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm actually wrong. Maybe this null file is you know, still allow, even it still would allow safe mode to kick in. It's not gonna block it at that TPM level,
which affected Microsoft Windows systems, but it could be some time before all the backlogs are cleared.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get at, though, in response to what Oh My God Sticks was saying about how the IT department for his wife's company has to talk about, well, should we ship these laptops back to us, is because an IT person can't do stuff that I described. They're not able to do that remotely. You got to have the computer right in front of you. You can't. There's because to get into a computer remotely, you got to have an operating system that's working, and this security application has locked that down at a kernel level, so there's no operating system that's even loaded, so there's no ability to get in there remotely. You know, even if you can get into safe mode, there's all kinds of issues, you know, with internet and safe mode, but maybe you might get away with something. But like I said, if you're setting this up correctly, and CrowdStrike thinks that it's someone's tampering with a computer, you shouldn't be able to get in there with safe mode. The only way you should be able to get in there is if you're an IT guy who has access to the company's CrowdStrike's backend, because then you would have access to the encryption key that you would need to decrypt the drive and then actually access the data.
While some airline devices are beginning to return to normal after thousands of flights were cancelled, operators expect some delays and cancellations to persist through the weekend. Many businesses are now dealing with backlogs and missed orders that could take days to resolve.
Yeah, and that's actually what we're seeing. The latest reports I've seen just from today, still major issues all over the place. And the main issue is that IT guys have to physically touch these machines. And of course, all these companies have outsourced. I mean, you outsourced IT completely. You know, no physical guys in the company, right? They have a contract with a lot of these third parties where they're like, okay, if a real shit hits the fan, we'll get in an airplane or we'll hire a local IT guy temporarily, a contractor, to come in and do that. So that's what's happening right now. It's probably a lot of work for contractors right now. Maybe I should look right now to see if there's any work, because really, it's the easiest fucking thing in the world as an IT guy. This is not difficult stuff. I don't have to hack the matrix to fix these computers. I just have to get in. I just have to get in there, delete the file, probably replace it with the proper one, or even just probably run a script, maybe, depending on what the fix is. I'm sure CrowdStrike has the fix on a URL download that you can get from anywhere right now. So it's the easiest thing in the world, but the problem is you probably have to physically touch these machines. Apparently, some reports are saying that Microsoft is advising that you have to restart your computer 15 times which is kind of interesting. But I mean, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, because probably one of the first things that it does, because this is loading before the operating system kernel is loading, or it's loading next to the operating system kernel. It's in that same permissions, super permissions level. So maybe the first thing that it does is reach out to the internet and try to pull that latest update file, which would make sense for an antivirus application that's like, it's supposed to be worth a damn. So that all makes sense. So of course the right immediately, Elon Musk over here immediately. Yeah, Lenny. Yeah, there's probably people that are going to end up sleeping, a couple nights at the airport. So they better be calling their lawyers. But of course, so the right and Elon Musk are using this opportunity to blame this on black people. They think they've found a cute little workaround by saying anything that is, anything that has to do with black people, anything that has to do with race is now DEI. That's their new favorite slogan. They like I said, they've found like a secret little way to say the N-word. And let me just show you just a couple seconds of this video.
And even
here.
Government agencies around the world were crippled thanks to a company called CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike provides cybersecurity measures to Windows computers, which those major institutions all use. But today, its products malfunction thanks to an incredible software issue. Or at least that is what the company says. But right-wingers like Elon Musk have already jumped at the opportunity to blame the malfunction on, of all things, DEI programs. Today, Musk responded to a post that CrowdStrike published 2 years ago. Here's the post. It says, "We were proud to be a gold partner of Bright Network's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging panel. Our team shared their career journeys and tips on how we are creating an equitable and inclusive workplace for all." And Musk said this in response. He said, "Not very bright right now, is it?"
So he just posted this. So this is a post from like 2 years ago. So the right wing are fishing this out. He gets up there, "Not very bright now, is it?" We actually see, I think the CEO of Google is also coming out and saying we don't need this DEI stuff. It's the new way to say lazy or incompetent black person. That's what this is. Cenk Uygur here has a pretty good point.
We're open-minded. You want to have a debate about DEI with actual facts? No problem. No problem. And there might be some parts of the program
because there is a little, when it comes to certain elements of DEI, certain there are certain things that could be reformed, because what you don't want to create is a legalized system of racism in its own. I'm not doing a very good job of describing this, but it could be considered racist in and of itself to exclude, black people. Black people are allowed in, but no one else is allowed in, right? That is kind of its own form of racism, and that should be avoided. But that's not the conversation that any of these right wingers want to have.
That I don't even agree with. Okay,
affirmative action.
That's a real
affirmative action. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Kanye West. But yeah, no, there's an interesting argument to be made about affirmative action. My thing is that I'm okay with affirmative action as long as deadlines and limits are defined within that affirmative action. So let me give you an example. So like you say, okay, a college says a certain amount of black people need to be admitted, right? Even if they don't qualify, we're going to let a certain amount of black people in. Because of the history of systemic racism in the country, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very real thing. We're not going to get into that argument. It's a very real thing. So, okay, that makes sense. All right, that's fine. But there should be some stipulation that says, okay, if this problem is ever fixed, if there's a certain, and you would have to define, what you would mean by fixed, right? Or what kind of metric or statistic you would use to define what is fixed. But I think that's my only issue with affirmative action. is that there isn't a stipulation that says, okay, when things are actually equitable, let's look at this rule, because the rule should be, eventually this should have to go away. This should be unnecessary. This special rule, this special exemption, this affirmative action that, helps one race over the other. Hopefully society eventually fixes those inequities, and then that affirmative action should become technically unnecessary. So that's the only thing that I would want to see implemented in affirmative action. And really, I don't think that's a big deal, because you would just, every 5 years you would do a quick review. Okay, is there still systemic racism? And you, like I said, in the rule, you would have to define, okay, what's the crime system? What's the crack system? Are black people still getting, arrested more for crack cocaine than white people are for regular cocaine? Any kind of, metric that you would want to define, throw that in there and say, okay, are any of these problems fixed? Are any of these, various obvious signs of inequity actually fixed? We don't have to get into philosophical, systemic racism and all that kind of stuff. Just like, let's hard facts. Has this problem been fixed? Has this problem been fixed? No. None of those problems have been fixed. Okay. Another 5 years of affirmative action. I don't see a problem with that. I think that's a good compromise.
Reasonable conversation. But almost all of these giant corporations now have some sort of DEI program that's standard fare. So every time something goes wrong with any corporation, they go find that in their manual and go, aha, that must be why. That's not why. The Boeing's planes aren't falling out of the sky because of DEI. Those planes were made a long time ago.
Yeah. And so this is where I wanted to bring up something I haven't brought up yet. CrowdStrike, like a couple years ago, or maybe within this year. But let me see if I can find. I was going to do this before actually playing, but there was so much stuff. I guess I forgot. But check this out. I see if this will work. CrowdStrike layoffs. But I believe CrowdStrike did, so CrowdStrike literally laid off members of their QA security team, right? Because they want to replace everything with AI. So they literally, they're making, so it's the classic story, right? They lay off a bunch of fucking people that are essential to the quality, to making sure the quality is, the company becomes complacent, right? Because things are running smoothly. And they go, oh, do we really need all these people? Do we really need all these people to do all this, right? Well, couldn't we just, make one person do the job of three and, send a bunch of this stuff overseas and outsource and et cetera, et cetera? So that's what they did, just recently. But no, it's the black people. It's because we're starting to treat black people and ethnic people of different races with equity, because we're acknowledging diversity. That's why that the update failed. Oh well, I would have done the right update, but I'm just so black. Oh, my black fingers are I just can't click the buttons right with my black fingers. I mean, that's the shit. This is, of course Elon Musk agrees with it. He's a racist from South Africa. Raised during the apartheid era, his parents literally profiting off it. So he believes all this race science. He believes all this stuff that he does. Elon Musk believes black people are inferior to white people. Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Yes, he fucking does. And look, so Elon Musk and a lot of people are using this DEI dog whistle, right? But what they have done, they've created this habitat that now is a sanctuary for racists that have completely taken their mask off. So here, I prepared this image in advance just to show you how bad things are getting and what is currently allowed on Elon Musk's platform. As you can see here, I had to scribble out the N-word here, but this person pointing out, talking about Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan got fired because he was throwing around the N-word. There's a recording, an infamous recording, him talking about a black guy having sex with his daughter and stuff like that, right? Overtly racist. And Andrew Tate here, who hasn't been banned for this, mask off, shut up, N-word. And, you know, people would say, oh, well, he's black himself. He's black. He gets to say it. That is not a N-word with an A. That's a hard R. That's why I didn't cover that part up. That's a hard R. It's a racist, derogatory term. It's not a you know, used in a brotherly manner. And this is the movement. This is who they are. This is why they're using the DEI dog whistle, because this is who they really are. They're really excited. And let me tell you, if Trump takes over, and the Andrew Tates of the world, you know, become, you know, in a way kind of sanctioned or deputized by the state, you're going to hear me talking about that quite a bit. When that happens, it's going to be totally mask off, right? Shut up, N-word out in the streets, right? Black people once again feeling uncomfortable to be outside, feeling uncomfortable to do their job, etc., etc., etc. It's not going to stay on social media. They feel empowered. They feel empowered, they feel emboldened, and they should feel empowered and they should feel emboldened, because right now there's a multi-billion-dollar apparatus to support people like Andrew Tate, to prop them up, to present them, to legitimize them through pseudo academics. This is how fascism is winning. You know, fascism looked at, okay, how do we, you know, in this modern era with internet and social media, how do we break through this? You know, and they've tried and failed many times. With Trump, though, they've found the secret sauce. Shamelessness. You know, the era of George Bush, neocons, you know, trying to do this in secret, trying to have an era of respectability. No, throw all that shit away. Appeal to the base interest. Appeal to the emotion. Lie your ass off. Never admit the truth. Even when it's presented to you, even, you know, like, and we see this, Republicans, you know, neoliberals do this sometimes, but it happens quite a bit to Republicans. They get up on a cable news show. Oh, you said XYZ. I didn't say XYZ. Roll the clip of him saying XYZ. I didn't, you know, that's taken out of context. Yada, 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 yada. I didn't say it. So just wanted to talk about that. Last little bit of Elon Musk fucking puke news here. Oh no, I have two little bits of Elon here. So he's magically resisting a subpoena for the Jeffrey Epstein related legal case. Okay. You know, so Elon Musk doing what he can to protect pedophiles that are connected to Jeffrey Epstein, right? He'd be, oh, what's this? Oh, yeah, I care. I'm a free speech absolutist. Release all the files. No, he's lying. He doesn't actually mean it. He's actually doing everything he can with the media company that he purchased to prevent information about Jeffrey Epstein getting out. This article here was very interesting, and just like that, the Epstein-Trump story vanishes from the news radar. And tell me if you haven't seen this yourself. Yeah, PDX, exactly. But tell me if you haven't seen this yourself, just where the fuck is the fucking news? Are you kidding me? Con-for-fucking-mation? What do you want, a video? You know, I mean, it's okay. Look, it's one thing to have the person who was the victim. You know, she made that statement that she made, and I'm sorry I don't have time to play it. I will try to have time, because I want to play her entire statement. It's like a 30-minute statement in full. But okay, I get it. Like, okay, anybody can say that. Where's the connection? It's just your word against his. And, you know, I want to believe you, of course, you know, because you know, it sounds like a horrific thing to make up. You should listen to, you know, the victim's words. They're heartbreaking. It's hard to fake that, but not impossible. But now we have a connection. We got a confirmed connection here. And it's literally, where are you at, Rachel? Where are you at, Jake? Where the hell you at, Dana Bash? Wolf Blitzer? More like Wolf Pisser, because he's pissing his fucking pants. Not really doing his fucking job, is he? You can't set 5 minutes aside, Wolf? Not a fucking peep. Coming out of MSNBC and CNN. You wouldn't think this shit's even happening. And it's like, I get it. Let's dig in. Let's make sure this is real. Let's do our research and then report on it. Give us an extra 48 hours. No problem. No problem. Take your time. They've had weeks. To verify, use their sources, call their people, double check, triple check, make sure. Nothing. Pretty fucking shameful, but also damn suspicious. The reason why, of course, Jeffrey Epstein connected to every fucking oligarch in the god under the sun. Every little oligarch that wanted to spice up his life with a little pedophilia, they knew the guy to hit up. So what does that mean, though? How come it's not being reported? Well, who do you think owns MSNBC? Who do you think owns CNN? Who do you think owns ABC? Multi-bazillion dollar oligarchs who are either, connected directly with Jeffrey Epstein or have buddies that are. Oh, I'm not really into that, but, Steve, he likes him young, Hey, come on, man, he's just boys will be boys, you know what I'm saying? Hey, come on. Protect my billionaire friends with my multi-million-dollar media apparatus. Oh, what can I say? Democracy. That's what's going on. Is that this motherfucking pedophile was connected to every billionaire under the sun for a period of time. Even, royals and, all of them, all the untouchables. That's what's going on. And, Trump was happy to participate in the cover-up when Jeffrey Epstein was murdered under his watch. But this goes beyond Trump. This goes beyond Prince Charles. We got Saudi royals and shit, right? But anyway, I thought that to be interesting. I think this is my last little bit here. Yeah. This absolute hero over here, CNN
issue, and to reach out.
CNN accidentally reporting on the Epstein case. Take
Trump
a look at this.
New and win.
Hell yeah, boy.
I've talked to a number of people who have been on the
where is that Jeffrey Epstein client list? Jake Tapper?
Who had no idea. Now,
how come you don't want to talk about it, Jake?
Trump has a very tight-knit security team. He has been with the same detail.
I love it. Going back at the cameraman trying to hide him. He's just like, no, bitch. Where's your security? You got no security over here. Seeing it's just you and her, isn't it? Stupid motherfuckers.
Who exactly at the Trump campaign knew and when?
So, I probably severely disagree with this man's politics, but him and I could definitely share a beer talking about how the people that he votes for absolutely are on the Jeffrey Epstein client list. And then he would go, oh, yeah, well, Clinton's on it, too. And be like, yeah, I know. I can't wait to arrest him. He's a fucking scuzzbag. You think I support Clinton? No, I'm an actual progressive. And I have principles. Unlike you, sir. Yeah, well, I know Trump's on there, but I'm still voting Trump. Because, what about Hunter? Hunter Biden. Okay, buddy. I know I'm putting words in this man's mouth, but he's at the fucking RNC. He's at the fucking RNC, okay? Yeah, how you doing? Lamp on dynamite. Interesting. Thank you, Pucker War. And here we have Jeffrey Epstein, of course, looking down from heaven. The whole idea is just ridiculous. But he's protecting Trump. Protecting. Oh, Jeffrey. Saint Jeffrey. He's the saint of pederasty. The saint of boy love. What's my Twitter? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Here, I'll give it to you. But who cares? Sweet Jesus, who cares? If there was a button in front of me that that would eliminate this website, it would just like literally destroy it, I would fucking press it. Wait, that's okay, hold on, sorry. That's just the URL. But no, if there was a motherfucking button that could eliminate Twitter, I would do it right this second. I would. 16-bit pervert, huh? I don't believe it. Well, we'll never fucking know, will we? Don't give me the button, jackass. 'Cause I'd love to prove you wrong. Clarence Thomas wrote a note to Judge Kennedy instructing her how to overturn the case to help Trump. No shit. No shit. The fucking plot thickens. This son of a bitch. I have the button. Please press it. Come get it, Tiger. I have the button. I've placed the button deep in my rectum. Come get it. Couldn't prove him wrong if you wanted. Shut the fuck up. Love what Trump claims divine intervention steering him to the presidency during the convention. Yeah. Well, it's God. Of course, it's God. God. Whoa, dude. Whoa, it'll get stuck. No, I'll fish it out. Clarence Thomas wrote note, obviously intended for Eileen Cannon. Okay, we're not doing Scrotus today, but I'm going to put this in the Scrotus news because, yeah, that's just fucking horrific. More evidence, like we needed it. But I take that back. I do have Scrotus news, actually, today. There is a big announcement from the Biden administration. We're going to get to it. So actually look forward to that. I actually do have Scrotus news. So pay attention to that. What's my reading age? It's 10, as in 10 minutes. It's 10. Like 10 minutes? Like the 10-minute timeout that you're taking. Last little bit of Elon fuck news here. Fuck Elon news. His ass moving out of fucking California to Texas. Bye, bitch. See ya. You will not be missed. Not be fucking missed. Bye bye. Of course, you know he says. Welcome back, Carl Toes. Of course, he says he's doing it. Oh fuck, what am I doing? I got CrowdStrike on this, but he says he's doing this because, he's sick and tired of the homeless. You know, he's so sick and tired of the taxes and the homeless, and he's also sick and tired of this new law that was passed that allows LGBT children to tell their school administrators, you know, I'm LGBTQ, I'm gay, and please don't tell my parents. And the school administration has to respect that. So there was a law that passed that says, you know, if the student does not want the school to disclose to the parent the sexual orientation of the child, they are allowed to withhold that information. So Elon Musk, with his 700 kids in his fucking harem, impregnating every woman in his harem. Well, he's gone. Elon Musk is a taxpayer. He did everything he could to avoid paying taxes. So he's gone. He's going to move over to Texas. And a good chunk of his staff are definitely not going to be going with you. A good chunk of his fucking staff are not going to be going with him. So go ahead, do it. Get the fuck out of California. There's a lot of, I read an article recently about how, a lot of these right-wing libertarian companies, following Joe Rogan, moving over to Texas. By the way, they're moving to one of the most liberal cities in Texas. Something kind of interesting about that. They always go to Austin or what's the other liberal city? I can never remember the two. But there's like two big liberal cities in Texas, and that's where these rich fuckers always go. Of course, they support laws. It's funny, right? Because they're moving there, then they're supporting laws that are going to allow the rural areas of Texas to define the politics of the cities, basically making the whole state right wing. So they're moving there, and then they're going to try and make them less liberal, less left wing. But yeah, Elon Musk moving from California to Texas. Fucking good riddance. Bye. But this guy couldn't name 3 cities in Texas. We've got Houston, Austin. We got Houston, Austin. I got 2. All right, so moving on. Taking him a while. I got 2. No, that's Tennessee. I was going to say Memphis. All right, so moving on here. I've talked about this before with Mr. Beast, and you know the reason why I want to talk about this is because there is this assumption that people who are very rich are very smart, and that they're doing very smart things with their money. Yeah, guys, this isn't the Jackass show, really, honestly. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it. Go ahead and leave me alone. Thank you so much. This isn't... To be in my chat is a privilege. It's not a right. And if you annoy the shit out of me and sit in my chat trying to undermine me the whole time, I just... You're not welcome here. You have to go. So enjoy your timeouts. I'm going to go back to the show. Thanks for your opinions. They were really... useless. I didn't want them, but thank you for giving them to me anyway. Anyway, back to Mr. Beast. Look, I've talked about this in the past. Oligarchs can, like I said, there's this air of competence because they're so rich. Obviously, they know what they're doing. The problem is that they're often up their own ass, and they don't listen to anybody. They only listen to the people that are like sucking on their toes. You know what I mean? Oh, you're the best, Mr. Beast. You're the best. You're the best. You're so great. You're so great. Oh, I like you. I like you. What's your little pet project that I can support? I like you. You've pleased me. You've made me happy. So Mr. Beast has this really, really cool program where he's pulling out, look at this, 34 million pounds of trash from the ocean. That's really great. Took him, kind of a while, like several months. He's been doing this for a while. Spent millions of dollars. He's made all kinds of videos. Team C's, because everything's Team Beast or Team this or Team that, right? Mr. Beast here, he's such a good guy. He's making all this content on YouTube. I mean, you can't be mad at him for making a little money off of his YouTube channel when he's spending all this money to help the environment, right? What a great guy. What a great guy. Well, in the comment section, it's pointed out, and this is what I'm pointing out as well. I pointed this out like a year ago when I saw this effort. But the amount of rubbish collected in 3 years, so maybe, wow, it was only maybe 2 years ago, maybe when I was talking about this. Wow, time does fly. But the amount of trash collected in 3 years, this multi-million-dollar effort that Mr. Beast is so proud of, the amount of rubbish collected in 3 years is the amount dumped into the ocean in less than 1 fucking day. So there's no one in Mr. Beast's orbit that could have said, hey, Mr. Beast, if you shift some of these resources to collecting trash at the rivers that are depositing this trash into the ocean, it's actually way, way, way more effective over time and the use of money. It's more more money. It's more, it's more effective. You're actually going to collect more, right? There are these really great, collectors, garbage collectors. They got little googly eyes on them, right? They got an open mouth and a googly eye on them. And for 3 years, Mr. Beast has been, making money and drama farming this whole thing. Oh, I'm such a good guy. I'm so great. Spending all this money. And look, it's great. No, I mean, 34 million pounds of trash. That's not to scoff. That's a big pile of junk, right? That's good. That's out of the ocean. And that can't be ignored. But what I'm trying to point out is that these guys are inoculated. They're in a bubble. They're in a little fucking bubble. And any kind of criticism, any kind of pushback, any kind of questioning of what they're doing is get out of here. You're not allowed to do that. And what we can't do is we can't assume the competence of oligarchs. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that we can't assume the competence of oligarchs. We can't assume that they are the smartest people in the room, that they actually know what the hell's going on. Because oftentimes it's, I'm sure Mark Rober really slobbed on his knob to make it happen. You know what I mean? And he would never mention to Mr. Beast, oh, well, it would actually be a much better You know, much more cost effective and much more, you know, efficient use of this money, this incredible amount of money that you're spending to focus on river trash collection, you know, before the trash gets into the ocean. Oh, I don't know. Is that as flashy? I don't know. Is the thumbnail gonna look great? I don't know about the thumbnail, man. I don't know. The thumbnail doesn't look as good if we're like, you know, because I want to get a bunch of my Team C's sycophantic fans to dress up in my T-shirts and collect trash on the beach. Are you saying that we're not gonna be able to do that? Why not do both? Why not cut your massive obscene budget in half? And, you know, half on river collection, half on ocean, you know, garbage pickup. But there's no one in Mr. Beast's orbit that would dare say that unless they want to be fired. But anyway, you know, so it's like, I don't really, you know, maybe his heart's in the right place. Maybe he's not, you know, untouchable and he heard this. I don't know. I don't know what the excuse is. But you know, the entire comment section is like, oh wow, what a great guy. Oh wow, what a great, it's so great. How can people criticize him? How can people criticize him? Wow, it's so great. It's like, well, one step forward, two steps back. You know, and then of course, and then the obscene amount of money he's making from the promoting of all this stuff, and it's like, you know. He's like, I want to run for president. I want to run for president. I can do this. We're gonna do Team USA, and I'm gonna run the president. I'm gonna run the country like I run my businesses. You know, Matthew McConaughey over here talking about how he's gonna run for fucking president as well, or run for governor or something. These wildly out of touch fucking celebrities who pay like 5% attention to actual politics. Oh, I know how to. We'll just do it. We'll just do it. Yeah. Mr. Beast, you know, because they want to run the country like a CEO. They want to, which basically means they want to run the country like a dictator. And Donald Trump, the first 4 years, he's all frustrated because, oh, what do you mean? I got to govern. I got to find consensus with two other bodies of government here. Two other branches of government. I gotta work with them, and I gotta find, you know, we gotta find a way through. No. I just wanted to do an edict. I just wanted to do it. You know, I just wanted to say, this is how it is now, and then that change happens. That's not how it works. All right, so we got to talk about this. The media, Biden stepping down. Right. Okay. I think one of the people that I timed out logged in with their alt, so I'm just going to go ahead and. I'm desperate. I'm desperate to have a real conversation. To the children that think they're funny, that think there's, you know, that they're clever or witty. My God, you're not. You're like the definition of cringe. Very, very cringe. You know, it's like I said, they're children, like 13, 15 years old. It's the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. Well, you know, when I was 19, you know, taking a dump in a paper bag and lighting a fire and, you know, and doing all that, it was really fucking hilarious. It was really fucking hilarious. I get it. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm talking about politics. Shut the fuck up, children. Go sit the fuck down. Adults don't laugh. There is no fun allowed in this fucking chat. Get the fuck out of here. No, but just please try to stay fucking focused on what I'm talking about, please, because I have a lot to talk about, and it's really like I can't afford to get derailed here off nonsense. I should ignore the chat more, but out of respect for the regulators that are really awesome, that actually do have their shit together, that have important things to say, I do like to read the chat as well. So. Okay, enough of the you speak, we listen, you're so smart bullshit, okay? Cut it out. Okay? Look, I never once in my fucking life said I'm the smartest guy in the fucking room. I know everything. Okay? But I know what the fuck is right and what the fuck is wrong. You don't need to be a genius. You don't need to be an academic. And my God, is that the only way to be a political commentator, is to pretend like you're like a hoity-toity, I know everything? A Vosh type or a Destiny type? Is that the only way to have a fucking opinion about politics? Yeah, look, I can't name 3 cities in Texas. I know, it's embarrassing. I agree. I was, you know, it's so funny. We've talked about this in the past, but my geography is so terrible. And when I look back at my education in the United States, my, you know, grades 1 through 12 in the United States, I never once had a geography class. I swear to God. Grades 1 through 12, my entire high school life in the United States, I never once had a class where I had to, like, okay, where's Zimbabwe? And then the teacher points to a map. We never had to do that. So I'm not claiming to be the smartest man. I'm certainly not claiming to be a geography expert. But I do know that Texas passing a law that says the rural, you know, super hardcore MAGA right-wing red rural areas get to pick the political candidates in the liberal cities in Texas. You see, I don't need to be a genius to know that's fascistic, to know that that's anti-democratic. When you pass a law that says all the hillbillies get to pick who the politicians are in the major cities. And if you don't believe me, I reported on this 5 days ago. Go look up the VOD, go look up the YouTube. Thank you, Rock's Fist. All right, but moving on from that, we got to talk about this. The big hullabaloo. Is Biden stepping down? Is Biden not stepping down? And look, I mean, a couple days ago, I was like, shit, it's happening. It's fucking happening, dude. You know, it's happening. And then I see some other news and it's like, it's not happening. Let me get this in here real quick. Biden news. Okay. So we got to talk about this. It's spoiler alert. It is looking like he's not going to step down. The last thing I have on here reports. So this was out just 21 hours ago. President Biden shuts down reports that he's quitting. So right now, this week, like probably right now as we speak, phone calls are flying around furiously. Nancy Pelosi over here working overtime. A bunch of, high-level Democrats working overtime to try to convince Biden to step down. AOC claims it has to do with the demands of their donors. So it's all rather complicated. So I thought I would just go through the whole thing there, the whole spectrum. So what we have first, we're going to go over the media reporting on the Democrats that are behind the scenes. They're not giving us any of their names, by the way. Yeah, Tisrael. I mean, that's true. That's true, but it also doesn't matter. All these, and no offense to you, I'm not saying this is you, but there's so many left-wingers and liberals that are just like, oh, well, they're obvious hypocrites. Look at this example. Look at this example. Look at this example. They know they're hypocrites. They know they're shameless. This is about power, right? So while we're jerking ourselves and masturbating, and pointing out their obvious hypocrisy, they're winning. They are winning when it comes to the actual fights, when it comes to the actual battle. And it's like, yeah, we might be winning rhetorically. We might be, winning with a slam dunk with the community notes. I'm going to show one, below JD Vance that points out he's a total hypocrite and liar. But it's just not enough. It's just not, if pointing out the hypocrisy of the right got the left activated, then it would be fucking mega slam dunk. You know what I mean? If pointing out the hypocrisy of the right got people interested in politics and got people, to the Pokemon Go polls, then that would be really great, and we should keep doing it. But I don't think we should stop doing it, but I think we should stop doing it exclusively to everything else. Because there does, and I'm going to show this clip as well from What's the Matter with a Liberal author what's this fucking nuts? It's something. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Wrote the book. What's the matter with liberals? But he talks about how the neoliberal left, quote unquote liberals, have become far too accustomed. And I'm not talking about you, Tisriel, please. But they've become far too accustomed with just shaming. Shaming. That's all we do. And we're shaming is not enough. Pointing out hypocrisy is not enough, because what we have to do is deliver. What we have to do is actually govern. And that's where the failure of the neoliberals, the Biden and Nancy Pelosi's, they refuse to actually do their job. So anyway, we got to talk about this. The media over here saying, reporting,
all the Menendez
because all these
coming
Democrats,
down.
because all these Democrats are getting out here and saying, oh, he's going to step down. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to, seriously, some of these guys are like, oh, it's happening this weekend. It's absolutely happening. I'm worried either way, to be honest, because they wouldn't have screwed Bernie and we wouldn't be here. No, 100% Prometheus. It's all rather moot, right? Because it's almost navel gazing to bring up Bernie at this point. But Bernie, AOC, and the progressive squad have a great point, though, and I wanted to bring that up. So we're going to get to that in a second. So let's just hear this really quick. Let's hear a couple of these clips from mainstream media over the last week talking about how Democratic insiders, Democratic politicians who are not naming names, are demanding Joe Biden step down, or saying that, we need to have a real conversation. And it's not just mainstream media either. It's also independent media. So I'm going to show you some examples of that. Protest for Biden to step down. Why people aren't organizing? I mean, come on, people. The fascists are literally taking over the country. They're literally promising with a 900-page document what they're going to do to the country, and people aren't protesting. You think they're going to protest over Biden not stepping down? Something that not even all the left agrees with? Because I don't know if I agree with it, and we're going to get into that. Okay, just keep that in mind. We're going to get into that.
And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth,
whole house of cards coming down soon,
Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the president, and that Chuck Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be better for Biden, better for the Democratic Party, and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race. And David, when I went to Schumer's office to ask them to tell them,
Rebel Phoenix is not wrong. Biden he's been consistently dropping the ball. He really has. There's that one clip of him pushing back on Lester Holt, but he did it in the in the new Biden style, which is like whispering. Oh, how come you're not bringing up Trump's lies? He lied 28 times, Jack. And it's just not powerful enough, and it's not good enough. I think I do have that clip queued up, so look forward to that. We will be showing.
I was going to report this and tell you this tonight. Absolutely no denial from Senator Schumer's office. They only said this. Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. In other words, the views of Democratic senators. I am also told that Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, has expressed similar views directly to the president.
So AOC. So now it's important. It's important I play this clip now, because AOC is saying that this is because these spineless Democrats who don't really give a shit about the logistics, about the actual reality of what this would mean if Joe Biden were to step down. They don't care about any of that. They don't care about this absolutely going to be legally challenged by the Republicans, probably sent to the conservative Supreme Court, who already ruined the country once with the George Bush election. They don't care about any of that. All they care about is their $1 million donors who are screaming in their ears and saying, get rid of Joe, get rid of Joe. And who do they want to replace Joe with? A Joe Manchin type. They want to get rid of Kamala. They want to get rid of Joe, and they want to put in like a fucking, Bloomberg, or, a fucking, they want to put in, a blue dog. They want to go super corporate with it. because they're delusional. The donors, you know, they are the people that support Andrew Yang. They are the people that support characters like Bloomberg. You know, that they think it's a really good idea to run the country like a CEO would, but, you know, acknowledge the existence of gay people, but of course exploit people to the absolute max. That's the donors of the neoliberal party. That's what they believe in. So anyway, let's hear from AOC here on this point. By the way, big props to the Rational National. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Rational National, really good show. Sorry to be stealing content here, but, you know, it was convenient and easy. So there we go. I have no scruples. What can I tell you? Clip it. But no, big props. Thank you, Rational National. Like and subscribe. There's a link in the chat.
Is that we can virtually guarantee, Mike Johnson came out and said that they're absolutely preparing legal challenges to wherever it's possible. And I want to tell you, those legal challenges are most viable where? In the same handful of swing states.
In the swing states. So they're already, like, there's actually a couple issues already with Joe Biden being on the ballot. Some paperwork wasn't filed on time, general incompetence. And the Republicans are doing literally everything that they can to prevent Joe Biden from being on the ballot. They're, of course, trying to make a wildly anti-democratic argument, of course. Oh, he shouldn't be on there. It's not allowed. It shouldn't be on there. The democratic way to go is to have only our guy. You can only vote for Trump. You can only vote for Trump. That's the real democratic choice. Okay, they're trying to make these arguments, and will they succeed? Won't they succeed? Doesn't really matter as much as delaying the process. That's the most valuable part, is stretching this out, delaying it. And of course, getting it to the Supreme Court, who will rubber stamp it for Trump, of course.
That are needed to win the presidency. I'm not saying every single one is counted out, but I am saying that's what's at the table. Yeah. And guess what? Republicans, they mount that legal challenge. The possibility of our elections being decided by a Supreme Court ruling skyrocket.
Yeah. And so he goes on to explain that this is her best point. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. You're much better at this job than I am. But so she goes on to, that's her best point, and then she goes on to say that the other point that she makes has to do with donors. And I'm swayed by this, because honestly, there's one thing you can depend on in this world, okay? Grass is green, sky is blue. Neoliberal Democrats are spineless fucking cowards, okay? You can depend on that. Right? You can depend on a beautiful sunny day to feel nice outside. You know what I mean? A lot of nature comparisons. Probably because I'm looking at a beautiful day right outside my window. I got to turn on a fan, by the way. Undying Machine, very cool. This you, buddy? What is going on? Somebody getting doxxed in my chat? You guys don't realize they don't give a damn about you people. Well, I mean, we realize it. The normies don't realize it. Oh shit, wrong link. Yeah, I bet. What is that, some kind of porno Instagram? The fuck you doing in my chat, man? Knock it off. But no, so this is her second point, and like I said, I'm convinced this is a big issue, because, like I said, you can depend on the spinelessness and cowardice of a neoliberal Democrat. What does that mean? That means when the people that are funding their campaigns, that are filling their coffers, are calling up with nonsense, they're going to take that nonsense seriously. So we have rich people who are exhausted from having their dick sucked. You know what I mean? Who have never been told they're wrong, in their pathetic fucking silver spoon life, calling up with emotional arguments to Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries. You got to do something. You got to do something about this. Oh, I don't have a good feeling. They're not listening to, and AOC makes this point somewhere in this clip. She makes this point. She's like, I'm not listening to Alex Jones. I'm not listening to Jackass on Facebook. I'm listening to lawyers. I'm listening to people who actually do this job, who would, if the Democrats were to be, to start this process, my job would be to figure out how they would legally work this out. And I'm telling you right now, AOC, this is a potential disaster for the Democrats. Legally, you know, because like she's saying, this could go right to the Supreme Court, and then it's the fucking Supreme Court, the nightmare Supreme Court that we have right now, making the decision about who's the president. So this, you know, because the Rational National here, this fellow, I can't remember his name. I'm stealing his content, can't remember his name. But he's not as convinced by this argument. I personally am a little bit more worried about this argument because, like I said, you know, these rich guys that everyone, you know, they're surrounded by yes men. They could never conceive a universe where they're incorrect, are making these arguments to the politicians. And the politicians are not weighing reality versus their feelings. The politicians that are wholly beholden to their donors are going, yes, sir, no, oh, yes, sir, I'm doing everything I can behind the scenes to make you happy. Yes, sir, I don't care what the science is. I don't care what the legal problems would be. I don't care what any objective reality is. You're disgruntled. You're having a bad day. I'm so sorry. Let me see what I can do for you. That's what it is. It's a servile attitude. They're not, yeah, David Dole, thank you. They're not looking at it as objectively as AOC is looking at it. Anyway, so let's hear her second point here. One more little thing. The states are all differing deadlines. If Biden steps down, they have an open convention. They could potentially run into the time limit issue. Yeah. Now, with that said, I think the only way to move forward, if you're going to do this, is with an open convention so that Kamala can be picked democratically as the president, you know, because look, the fact is that most of these are Biden delegates that would be at the open convention. They would probably be most friendly to Kamala. But anyway, I think the open convention is the only way to do this. But let's hear what AOC's point is on the donors, emotional donors that are actually running the running the fucking show over here. Sorry, my head's in a million different places. I don't even know 3 cities in Texas. That actually bothered me. He called me out, man. He called me the fuck out, man. You know, I should play some geography video games. What I need to do. We'll go ahead and squeeze it into my fucking busy schedule. Just, you know, get some fucking Mavis Beacon teaches fucking geography.
Consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Kamala, Vice President Harris. You would be mistaken. And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
This also,
yeah, they want to, like I said, and they want to replace it with a person that they think would be a strong candidate. And who do they think would be a strong candidate? Actual turd piles, actual humanoid-shaped turd piles, right? And you know, like I've said, you know, the Bloombergs, the Andrew Yangs, the mansions, the cinemas, right? That's who these rich fuckers want. They want some hardcore blue dog Democrat you've never heard of, who's gonna, you know, keep the tax cuts going, but I guess we'll acknowledge gay people while we're doing it. Anyway, that's AOC's comments, and once again, thank you, big props to David Dole here from the Rational National, a person I know his name, and I'm not stealing his content. I just declared that. I just fiat, make the rules. I'm not doing things that you're seeing me doing. Cool, huh? I get to do that. You know why I get to do that? Because I put a microphone and a camera microphone in front of my face. That makes me an expert. That's how things work around here, okay? Better get with it. I'm not going to show this clip, fuck that, but I will show this one right here. Dems circulating latest letter asking for DNC to delay nominating process. So this is all the various news that was coming out throughout the week that's like, oh shit, it's really happening. But then, like I said yesterday, I'm going to show that clip where it's like, no, it ain't happening.
Also texting sources to confirm the existence of a new letter being circulated by congressional Democrats.
Motherfucking Kanye West over here arguing against funding Ukraine? Fuck you, bitch. What the fuck is going on in my chat? What? Kanye West. Is Russia justified in invading Ukraine? Answer the question immediately. Is Russia justified in invading Ukraine?
that effectively asks the Democratic National Committee and DNC delegates to delay the virtual roll call process that would effectively make Biden the nominee well before the convention at the end of August. Now, this virtual roll call is not the norm. It's not something parties typically do, but it was put into place when Ohio had a rule.
It's justified. Russia is justified in invading Ukraine. You've been a part of this chat for quite some time, so that's why I'm confirming before I ban you. You just said justified for funding. Are you talking about Ukraine or Russia, buddy? Is Russia justified in invading Ukraine? Did they have a good reason? Okay. Okay. Want to make sure you're not a Putin bitch over here. Because look, you want to criticize certain aspects, you know, of what's going on of this proxy war. I'm fine with that. You want to deny reality? Get the fuck out of here. As long as we're not denying reality here, that's fine.
On its books about when the Democrats needed to put forward their nominee in order to put that person on the Ohio ballot. But in the intervening weeks since that rule came into existence and
Roxfist, that's totally ridiculous because we can do both. It's not one or the other and one before the other, and then we got to wait for one before we get to the other. We do both. That's the answer. Because we have the capabilities, we have the money, we have the power. What we don't have is the motherfucking leadership. We got this embarrassment in front of our face running the show. But we can actually do both. It's not either or. My God, man. The fact is, a grand majority of the money isn't even going directly to Ukraine. It's going to the military-industrial complex to fucking, refill the stocks that we're sending. The tens of billions of dollars going right back to Lockheed Martin to bust out more fucking weapons and shit to replace the javelins and all the other shit that we sent over there. Holy shit. Pull your head out of your ass. We can do both. But it's this stupid fucking moron that doesn't say anything about anything. Lets narratives run wild. Lets the right just completely do circles around him narratively, optically. So we don't really know what the fuck's going on over there.
Really into tension with the Democratic nominating calendar. We've seen the state of Ohio rectify its rules. Now in this letter, in part, more than 20 Democrats.
Sorry, Big Room. Let's go ahead and start just a little earlier there. I won't interrupt the rest of this.
Roll call is not the norm. It's not something parties typically do, but it was put into place when Ohio had a rule on its books about when the Democrats needed to put forward their nominee in order to put that person on the Ohio ballot. But in the intervening weeks since that rule came into existence and really into tension with the Democratic nominating calendar, we've seen the state of Ohio rectify its rules. Now in this letter, in part, more than 20 Democrats, I'm told, along with my colleague Scott Wong, have signed on to this effort saying, hey, Ohio has dealt with that rule issue. It's no longer an issue now. Let's delay this virtual roll call process that could start as early as...
No, Kanye West. Kem Goblin is correct. Roxor is correct, and I agree with them. Don't be telling them to get a life. You're over here repeating bog standard, inaccurate, right-wing talking points. Oh, we should be funding veterans at home instead of funding Ukraine. That's nonsense. We can do both. We are doing both. It's a complete fallacy, by the way, that we're draining our coffers to support Ukraine. So, no, they're 100% correct. Slow your roll.
July 21st, in the next few days, really, this is effectively Democrats saying, I know that the news cycle has turned, I know that there is attention in other places, but at the same time, I don't want this silence to make people think that all Democrats are on board and behind President Biden. This letter is sort of a way of them saying, Chris, hey, we've still got problems, we've still got questions, and we'd like the DNC to say that they hear us on this and give us the time and the space to parse out our concerns with President Biden before just officially nominating him.
Yeah, Sovereign Dart, I know you're being facetious. You're being cute. So
parse out our concerns with President Biden before just officially.
So all of a sudden, the DNC wants democracy. All of a sudden, the DNC doesn't want an anointment. You know, they've finally crafted this so-called nomination process to be basically an anointment process, right? Just, you know, we've picked our candidate. We're pretending like you have a voice. We're pretending like there's a whole process to pick it, but it's already been picked. It's already been decided. He's the nominee. Bop, 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 bop. Go ahead, put the crown on him, right? They've developed this machine to fast track these people that they've, you know, to completely avoid democracy. We saw it writ large with Bernie, and and since Bernie, it's become even more fine-tuned, even more efficient at getting through the candidate without having any resistance whatsoever to democracy. And now it's biting them in the ass because it was all full speed ahead until the first debate. It's all full speed ahead until the first debate. No, look, guys, Rock's Fist, Tim Goblin, he's wrong. Move on. Let's try to stay on topic, okay? He's not admitting that he's wrong, but that's okay, right? What can you do about that? So I just find it ironic that the DNC over here that has created this finely tuned nomination process that's basically, like I said, an anointment. It's not a real, you know, because he's like, oh, I was nominated. No, the fuck you weren't. You were not nominated. So this is the last. No, I already played this one. Yeah. I wanted to show you an example. The left-wing media is pushing this really, really hard as well. TYT, most of the progressive left-wing media want Biden to step down. You know, for one reason or another, they've been pointing out a lot of and like, you know, some people are saying, oh, TYT's helping the right, you know, that this is some kind of effort by them to assist the right, like in a kind of like a Hill kind of way. Because like the Hill is a legitimate propaganda outlet that is actually trying to assist the right wing by pretending to be free speech, pretending to be maybe even liberal, right? Their icon, the way that they present themselves is almost in a liberal way. But when you get down into the content, it's very pro right wing. The narratives are very, you know, driven by the right wing narratives, and they make arguments that are not overtly pro right wing, but are just asking questions. So that's the Hill. But TYT, Cenk Uygur, and the folks over there that are making this argument, not everyone over there, by the way, agrees. TYT had their own internal debate that I watched. That was actually quite interesting. There was, several points back and forth made about, is this a good idea? Isn't this a good idea? Cenk Uygur was arguing pretty aggressively that it was a good idea. So I just wanted to give an example of the indie media having this reaction.
Then Chuck Schumer has spoken to Joe Biden and told him to get out of the race. That is gigantic. He is the leader of the Democrats in the.
Yeah, big room. I mean, that's what they want. That's what they want. They would want to sidestep Kamala Harris completely. And the big argument for Kamala Harris is the $100+ million, war chest that they've built up. But Cenk Uygur is saying the donors who are holding their money because of Biden that are demanding a replacement, they will be able to make up that $100 million no problem. They'll flood the campaign with billions of dollars if they can get someone else other than Joe Biden. So that's Cenk Uygur's argument as to that.
This video is sponsored
by War Thunder. Yeah.
So this just in, Chuck Schumer has spoken to Joe Biden and told him to get out of the race. That is gigantic. He is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, of course, the Senate Majority Leader. And it turns out Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democrats in the House, has also said the same thing to Joe Biden. They have not said it publicly, like Adam Schiff.
Yo, what the fuck is up with TYT and this camera quality, man? I mean, what the fuck is going on with this? Why is it like this?
Adam Schiff, one of the better-known
webcam
congressmen on the Democratic.
Did they have to sell their cameras to? Because I know they're having some financial issues. What'd you do? You had to downgrade his like Logitech 1080p webcam? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. 16-bit. Go ahead and enjoy your fucking thing.
Side was part of the Trump impeachment team running for Senate in California. But Schumer and Jeffries apparently have spoken to Biden and told him, you've got to go. And that is what we were all waiting for. Congressional leaders to make up their mind, go talk to the president. And at the same time, the president has now just declared that he has COVID and needs to withdraw for a couple of days.
So Cenk Uygur is trying to whisper of a dream. Let's say that was a term that they came up with, but he's trying to whisper of a dream and think, well, maybe is Joe Biden trying to find a more softer out with the COVID thing? He's, because Joe Biden said, I'm not going to step down unless it's a health related issue. And now he's saying, hey, I got a health related issue. He waited 10 minutes. I know exactly, Pucker. Yeah, they're pathetic.
To get better. Now, maybe that's
Kanye
true.
West,
yeah, I said it. I mean, Joe Biden has lied about a lot of things recently. So I don't even know if that's true, but I'm going to give you the statement in a second. But first, let me give you the quotes from ABC News.
Okay, so, we don't need to get into it. It's step down. He's going to step down. Democratic insiders say he's got to step down. Yeah, I remember that big room. Remember that? Hey, you want to see something that'll make you nostalgic? Remember this? Remember that? I still got the sticker, baby. I still got the sticker. Bernie could have really done something amazing, but he chose his own fucking legacy, his own cowardice. We have a porn obsessed Twitch user who's 100% definitely a man-child, judging other people who have some stickers, and that's supposed to get to me. Man, if you could see my room, grown man collecting stickers, I'm better than that. What happened to Bernie? Well, he capitulated. He threw his weight behind the Democratic establishment that destroyed him. And ever since he's been a staunch ally of the Democratic establishment. All right, so this is the latest report here. We got Nancy Pelosi telling everybody, calling everybody, talking about, okay, oh, we'll do democracy now. Oh, okay, we'll do democracy now. It was all set in stone. It was all set in stone until the debate. And now, oh, okay, now we'll do democracy. So this is the latest statement from Joe Biden. No, we're not.
Inside his vacation home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, he's in self-isolation with First Lady Dr. Jill.
Physically, I'm told the president is just wiped and exhausted from the COVID diagnosis.
The timing couldn't be worse.
The next 72 hours for Joe Biden could reshape the 2024 election race as we know it.
Sources tell NBC News that the Biden family are now discussing a carefully calculated plan to exit the race.
A bullet couldn't stop Trump. A virus just stopped Biden.
In the first national poll since the assassination attempt, Trump leads Biden by 5 points. Newsmax reporter Mark Halperin says Biden's exit is imminent.
According to my...
So these poll numbers, it's basically 50-50. It's basically 50-50. Oh, the source CBS? Yeah, are you kidding me? Look, and I don't mean to be age shaming here, but CBS probably calls old folks' homes for their fucking, polls. I mean, honestly, they're still done over landlines. They're still done, not with the internet. These polls that these old crusty multi-million-dollar networks are doing skew to the right, and I'm not convinced. I think it's 50-50.
Newsmax reporter Mark Halperin says Biden's exit is imminent.
Right?
According to my sources, President Biden has agreed to step down as the Democratic nominee.
Oh, man.
It will happen as early as this weekend. A speech has been drafted for him.
But today, President Biden issued this statement, shutting down the reports he's quitting the race. I look forward to getting back on the campaign trail next week to continue to expose the threat of Donald Trump, The stakes are high, and the choice is clear. The Biden-Harris campaign manager spoke out on CBS Mornings.
Joe Biden has been very clear. He is running for president of the United States, and our campaign is continuing to implement a strategy to win with him at the top of the ticket.
So the fact is that, you know, this guy's doing his job, and I'm not trying to criticize him at all, but his job is to double down and triple down. And yeah, there's no other message, you know, because you can't flounder on this. You're either doing it or you're not doing it. And the moment you would say, we're thinking about it, it's already over. So there's really no other way to do this in terms of PR, in terms of like how to handle the media with this, right? You're doing it until you're not doing it. And then you're making that announcement. And then this guy will get, oh, this is my job now. Okay, I'll say this now. Right? So we can't put too much weight behind this because this is the only move to make. You know, while if you're honestly thinking about it, you're not going to tell anybody you're thinking about it. You're like, okay, we're not going to shift gears. We're not going to shift message until I've made this decision. And then once we make that decision, then we're shifting message. So this doesn't surprise me one bit.
The United States, and our campaign is continuing to implement a strategy to win with him at the top of the ticket.
The deep divide in the Democratic Party was fodder for Jimmy Fallon.
Right, Biden has COVID.
No.
Luckily, he can't spread it because Democrats have been distancing themselves from him since the debate.
You know, I really don't have a right to make fun of anybody for taking substances before they get in front of a camera. But Jimmy Fallon does have a couple more viewers than I do. You know, listen to that slurring. Distancing.
The Democratic Party was fodder for Jimmy Fallon.
Listen to that slur. That's at least two glasses of whiskey in.
Biden has COVID. Luckily, he can't spread it because Democrats have been distancing themselves from him.
Ooh, that's rough. That's rough, Jimmy. That's rough, buddy. But no, so long story short, extra. Every time I see that, I know it's Inside Edition, but I see that, I think of that extra, you know, that theme song. Anyone remember Extra? Extra. Where's the old one? I don't want the new one. Yeah, I want the old one, the 90s one. What is this? This sucks. This is not it. This is a jam. Yeah, no, the 90s were better, children. They were. You completely missed out. Where's my extra?
A taste of Banquet Homestyle Bakes. It's today's homemade.
Bakes.
Well, that's it for this weekend. Thanks for joining us.
We'll see you back here Monday for the next Extra.
Wow, they dropped the extra? How come the only thing I remember from this stupid fucking show is the extra, and then they didn't actually have it? Where's my extra? Sucks. Internet sucks. Extra. There it is. Should have just clicked on the first video. Extra. Yeah, you don't want to drop that. Don't be dropping that. That's your whole brand. So this was an interesting, I'm not going to belabor this, but I did find this interesting. So, you know, Joe Biden over here, totally full-blown COVID. I have COVID. Watch out. Then they turned the bumper into them later. Yeah. I love media bumpers. I'm a weird guy. So he totally fucking has COVID, right? But because he's afraid of politics, because he follows the right-wing narrative instead of driving his own narrative. Right? Because the Democrats have ceded COVID to the right. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys, you know, all right, whatever. Okay, maybe we didn't do such a great job. Trump did it. Okay, you know, okay, whatever. We give up. Yeah, no, COVID's a scam, and the masking was a scam, and it was all bad, right? The left has stopped defending science when it comes to COVID. The fact that masks totally fucking worked, vaccines totally fucking worked. We have to go all the way back to fucking polio. We got to talk about polio now. Right? Oh, no, that doesn't work. Oh, that was all hoax. It was all hoax. It was all quackery. Vaccine science, it's all quackery going all the way back to the polio vaccine. all quackery to get to control your mind with DNA modification, eugenics. The left has fucking seeded that whole narrative. And here we have proof right here. You full-blown COVID. You have COVID. Oh, I'm just going to give it to my staff, give it to everybody around me because I don't want to look weak. You put the aviators on, but you can't put a mask on. Let me just breathe on my Secret Service agent. Hey, I'm not weak. I'm not weak.
I couldn't.
So someone on Twitter pointed that out. I thought that was a good point. Puts himself, puts other people at risk. Why? For optics. And like I said, allowing the anti-science, science denialism of the right to drive the narrative. Oh, it's too hard. It's too hard to defend common sense. It's too hard to defend science. Okay, whatever. Yeah, no. The whole operation was an attempt to pass laws that would prevent your liberty and all that. Even though we totally reversed everything the moment we could, immediately reversed it. So here's some interesting news. Here's potentially some good news from the Biden administration. Potentially the Biden administration showing some leadership. Serious? No, that's a conspiracy. This can't be the Joe Biden that I know showing any kind of actual leadership. No way. No, that's the real conspiracy. But no, this could be huge. This could be huge. They're thinking about maybe, I don't know, doing something about the Supreme Court after the election, of course. After the election. Heaven forbid we show the American people that we're willing to do something about the Supreme Court before the election. That's too divisive. We just don't have enough time. And that's really hard. But we promise we'll do something if you vote us back in. Okay, that's the best we can get. But let's see what this is about. So sweeping changes to the Supreme Court. So they're talking about I think what they're talking about is a code of conduct that would be enforceable. I don't think they're talking about term limits, and then there's also some discussion about expanding the court, but they're total cowards, and there's no way in hell they'll ever expand the court. They won't even get rid of the filibuster. That's how big of a fucking coward the entire Democratic liberal establishment is. Oh, the tradition of the fucking filibuster. The filibuster. They would have to add 3. They would have to add 3 more seats. You can't add 2. I don't think the process that allows them to add seats wouldn't allow them to add 2. They have to add 3. 1 wouldn't be enough. 1 wouldn't be enough. 2 you can't do. 3 is the number you would have to add. And yeah, they should do it. This has been done before. The entire process for adding seats exists because of the Supreme Court's previous corruption, because it is a corruptible body. But the only way to add the seats, I believe you need to have all 3. You need to have a supermajority. You got to have all 3 houses, Congress, Senate, executive. Okay, hold on. I can't. He got me. He got me so bad it hurts. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to... Okay. Waco. I should have known Waco. Of course, Waco. Dallas? How do you not know Dallas? Oh, you know Houston. You know Austin. Dallas? You couldn't remember Dallas? My God. My God. All right. Look, I'm probably going to get a call from the Political Pundits Association. They're probably going to want to have a talk to me about removing my political pundit card. I got a membership to the Political Pundits Association. They're probably going to call me up for this embarrassing example. The concern is that Trump will appoint 3 more justices. I mean, if he has to. He doesn't really have to. All right, so let's get back to this. Supreme Court. Is he actually going to do it? Probably not. It's probably an empty promise, but hey, it's something. It's something. Which is something something that will probably lead to nothing is actually more than what the neoliberals give us usually. They usually give us, well, we're not going to do any of that, but we're not Republicans. Huh? Yeah, we're not going to do any of the stuff that you want us to do, but we're not Trump. How about that? Is that good enough?
CBS News.
No, there is a total fucking precedent. It's exactly Rock's fist. There is this whole, oh, it's too complicated, can't do it. Oh, it's so hard, run away. Just the same fucking arguments with the filibuster, right? Oh, we can't do it. Oh, the sanctity. Oh, we can't do it. Oh, no, the precedent, the sanctity. Oh, we can't do it. We absolutely can do it. There's a fucking precedent to do it. The corruption of the court is the reason why this rule exists. You know, people have become really accustomed to the neoliberal style of fighting, right? Which is, and I'm not trying to call anybody out in the chat. I'm just saying in general. But like the way that the neoliberals fight, right? They put their hands behind their back, right? And then they start fighting, right? They disarm themselves. We're taking the argument off the table. They're acquiescing before they even start fighting. People have become so accustomed to that, you know, and that's why, you know, people talk about, okay, who should take over the party? AOC. You know, AOC or someone like her, right? A completely breath of fresh air who's not afraid to at least call out the establishment's failures, the neoliberal, liberal democratic establishment's failures. At least call it out. At least acknowledge it. At least acknowledge it. Nancy Pelosi will never acknowledge the failures of the neoliberal party. She'll take that shit to the fucking grave. And Hakeem Jeffries is happy to keep that legacy going. This party needs brand new leadership to move on from this because they are ill-equipped to fight against this fascism. Anyway.
CBS News has learned President Biden is considering a series of sweeping changes to the Supreme Court if he's reelected. The proposals, first reported by the Washington Post, include term limits for all 9 justices, an enforceable ethics code, and a potential.
It was term limits. I wasn't sure, but no, that is okay. So none of this shit is going to happen. But hey, could you campaign on it? Could you put this part as part of your, like, you know, promise? You know, promise 1, I'm going to raise your wages. Promise 2, I'm going to lower your taxes. Promise 3, I'm going to fix the Supreme Court. You know, and then you repeat that over and over and over again, like some kind of, I don't know, presidential campaign. Like you repeat those promises over and over and over again, you know, to the American people over and over and over again. You tell people, ooh, I don't know. Ooh, says the neoliberal. Ooh, I don't know if we should be populist. Wouldn't it be better to set expectations to let people know that, hey, look, you know, we're not really going to govern. We might do a couple things, but we're not really going to do anything that'll rock the boat. Don't worry about that. Isn't that good enough? With a little side helping of we're not Trump. Isn't that good enough? No, it isn't. Oh, you know, you shouldn't have to be inspired to vote for neoliberals. You should just feel guilty that, you know, that fascism is happening and you're doing nothing about it. But it's ridiculous for you, the voter, to be inspired by our party. What? With our promises and policy proposals? Never. We have to set expectations. We're not Trump.
Potentially new constitutional amendment that would eliminate broader immunity for presidents and other constitutional office holders.
Joe Biden,
the last proposal follows the High Court's conservative majority 6-3 ruling that said former President
Joe Biden should be on his fucking sick bed with COVID, coughing into the microphone in front of a camera, talking about this. You know, I'm going to go down. If I'm going to die today, I'm going to go down today telling you that I'm going to do everything in my power to make this happen, right? It should be every single day, like all of the Joe Biden little minions on TV talking about, oh, this is going to happen. You wouldn't believe how much Joe Biden talks about this. You wouldn't believe how much he's going to do this. Dude, he's going to slam dunk this fucking policy so hard you won't believe it, over and over and over and over again until the very last second. But do they? Do they? No, they're constantly responding to the right-wing narratives. Ooh, what's the right wing saying today about us? Ooh, how are we going to respond to Sean Hannity today? Oh, Steve Bannon said this about us. Oh, we better report. We spend the next 24 hours talking about Steve Bannon. When was the last time? Maybe the Obama administration was maybe the last time that the Democratic Party took the steering wheel in terms of narrative and actually drove narrative and wasn't just knee-jerk responding to whatever the right was doing.
Donald Trump has immunity from prosecution for official acts taken in office. These changes would mark a major shift for President Biden, who once served as the Senate Judiciary Committee chairman and has indicated in the past he wouldn't make changes to the court. To help us sort through all of this, let's bring in CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. She's also a professor at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. Jessica, first, How is the president going to do this? Can he make these changes to the Supreme Court? What's his route?
Well, he has two potential routes here, depending on what the change is. So if we take term limits, for instance, his commission that he put together to look at Supreme Court reforms was actually divided on the question as to whether or not Congress could impose term limits, or if you need a constitutional amendment to do that, in part because that's the Constitution itself. Article 3 says that federal judges can keep their jobs during times of good behavior. And we have understood that to mean lifetime appointments. Now, there are some more kind of creative things that you could do through a congressional route. You could say something like you have active duty as a Supreme Court justice for 18 years, and then you have something like senior status. So you essentially force people to cycle off or only to hear limited types of cases. Now, the cleanest route, legally speaking, is through a constitutional amendment, but that's even harder than getting something passed through Congress, which, as you and I know, is very difficult in and of itself. And then there are other reforms we can talk about, like the ethics package or the constitutional amendment regarding immunity. The ethics package, I also think, has legal and practical issues.
It does seem like this is a grab bag but before we grab the other items in the bag, let me ask you about.
I'm going to grab your bag, you sexy son of a bitch.
So justices, as you mentioned, have lifetime appointments. What was the thinking behind that originally?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. What's the new rationale for trying to give them an 18-year limit or whatever the limit happens to be?
I'll take the last part first. I think, honestly,
look, it's really pointless to even talk about the substance of this. I don't mean to cut this lady off. I'm sure what she's going to say is very important. I don't mean to bore you, but if you want to see the rest of it, it's right here. But there's no point in talking about the substance of this, because what really matters is, like, it's okay. All right. Are the liberals going to do something with this? You know, like I said, are they going to make this number 3 in their top 3 pillars of, promises during the election? This is what you're going to vote. If you're voting for Biden, you're getting this. Are they going to do that? No. It's the default way of campaigning, it seems, is just, we're not Trump. We're not Trump. Look how bad Trump is. Look how bad Project 2025 is. Sprinkle in a little abortion. We're going to bring back abortion. Don't ignore the fact that the right wing was able to subvert abortion during our term, and how embarrassing that makes us look. Ignore that. But now we're big fighters for it. Are they actually going to campaign on this? Are they really going to run on it? Probably not. Probably not going to hear a lot about this. So this is that clip I was talking about. This is his response. Just want to be fair. He's trying. Okay. He's trying. Welcome back, Crail Azaneth. John Dickerson. Going to discuss, they never do anything else about it. I mean, look, the bound TRS, you're 100% correct. The first, because the Democrats, and here's a great example. The Democrats, they had that week. They had like 7 days. They had 7 days warning before the announcement, right? Because that leak came out, like, oh shit, the Supreme Court's going to kill abortion. It's really happening. So they had. Thank you for the follow. You're 100% correct. I like this guy. I'm following this guy. No, trust me, you'll find a reason to hate me soon. But no, so they had 7 days to plan a response, right? Okay, we know it's going to happen. The Supreme Court's going to announce that they're killing Roe v. Wade. We got to have something big in the tank. We got to have something big. We got to have a statement prepared. We got to be ready to go. Unfollowed. We got it right. Okay, so we got time. We got time to plan this out. What was their big plan? A speech and a fundraising email. They did a big fundraising blitz. That was it. One of the big things that people vote Democrat for, undermined during your administration, and that's it. That's your response. Not, unprecedented. You're doing something, that is beyond the pale. All of these justices on the Supreme Court that are sitting there promised that they weren't going to do this. Totally unprecedented. Oh, okay. We're adding more seats to the court. By the way, we're now starting the process to XYZ. We're now doing this. We're acting in this way. No, none of that. Fucking none of that. Fundraising email. Oh, we're going to do something about it someday. And that's it. That's what we've had the whole time. Elizabeth Warren making a big stink for 5 minutes. That's about it. Welcome back, Zeo Duke. This whole argument that if the Democrats add seats, the Republicans will add seats. Yeah, so fucking what? Because what they should do is they should add seats, and then they need to pass the Voting Rights Act to make it so that the Republicans have to once again depend on democracy to get their votes. And if they can't survive as a party in America utilizing democracy instead of dirty tricks, then they deserve to fucking die as a party, right? That's the direction that the Democrats need to be going in. Not this, oh no, how are our enemies going to respond to us after they're done kicking our asses? Oh, I don't know. You add more seats, you pass the Voting Rights Act, you force the Republican Party to depend on democracy to stay relevant. And then, of course, they're not going to, and then they're going to fail, and then you fucking roll in the motherfucking profits, dude. Because as much as the Democratic neoliberal Party is authoritarian in its own right, corporatist in its own right, it still has some respect for the institutions of democracy. And that respect means that it will still respect the results of that democracy. They'll pull out every dirty trick like we saw in 2016 with Bernie. They'll pull out every dirty trick. But at the end of the day, if it's irrefutable, if there's no dirty trick that they can pull, they will respect the results of democracy instead of trying to dismantle it like the right-wing Republicans. But maybe that isn't true, because what we are seeing is that we are seeing neoliberals starting to acquiesce to Donald Trump, starting to acquiesce to this new fascism, being like, well, is there a new status quo where we could be like the Harlem Globetrotters? Kind of, well, you could be the Harlem Globetrotters and we could be the Washington Generals? You know, is there some kind of new status quo that we could reach so I can keep my job and I can still make money and I can still go on TV and do interviews and pretend like I'm a smart guy? We're hearing grumblings of the neoliberal party starting to think, well, you know what? How do we survive in a post-Trump world, in a world where Trump's running the show? Oh, we're going to stop resisting, right? We're going to capitulate, right? Nothing confirmed, but that's the rumor. That's what's happening. That's what the rumor mill is talking about. That's what AOC tweeted about. Democrats talking about how about they've already resigned to defeat. They're already talking about how, they've lost after the assassination. Anyway, so here's Joe Biden doing the best he can, and quite frankly, it's not good enough. This is not good enough. I don't know what else to say to you. I'm not trying to be ageist. This is not good enough.
You appeared to be confused.
Lester, look, why don't you guys ever talk about the 28 lies he told?
It's a great point. He's not wrong. The media focus is totally lopsided. Doesn't fucking matter, does it? Because you know what the honest truth is? This man can step in front of a microphone and camera and at any moment grab the attention of the entire media sphere, start steering the narrative, and they just refuse to do it. They just fucking refuse to do it. Now, does the corporate media support Trump and the fucking oligarchs that support Trump? You betcha. But does that there are certain things that even this corrupt media can't ignore. And they don't push it. Trump plays the media like a puppeteer. Trump manipulates the media with glee. Joe Biden, wants to work hand in hand. Oh, we're just trying to be nice guys, trying to work with you. He's only the president of the United States. You know what I mean? Like, he's not even remotely close to using all of his power, soft or hard.
On this, why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate. I had a bad night.
Colonists, that's not technically true, but it's close enough to the truth where something needs to be done about it. But with that said, without AOC's voice right now, it would be nothing but Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and this disgusting, deflated failure of a party that is speaking from that direction, from the left. So with all the criticism that people have for AOC, a lot of it's legitimate. Thank God for AOC, quite frankly. Could she be doing better? Has she capitulated to the corporatism of the Democrats? Yes, 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 yes. Is she the best we got? You fucking bet you. So suck it up. Liberals, people on the left, progressives, suck it up, man. We got to work with what we got to work with here. Okay, we don't get the perfect scenario. You know, we got to work really hard to get that perfect scenario. You know how hard the Republicans have worked to create their perfect scenario that's happening right now in front of them? They've worked very, very hard. The left has not. The left has not worked nearly as hard as the right has in the last 30 years to spread its message and to convince people through policy and action that it's the right way moving forward. The moral high ground isn't enough. Yes, the left has been consistently more moral than the right. And social media would prove that, right? The left having more empathetic takes on certain things than the right. That doesn't matter because that's not the game being played.
I wasn't feeling well at all. And I had been, without it making it, I screwed up. But
I just asked the question because the idea that you may or may not have seen what some of these other folks have seen, you're not on the same.
I'd have to see I was there. I'd have to see it. I was there. And by the way, seriously, you won't answer the question, but why didn't the press talk about all the lies he told?
Well,
I don't know anything about that.
We have reported many of the issues that came up during that.
No, it's. I love it. I love it when the media is called out because they always defend themselves. No, we're not failing. We're not failing.
Debate.
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with them.
God love you.
That appeared to be.
You know how hard it is to find someone that can hit an ear from 100 meters and then is willing to get shot by the Secret Service? Really? We're talking about how this guy was a Manchurian candidate? Come on with this. What is this? Someone liked a tweet. Oh no, a commie liked my tweet. Damn communists! But they're XP fans. Windows XP, anybody? Okay, I'll shut up. All right, so we're getting into the RNC here. I have an update from a independent news source giving us what's happening here with the RNC. Let's get to this clip right away.
Now let's turn back to the Republican.
Now that's a fucking bumper right there.
Republican National Convention, which is set to start Monday. All week long, we've been talking to Republican strategist Marie Byron, who has all the details about this important event.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi there, Marie. Now, all of Tampa Bay is gearing up for the convention, but I understand no one's more excited than the area's gay prostitutes who are expecting record numbers of clients.
That's right, Andrea. This convention means increased sales for hotels, restaurants, and, of course, the men who provide anonymous gay sex.
All right. Now, how much money will all those closeted Republican convention goers bring into the city, Marie?
A lot. The average Tampa area prostitute normally makes around $200 to $300 a week jerking off truck drivers behind the bus station.
I see.
Next week, they are expecting to make about 30 times that amount sucking off secretly gay Republicans.
Wow. So the convention goers will be slipping out of prayer breakfast and Mike Huckabee speeches all week long to go trawl Tampa side streets.
And all those tricks add up.
They sure do.
Then you figure the fact that these delegates are so repressed and filled with self-hatred,
yes,
they tend to like the filthiest, kinkiest sex acts imaginable.
Oh, that's right.
Tends to cost more.
Right. On this chart, I see fecal play, choking. We also have...
the average well-adjusted gay man has no desire to smear fecal matter all over his partner's face or be beat up by him. But that is exactly the sort of thing that these repressed conservatives are willing to pay top dollar for.
Okay, as well as the services of transsexuals, I understand.
Yes.
The she-male prostitutes in Tampa, well, they've already begun to wear Republican T-shirts and pins to signal they're ready to cater to the GOP.
Well, no one loves a hooker with a dick under her dress more than a closeted Republican. No one.
Well, let's talk about South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. We obtained a copy of his schedule here, Marie, and you can see.
Well, you can see he has left 2-hour blocks of time, which we assume is for getting his balls drained by a tranny named Chandrell Mercedes.
Yes. Well, we spoke to Tampa gay prostitutes earlier today. Let's take a look.
Please.
This is great.
I'm gonna fuck all these old fatty boys. I'm gonna go get some Tina. I'll party.
I was hoping to make some money and maybe buy a plane ticket to see my aunt down in Houston. Go Mitt Romney.
It sounds like they're really
He meant to say Trump. Sorry.
looking forward to
Yes,
it.
but it will also be exhausting. A lot of the Republicans repeatedly call the prostitutes faggots or start crying after they've had sex with them.
I suppose the prostitutes are shoring up on their politics so they can talk to the Republicans.
Ha ha, Andrea, what do you think this is? Pretty woman? They're just there to get fucked.
Right. Thank you, Marie Byron.
RNC's always a good time.
Good to see you as always. Moving on, Ron Paul received an important endorsement just in time for the RNC from Big Sandy, the horse who can do math.
Ron Paul with a big endorsement. We have fun around here. There you go, folks. Thank you so much for that independent news analysis. Just thought I'd back it up there with a little bit of actual fact. Breaking: Grindr experiencing outages during the unprecedented traffic in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's so crazy how this correlates at the exact time that the conference was there. Grindr, of course, one of the world's biggest gay applications, you know, for finding anonymous gay sex, has so much traffic that it actually has, you know, service issues. Crazy. You know, coincidences. It's a coincidence. I mean, come on. You have no proof. You have no proof that Republicans love fully steeped in hypocrisy, love having incredibly kinky gay sex. You have no evidence. Does Grindr work outside the U.S.? I don't know. Download and find out, buddy. Yeah, get it. Get you some. Get you some. Grindr's crazy, dog. You know, I used to live in the Castro. I have lots of friends who were using Grindr. And they'd be like, you know, swiping around, ding, ding, ding. And it'd be like 20 minutes. You'd be having a conversation, 20 minutes, like, oh, I got to go. This guy wants to, we're going to fuck. And then they'd go, dude. Like 45 minutes. You think, oh, look at this guy. Look at this cock. Oh, that's nice. So the Lincoln Project working pretty hard. It's funny. I got them blocked over here. Fucking ex-Republicans, George Bush Republicans, motherfucking Republicans that built the foundation that these fascists stand upon, and we're just supposed to forget that. Lincoln Project. Yeah, that's awesome. I agree, Kim Goblin. I agree. I missed the boat. That's fine. I'm okay. It's all bullshit to me now. I've missed the boat. I'm married. I'm happy. It's all bullshit. But no, the Lincoln Project been working pretty hard. This is right outside the RNC. You know, spending some of that money there that they make millions, hundreds of millions. You know, interviewed by every mainstream so-called liberal news organization. It's almost the exclusive organization they go to when they want Trump criticism. Heaven forbid we go to an actual lefty when criticizing Trump. No, we'll go to these light Republicans. Ooh, they're the safe ones. Ooh, anti-Trump Republicans. I'd rather talk with an anti-Trump Republican than a left-winger about Trump. I mean, what's the point, right? People want to distance themselves from how they were partly responsible for the situation. Yeah. Yeah, Joe Walsh is a fucking joke, dude. Joe Walsh. It's so funny when I see Joe Walsh is against Trump, or Joe Walsh is a fucking partisan piece of shit. And absolutely part of the problem. Helped create the problem that we have now. The Frankenstein's monster that we created in our secret partisan Republican right-wing lab has gotten out of control. Woe is me, says Adam Kinzinger and fucking Joe Walsh. Oh, I didn't want this much fascism. Welcome back. Smash! It's good to see you. All the OGs are here. If Biden wants to get the middle class on board, he needs to discuss continuing the Trump tax cuts. Well, he doesn't, but he could call them the Biden tax cuts, and he could cut taxes for the lower and middle class and then raise taxes on the rich, right? Because that would be great, because that's how the Republicans do it, right? They do permanent tax cuts for the rich, then they do temporary tax cuts that expire in the next term in case they lose, right? They make a little poison pill for the next administration that expire, Like, oh, look at that. Joe Biden's raising your taxes. Joe Biden's raising your taxes. No, it was the temporary tax cuts that Trump gave you. AN on the upswing. People want real news. They want real hardcore motherfuckers talking the real shit. So they found the right place. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming to the News Underground. Welcome back, Woke Patriots. Good to see you. But go ahead and let's watch this Lincoln Project over here, whatever. Ex-Republicans. We need better lefties. Right wingers that are, aw shucks and like nostalgic for the Reagan era. Not good enough. That's not the progressive left. Not good enough. Mediocre. I want real socialism, motherfuckers. Not watered down capitalism. Thank you very much.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody. Found guilty all 34 counts of false business.
Because people from the Lincoln Project would straight-faced make an argument about, oh, how Mitt Romney is a better, we should support Mitt Romney over Donald Trump. Same shit. Same shit, different, attitude, different way it's delivered, but same shit.
Donald Trump's a hush money thing. That's what called Lone Star. Stormy Daniels. He had an affair with Trump. I am the chosen one. The Trump Organization frauded the state of New York. 350
quality of the screen sucks.
Are very greedy.
So it's like I'm saying, all this effort on the neoliberal left to call out the hypocrisy of the right, it doesn't work. It doesn't inspire lefties to vote. It doesn't inspire right wingers to sit it out. They've been banging this drum for a long time now, and quite frankly, has it done a goddamn thing? All this energy, and look, it's like we should be calling this stuff out. A lie is a lie. It's okay to call a lie a lie. That's not a waste of time. But this shaming strategy, this finger wagging, like I said, it's not inspiring the left, and it's not dissuading the right. It feels a little bit like masturbation without the good part. Inspire lefties to vote if there was a right figure at the top. Joe is anything but an inspiring leader. That's a great point. Is that, and the crazy thing is that, we saw this with Obama as well. It was all inspirational language. It was all this. It was all just an amazing stuff when he was running for president. But then he gets in there, and it really did feel like, where the fuck is this guy, man? Remember during the Hillary campaign when Obama was still in charge, he was still president, and he was in weird ways undermining her campaign because he didn't like some of the shit that she was talking about. You remember that?
We must make America pray again. How stupid are the people of the country?
Yeah, just real, yeah. Yeah, and look, the grand, I try to speak in really grand generalities, try to simplify things. Because this needs to kind of happen across. What I'm saying right now needs to happen across the nation. What I'm saying is that the progressive left needs to, wherever they are, whatever district they live in, whatever state they live in, city, state, whatever it is, they need to find their corporate neoliberal who's there and assimilate them, replace them with bartenders like AOC, with teachers, school teachers, with janitors, with plumbers, with regular Joes on the left, progressive regular Joes on the left, and they need to primary and challenge. And then, of course, they need money. So, that was what was so encouraging about TYT and the Justice Democrats, because that was the idea. That was, and it's like, the Justice Democrats got us AOC, and it kind of petered out and, kind of imploded. It still exists, but it's not exactly, it's a shadow of what it once was. But that is the model. We need to repeat it. Go at it again. Oh, okay, yeah. What happens when the Republicans have a Justice Democrat situation? Did they just go, well, we tried. We're never gonna try that again. No. They go, okay, this worked, this didn't work. Let's change the message. Let's change the strategy. Let's try it again. The same exact thing needs to happen on the left with the Justice Democrats. Wow, look at that. We got a bartender in there. And wow, look at that. She's one of the strongest voices, even though she's had to capitulate and had to, bend to go against some of her morals to keep relationships in there. Wow, AOC, one of the loudest and most progressive voices in there. Wow, that kind of worked. It didn't work perfectly, but it kind of worked. And we need to repeat it over and 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 over. Across the entire nation, we need to assimilate the neoliberal party, turn them into real progressives. Here's the other clip from the Lincoln Project, dictator on day one. So this is, when you're donating money to the Lincoln Project, this is what it's going into. Telling Republicans that they're bad guys. Ooh, Republicans bad. I mean, this is, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this if this was a part of a much larger strategy, or, if this was just, hey, we got $1 million, we got an extra $1 million, buy some trucks, get them out there, let people know that we're making a presence. That's okay. But I think this is it. I think this is the whole strategy, guys. Besides this and TV interviews. It's not enough. It's not enough. I thought this was a very interesting tweet coming from black fella here, Kenny Akers. And I say he's black because, what he's going to say is something that I probably couldn't get away with saying this and have it have the same kind of power. But he's saying, all that tap dancing for VP trying to impress. You okay? You okay? Jeez. My dog knocked something over. It sounded like a fucking catastrophe up there, but everyone's okay. Oh, yeah. Back to what I'm saying here. So, all is well. All is well. So back to what I'm saying here, though. Me saying this, white bread, whitey. I mean, look how white. I mean, literally, I'm blinding you, right? This is direct sunlight. Doesn't get whiter. So me pointing this out doesn't have the same oomph. This fella over here, I'm an ordinary guy who inspires others to excellence, veteran, educator, mentor, public speaker, and author. Kenny Akers. All that tap dancing for VP trying to impress the white man didn't get you anywhere, did it? We noticed. And I think that's a really great point. Because these guys did an embarrassing display. I'm talking 120 days of Sodom. Embarrassing. You know what I mean? I'm talking debauched. Total debauched. Bent over, kissed the boot, worshipped at the altar, threw away, burned all the bridges, threw everything away for Trump, questioned slavery, questioned, civil rights. Everything was on the table. And what did they get for it? What did they get for it? Whole bunch of white guys sitting up there, right? JD Vance and Trump, and just a whole bunch of white guys. Right? Yeah, maybe they'll get a cabinet position, maybe they'll get that, but they'll, What was it when was it Vivek Ramaswamy that was in an interview with Ann Coulter and told her she was brave because Ann Coulter told Vivek Ramaswamy that she wasn't going to vote, she wouldn't vote for him because of his race? He said that was brave. Debauchery. Shameful. There's not a category on Pornhub that describes this level of debauchery. You know what I mean? Pornographic levels of subservience, rewarded with next to nothing. Like I said, maybe you'll be lucky, some minister, some, if you're lucky, maybe you'll get to be a czar, running the education department or whatever, right? Because they want, Project 2025 is going to put partisan sycophants like these guys in charge of the post office, in charge of Veterans Affairs, in charge of everything. And they're going to run it by fiat, right? So you need loyal minions for that. So if they're lucky, maybe they'll get that. But what they wanted was a real seat at power. And they didn't get nowhere. They got Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren, I mean. Yeah, TRS, yeah. Pretty pathetic, though. So thank you, Kenny Ackers here. Black fella, black guy, ordinary guy, but he qualifies. Wow, look at that. That's a cool picture. Wonder what the history is on that one. I appreciate that. Appreciate that opinion. So real briefly, I guess we'll show this. People were talking about this. Matt Gaetz, pumped himself full of Botox and made a fool of himself. Making fun of Kevin McCarthy that, he wasn't a speaker, asking him, So Kevin McCarthy and him and Matt Gaetz have a big time rivalry. Kevin McCarthy's literally in front of, having a news interview. He's been interviewed and talking shit about Matt Gaetz, live. So Matt Gaetz walks over there and starts ridiculing him, trying to interrupt the news interview, trying to have a viral moment. But all the people, all the Republicans around him were kind of defending McCarthy, and they just kind of shoot him away. It's kind of funny. One guy just straight up to his face calls him a fucking asshole. It's good stuff.
You would get booed off the stage.
Shut up, Gaetz.
Shut up, Gaetz.
Hey, be an asshole.
Yeah, why do you got to be an asshole?
Dude, I don't even know who you are.
I don't even know who you are, dude. You don't know my daddy. And this is what's great. He goes, it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't fucking matter who I am. Stop being a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're an asshole. Look, do I agree with this man's politics? Oh, hell no. There's no fucking way in hell I agree with this man's politics. Would I buy this man a beer for saying this? Yes, indeed. I will spend exactly 15 and 20 minutes it takes me to drink a beer. I will go ahead and spend that with you, Mr. Republican. You go ahead and tell me why, we got to have a fascist dictator in charge and all that, but turn your phone sideways, right? I agree, but honestly, though, I would give anything. I'd give up my Nintendo. I'd give up my Nintendo that I got when I was a young man to look at Matt Gaetz in the face and call him an asshole. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. That's a close one. I'd give up a Nintendo game. Here you go. Here's my 17th copy of Super Mario Brothers. Check it out. All right, so that was pretty funny. Whatever. It's still tied up in court whether he's guilty or not, and it was a 17-year-old girl. But if he's found guilty, Matt Gaetz will be guilty of human trafficking. But, who cares? The Republicans don't care about that, right? Shoot, that might get him some votes. Yeah, Matt Gaetz is definitely a PDF file, for sure. Thank you for that follow, Jacob's Wolf Art, by the way. I think you followed, didn't you? If not, thank you anyway for coming in. Appreciate it. So moving on to the next little bit here, just covering little bits and tidbits from the RNC. I should have been streaming live during the RNC, but like I said, I was dealing with a lot of personal shit during the week, and it ended well, though. I got some good news, so I'm feeling really good now. But this week I was struggling, so I'm feeling better, though. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to cover it live, is what I'm trying to say. I wanted to, but ultimately it's like, do I want to do this to myself? It's like, it is torture. Watching the RNC is torture. It is total hell. By the end of it, I probably would be stark raving mad. But anyway, Katie Tur over here on Trump's supposed pivot towards unity. So Katie Tur is actually being criticized because she's buying into this RNC narrative. She's like one of the, I guess she hasn't gotten the memo that it's okay not to be a West Wing partisan hack and like, talk about, unity and bipartisanship and, positive vibe. Oh, yeah, thank you, Lenny. I appreciate it. I thought you were talking about what I was talking about. 3D printed Gates is an asshole. Oh, big time. Yeah, everyone's talking about Gates's, Botox. It looks pretty bad. Talk about putting spit shine on a pig, huh? I love the fact when doctors returned an actual PDF file instead of no one had defended him. Just strive for that in other cases. I mean, some people did defend him, but it's all the right wingers. Tim the Tap Man, the ones that are like, left leaning, or maybe they agree with right wing politics, but they stay out of politics for their own brand. They were like, yeah, there's no way to defend this. I can't. I'm out. But there were a lot of right wingers. I think train wrecks and guys like that. The right winger streamers. They were defending the doc. But anyway, back to this story here. Katie Tur has been receiving a lot of heat, like I said, because she was repeating this unity, bipartisanship, crap. So here's an example of that language. Talking about how Trump looks serene and this feels like a new era of Republican politics. This was before his speech, by the way. This was like what day 2. So this was before Trump's speech. But she's been receiving a lot of heat for this, and quite frankly, I feel like she deserves it. Because it's like, I mean, pull your head out of your ass. This is MSNBC, right? This is supposed to be, the liberal POV, and we're still doing this. We're 2 breaths away from full-blown fascist dictatorship, and we're still doing the conciliatory bipartisanship. Oh, this is a new era of politics. It is actually embarrassing, and yeah, it makes me nauseous as well.
About what really is going to change with Donald Trump, and there's also quite a bit of skepticism out there, because there have been so many moments before where people have said he'd make a pivot, like he'd walk into the Oval Office and the weight of the office, the weight of the presidency would hit him. He'd sit at the Resolute desk and he'd realize that he had to be more.
Look at that. That's what you get. That's what you get, Vivek. That's what you get, Tim Scott. There you go. Tucker Carlson sitting up there. They did show briefly. So, I mean, Tim Scott did get to sit up there for a little bit. Look, he got a couple minutes with Daddy. That's okay. That isn't Tim Scott. That's the this guy is probably the worst. Him and Vivek are probably the absolute worst. Denies all kinds of reality for the right-wing Republican establishment. I can't remember his name.
The weight of the presidency would hit him. He'd sit at the Resolute desk and he'd realize that he had to be more of a uniter and a divider. Maybe he'd start with infrastructure instead of starting with a more divisive policy on immigration. There are all these conversations that we've had so many times in the past. What can we say at this point?
Jacobs, what can we say about the DNC? I mean, they're literally staring down oblivion. The Republicans, they've seemingly acknowledged that the Republicans want to destroy democracy, preventing future elections from happening. So they're looking at a future where they're totally irrelevant, and they still refuse to act. That tells me that they're too corrupt, too stupid, too dug in, and they need to be forced to change. We have no other choice. We have no other path forward. We are dealing with an immovable object. The DNC, their status quo, they're obsessed with it. They want to go back to it. They want the Bush era again. They want the Reagan era again. They want a status quo, both sides status quo, duopoly. They don't want to give that up. They need to be destroyed. They need to be assimilated. But obviously, we can't destroy them without replacing them, because we can't leave a power vacuum wide open for the right-wing fascists. So that's why I talk about assimilation. We need to assimilate, just like the Borg, sure, whatever comparisons you want, whatever. But we need to assimilate the neoliberal party, because we can't have a situation where, we destroy them, but we're not actually replacing them. So it's tough, but we got to have a strict strategy. We got to stick to it, repeat it like the next 20 years. We got to have a 20-year plan. Get out your little red books. No, I hate Mao. Just making jokes. Sorry.
Is this really going to be different? I don't know. But I will tell you, even just looking at his face in this video that we're seeing right now, I've never seen Donald Trump with a look like that in his face. Not once. In the very long time that I've been covering him, I've never seen that look.
It looks almost pensive, Katie.
Pensive.
Serene.
Serene.
Not a
he looks like he's about to pass out. He looks like he needs a fucking nappy. But you know, one thing I did kind of feel like looking at this is that he's like, this is the height, this is the peak of his power. The emperor sitting at the center, all of his subjects paying fealty. It's all, it's like, this is it, he's really on top of the world. They tried to kill him, from his perspective, right? Of course, it doesn't matter that it was a Republican, whatever, that doesn't matter. They tried to get me. They tried to take me out. They tried to stop me, and they couldn't. Oh, thank you. Ooh. A snack from my baby. A baby. So that is one thing I noticed. And this, I don't think he looks serene. Like I said, I think he looks tired. But this is like the height of, this is the best day, one of the best days of his life right here, right? Because it's all coming to fruition, right? A lot of these people that are surrounding him, maybe not in this photo, because all the people surrounding him in this photo are like have been ride or die since the very beginning. I guess not JD Vance though. Actually, I take that back. There's one Judas in here that's like, that's got his mind right and is praying to the altar. But I mean, the whole universe, right? From his perspective, the whole universe is about Trump. But he's also, a 78-year-old man, and 8 o'clock rolls around and you get pretty tired. I'm not criticizing. That's just life. That's a serene.
I've never seen that look.
No, look it up. Yeah, okay. Can we go? I say that, and then he does a 90-minute speech, rambling speech at the RNC. Talk about rambling, I should know. All right, so I knew I wasn't going to have enough time to do this, but if you want to go to the Discord, I've posted each one of these. They've done one of these every single day. CNN has this nerd named Daniel Dale go through and actually fact check the Republicans. And it really is quite amazing, just the stuff that they're lying about. Does it matter? Can you shame the shameless? No. But it is good to know the kind of stuff that they're lying about in case you happen to be in an argument with one of these people and they're, oh, Trump's economy was the greatest. And, Trump cured COVID and Trump did this and Trump's everything. He seems cool. Yeah, I bet. He looks like the kind of guy that has a Hillary Clinton tattoo on his fucking ball sack. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of CNN. I'm sorry. He doesn't deserve this. There's the Discord, folks. If you want to check it out, it's in the politics section. I have the rest of them. Thank you, Lenny, for posting that. But so I'm not going to show all of them, but I am going to show. This is the one that I did. I think after Trump's speech. I think after JD Vance and Trump's speech. This is one of the later ones that he did, just to give you an idea of how bad. Just to everyone already knows they're liars, serial liars. But sometimes it's good to have confirmation. And this guy, to actually look at, okay, I know you're lying about it, but I don't know the specifics. This guy goes, I know you're lying about it, and I know the specifics. And like I said, that's not going to convert anybody. That's not going to inspire the left. But it does, if you're already a political activist, if you're paying attention, it can kind of give you reassurance that, yes, I'm on the right side. I'm on the side of reality, objective truth. I want to keep democracy, because the gaslighters, right? Oh, it's both sides. Oh, it's not so bad. Project 2025 is not that big a deal. You're blowing it way out of proportion. Trump isn't going to be a dictator. You're crazy, right? And you start to think, well, if you're not really paying attention, you're like, well, I don't know, man. That's kind of convincing. I don't know. Maybe you're making sense. But no, stuff like this can help you feel reassured that you have the moral authority and that you're correct in your principles. So that's the most value that you can get from something like this, right? Not going to convert the right, not going to inspire the left that are apathetic, but still useful for political people. So let's get to it real quick. Just a 2-minute clip of him fact-checking.
I want to start with the claim that J.D. Vance made in his speech. He strongly suggested that, in contrast to Joe Biden, Donald Trump opposed the invasion of Iraq. Listen.
When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq. Somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong.
This claim is highly misleading at best. In reality, Donald Trump was supportive of the invasion of Iraq. When he was asked 6 months before the invasion by Howard Stern whether he was for an invasion, he said, quote, "Yeah, I guess so. I wish the first time it was done correctly." Then 2 months before the invasion, he said on Fox News that President Bush, and this is a direct quote, has either got to do something or not do something, perhaps, not the words of an explicit opponent. Now, he did become an opponent of the war in 2004, but Vance's suggestion that Trump was on the opposite side of Biden on the question of starting the war, that Trump got this invasion question right while Biden was wrong, and that's just not true. And that was not Anderson.
And folks, make sure you're liking and subscribing to An OK Life. I see them streaming quite a bit. Make sure you're checking out their content. Thank you so much for being a part of the News Underground. And hey, while you're at it, make sure you're liking and subscribing on your boy, Lenny. Fuck it. Like and subscribe to everybody in the goddamn chat. Every single one of you gets a follow. You get a follow. You get a follow. You get a follow. I don't care if it's the first follow of their channel. Make it happen, folks. Support the chatters of the News Underground, okay?
The only assertion tonight that was misleading or flat wrong, and I'll give you just some of them. A former Trump advisor, Peter Navarro, who's fresh out of...
Vance is not only a hypocrite, he's a dangerous crypto fascist, and yeah, we're getting into it big time. I got a lot of stuff to talk about with Vance.
Prison falsely claimed Jack Smith prosecuted him. Smith did not. A Florida Congressman, Mike Waltz, mocked Biden for allegedly being focused on building electric tanks. That is pure fiction. Biden has made no push for electric tanks, though the Army does want some other vehicles to be electrified. Various speakers depicted a country with rampant crime and violence without acknowledging that violent crime is now lower than it was in Donald Trump's last year in office, 2020. Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich said Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the war in Afghanistan. Trump didn't actually orchestrate a withdrawal at all. Gingrich also claimed no U.S. soldier was killed in nearly 2 years there. There was not any 2-year period under Trump when 0 U.S. troops were killed in Afghanistan. And finally, conservative commentator Kimberly Guilfoyle, Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, declared that Trump handed Joe Biden a booming economy. You might remember what things were actually like in January 2021. The unemployment rate was 6.4%. Anderson?
Yeah. And it's like, oh, well, right? The average Trump supporter, and really your average normie lefty as well. Right? But if you're plugged in, if you're a political person, and if you're watching the News Underground, that usually means that's what's going on. I should really change this, by the way. It can be valuable. It can be valuable to know just specifically what because they're pushing the economy thing really hard. They're pushing it to the point where I was starting to get gaslit. Like, I don't know, maybe was there some truth to this? No. Even when you completely remove COVID from the equation, Trump's economy wasn't, a magnificent thing for the middle class. Yes, there were some tax cuts, temporary tax cuts for the middle class, and massive permanent tax cuts for the rich. It's a total fucking lie. So here we go. Let's get into the meat of it. Let's talk about the fascists in the room, what they want to do to us, what they want to do to America. The most dangerous, I think, honestly, the most dangerous thing that they're talking about is they're like seemingly their number one priority, their big promise, which is a mass deportation of millions of illegal immigrants across the nation. So they're literally talking about sending the jackbooted thugs into California, into Arizona, into Texas, and throwing them in paddy wagons and driving them to the border and then dumping them there. And they couldn't get enough of this. They could not get enough of this. They think it's the coolest thing in the world. They somehow think it's going to fix everything. I don't even know if they're trying to justify it morally at this point. One thing that they're not doing, though, is they are not acknowledging the damage that this will do. The riots, the violence that this will cause, right? Oh, well, they just shouldn't resist arrest. No, they're going to resist. There's going to be mass resistance. bunch of white people are going to get involved too. Hint, 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 hint. Be a whole lot of white people protesting against this if they do it. They just want to own the libs. They don't care how. And they really don't. They don't. They're not thinking about the ramifications of this. You know, just like with COVID, right? Well, you know, a bunch of people die. You know, well, as long as my politics stays, you know, as long as my politics is safe, my pretend fake narrative, my pretend fake reality is defended. You know, oh, that's okay. A couple extra million people died when they shouldn't have. You know. That's better. That's better than me having to admit that masks work. Yeah, I mean, they're sacrificed. It's so tragic. But at the end of the day, I can try to make an argument that masks don't work, and I get defended on right-wing social media. So, you know, evens out. So here it is, man. And, you know, as this person says, Paul Fisher here with a really great comment, really blowing up. 2 million views over here. It's a Nazi rally. What do people need? A jaunty black and white newsreel filter? They're fucking Nazis. Right? They're Nazis. They are fucking Nazis. What more do we need to say?
He will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back.
So mass deportation now. Peace through strength. Let's not talk about what would happen to economics. I mean, agriculture, restaurants, janitorial, logistics services. There's a book. Okay, there's a book called Day Without an Immigrant. A very famous book. There's a protest as well. Pretty sure it's a book. Please tell me it's a book. I've been calling it a book for years. Yeah, A Day Without Immigrants. It's a book. Talks about the economic ramifications of what would happen if every illegal immigrant in this country didn't show up to their job and do their job. What that would actually do to the economy. What one day of every illegal immigrant in the country refusing to show up for work, what that would do to the economy. And let me tell you, folks, it's not good. It's not good. I mean, just using one example, like strawberries, okay? You know, have to be handpicked, very delicate. The reason why you can buy a bushel of strawberries or a little plastic box of strawberries for around $20 is because of the current situation with illegal immigration. Now, I'm not defending it because I do think these illegal immigrants should be given citizenship, and I believe they should be paid a fair wage. I don't believe in this whole exploitation. I don't believe this is the way things should go. I'm not defending this system. I'm simply stating a fact that if you remove them without replacing them or without doing anything else, but if you just remove them from the system, just like uproot them, right? Violently remove them, violently do a mass deportation, right? Snap your fingers and send out the goon squads. The economy will lose billions of dollars. And there's really no telling how long that would happen. Some of the damage would be, you know, if these people are literally permanently removed from the country, some of the damage would be unrepairable. There would be whole industries, you know, whole swaths, niches within industries that would disappear because certain things would just get wildly expensive. And going back to strawberries, right? About $20, you can get a, you know, little box of strawberries. That shit would be like $100. It'd be like $80, $100. Okay, so there's no acknowledgement of what this. It's fantasy, right? Because it's like, well, 1 + 1 = 2. The brown people go away, all the crime and rape and everything else goes away. No, it doesn't, because they're ignoring, of course, the critical statistic that illegal immigrants commit less crimes than citizens do. when you calculate for the difference of population and all that, right? But when you crunch the numbers, yes, do certain illegal immigrants come over here and then they make bad decisions? Yeah, that happens literally in every country. Migrants and immigrants, that happens. But what's crazy is the stats. If you want a hardworking, patriotic, model citizen, you're more likely to get that from an illegal immigrant, from a migrant, than you are from someone who was born in that country. That's what the stats currently show. Send them back! Send them back!
He will arrest.
And this is somehow going to make their lives better, and it's and what we're going to see when the dog finally catches the tail, and say they get what they want, and like the economy goes bonkers, who are they going to blame? Well, look what happened with Brexit. Did the right-wing Tories accept defeat on Brexit? Oh yeah, well, I mean, I know we said it was going to make your life better. I know we said it was going to improve and make prices lower, but we acknowledge as a party, as Tories, we acknowledge that failed. No, we didn't do Brexit right. We didn't do it right. That was the problem. That's what we're going to hear when from these people right here. Oh, we just didn't do the right-wing fascism right. They will never, ever, they will go straight to the grave before they admit that they were incorrect, right? Once they start feeling the ramifications of installing a dictator, of an authoritarian, right? Oh, my life is going to get better. This guy's going to go after all the bad guys. No, he isn't. Is the guy you're cheering on, Trump, is going to empower the people that already run your life to exploit you, to jack up the prices, turning it into a fucking nightmare realm where you either have it or you don't. And those that have it are going to make sure those that don't continue to not have it. Well, I thought it was going to help me. I thought you were going to lower my taxes. Are you Jeff Bezos? Are you Elon Musk? No, but I want to be. I run a car dealership. I have a couple $1 million in the bank. I'm an upper middle class. I got several million in assets. I'm a loyal Republican. No, you're fucking fodder, dude. You're a useful idiot. You think the Republican Party gives a fuck about people with a couple million in the bank? The Republican Party cares about like maybe 1,000 individual people that have all the money, that have all the resources, you're right, that are funding all of this. The Kochs, right? Those types. The Bezoses, the Musks, the oligarchs. There's like 1,000 of them or so, roughly. There's more of them, more or less. Not even there's a whole billionaire class that the Trump class is going to be ignoring. This guy? No, honey, no. No. You're fucked, dude. Your taxes are going up. Price of goods and services going up. Tax breaks for the ultra rich. No tax breaks for you, darling. Yeah, maybe 144,000, whatever it is, right? Whatever that population of super mega elite billionaire oligarchs, that's who they actually care about. 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Yeah, Social Security, gone, man. Social Security, get the fuck out of here. Going right into a hedge fund investment. Well, I didn't vote for that. I voted to drain the swamp. I'm confused now. I'm confused. How come the party I support's going against my self-interest? I said this in the Discord, and I mean it. If they get what they want, if these characters get what they want, they will be joining the left in the streets, marching against this. Not all of them, of course, but mark my words. These ultra MAGAs, right? When they realize what they've done, there will be a certain amount of them, because there are a certain amount of them that actually do appreciate their own liberty, that actually do appreciate democracy and their own, what they believe is democracy, but mainly their own personal freedoms and liberties. That's when we're going to see the Republicans, the ultra MAGAs, change their mind. When they realize, oh, this guy isn't just going after the people that I hate. He's actually going after everyone. He's going after real Americans. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't vote for that. Yes, you did. But that's moot at this point in this hypothetical scenario. Right? Anyway, keep it moving. RNC. Jake Tapper over here making this slightly good point. But look, in the mealy mouth CNN style that they make it, oh, it's kind of bad that the right wing is profiling Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes, an overt white supremacist. That's kind of bad, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe that's bad. Maybe we should talk about it some more. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I got to be careful. My boss says I'm not allowed to have too strong an opinion, and I got to look, quote unquote, presidential when I make my assertions. I don't know how to think. What do you think, Dana? By the way, Jake Tapper, highest paid, highest ratings on CNN. I say this with total conviction. I am so tired of these individuals. CBS, NBC, ABC, get some fresh blood in front of these television screens. I'm begging these institutions. There's like Wolf Blitzer. There's not a single fucking one of them that I can stand to even look at, right? Chuck Todd would have to be the top of that list. Anytime I see Chuck Todd, dude, I instinctively grab for a remote that isn't even in my vicinity, right? Where's the remote? Whoa, we got to turn this off. We got to turn this fucking TV off right now. Oh, that's a cell phone. Where the fuck's my remote? Anyone see Chuck Todd on the TV? We got Chuck Todd on the TV. We got to turn that shit off. I think I'd rather see open eye surgery than Chuck Todd. Anyway.
I just want to interrupt. I just want to interrupt for 1 second because Charlie Kirk is speaking right now. He's the head of a right-wing student group called Turning Points, and I just want to point it out because
right-wing student group. This Turning Point USA is one of the largest conservative groups, recruiting thousands of young fascists every single day into this fucking Fourth Reich. Maybe you should do it. Maybe you should do 45 minutes on it, Jake. TPUSA, how dangerous these people are. I mean, the youth outreach is absolutely ridiculous. Charlie Kirk is over here turning an entire generation against progressivism. Maybe you should talk about it more. I don't know.
Now, he's the head of a right-wing student group called Turning Points. And I just want to point it out because this is something that the Republican Party has an issue with, and they do not reckon with it. The Democratic Party has its own issue, and that is...
both sides. It's both sides. I mean, there's Charlie Kirks on the left. I mean, we have our own issues over here on the left. We got all kinds of Charlie Kirks and Nick Fuentes on the left, right, guys?
Charlie Kirk and Turning Points USA has been accused credibly by other conservatives of having an anti-Semitism problem.
Did the Lincoln Project do a video on Charlie Kirk? Jake Tapper, I really wish you worked for a multi-billion-dollar news organization that employs hundreds of fucking interns that could dig up and, do a 45-minute expose on Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. I know you're just too busy, though, Jake. I know you're just strapped for cash over there at CNN. You poor guy.
Within its ranks, Eric Erickson wrote in a post that Turning Point USA was looking like not just a grifting operation, but an anti-Semitic grifting operation. Ben Domenech, a co-founder of the Federalist.
It's all about the great replacement theory. Fucking Charlie Kirk's probably literally talking about it right now.
If Charlie Kirk remains the head of TPUSA, the right has an anti-Semite problem that will follow them into the coming elections. Now, obviously, there have been a lot of issues with anti-Semitism on the left that we've seen.
Big issues with anti-Semitism on the left. What is he talking about? People protesting for Palestinians. Oh, man, someone make it stop. And let me tell you, compare the two. The blatant anti-Semitism from Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, totally in the same realm of anti-Semitism of the pro-Palestinian marches. Totally Totally. You going to call the BLM's protest riots as well, Jake? What are you trying to get on Fox News, buddy? This is what I'm talking about, how the left are pulled, hook-nosed by the fucking Republicans when it comes to narrative. They're never driving the narrative. They're always tailing it. They're always following what the Republicans are saying.
To the coming elections. Now, obviously, there have been a lot of issues with anti-Semitism on the left that we've seen explode since.
Explode! Oh, total explode! Yeah, no, the peaceful protests of a bunch of fucking students, fucking intense. Oh, no, and then they get out and they do some protesting. Oh, no, explosion. Oh, man, blatant anti-Semitism. Am I doing my job, AIPAC? Am I doing my job? Can I keep my job, please? Please, AIPAC, please, did I displease you? I'm sorry, I didn't mention October 7th. I should have mentioned that.
Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, no, we got there. No, AIPAC's pleased. Cha-ching, there we go.
Semitism on the left that we've seen explode since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. This is the second speaker this evening who has said things that are blatantly anti-Semitic. The lieutenant governor of North Carolina was the first. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Look, if you are a consistent CNN watcher, say you're one of those people like you flip between MSN and MSC and CNN, it is very possible you have no fucking clue what he's talking about. And that seems crazy to people like us. Right, to plugged in political guys, because how can you not know who Charlie Kirk is and TPUSA and how dangerous all this shit is? But no, you know why? CNN doesn't fucking talk about it. They barely talk about it. They barely mention it in between, like I said, just a constant Trump diarrhea, Trump, and now they're on this anti-Biden narrative. But, he has to explain it this way, because if you are just a CNN kind of person, you actually don't know what's going on with this incredibly powerful and fascist and successful right-wing organization. Thank you, love you, baby, for that follow. Wonderful name.
Anti-Semitic. The lieutenant governor of North Carolina was the first. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Marjorie Taylor Greene. There have been three. And this is a problem. In party politics, we're going to do this again if the Democrats put up people like this in August. But this is a problem, and I think that it's beholden on us to call it out and point it out.
Yeah. We're just doing our job. We got to do our job and call it out. But by the way, let's go ahead and ignore this for literally the rest of it, because this is him kind of going off script, right? This isn't part of the script. They probably never went back to this. They probably never had another discussion about Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, because that's how these fuckers operate.
It's anti-Semitism.
Welcome back, David.
And it's more broadly just he swims in oceans of conspiracies.
How would your audience know, Dana? How would your audience know? Do you spend time talking about it? You get the fucking point. We'll move on. You get the fucking point. But I find it ironic, that's all, that these fucking people are talking about this. Like, oh, this is a big problem. Yeah, it's a big problem you don't talk about. And do they, and on to the next level, are they holding the neoliberals to account when they fail to push back against these institutions? Like, how come Dana Bash doesn't ask Hakeem Jeffries, hey, how come the liberals, the neoliberals, they don't have an organization, similar to TPUSA? How come the left has been dropping the ball? How come the liberals have been dropping the ball when it comes to youth outreach? Trying to convince, young people, oh, we got our what is it? The blue pack, Act Blue. We got our packs. They're out there doing their job. No, they're not. Not like TPUSA is. TPUSA is everywhere. Charlie Kirk is a dedicated, dangerous fascist, and he has a plan, and he's executing, and he's successful so far. Is he bankrolled by billionaire oligarchs? Yes, of course. No, if Charlie Kirk had to depend on democracy, if Charlie Kirk had to actually depend on him being popular with the entirety of America, he would fail horribly. Why is anti-fascism bad? Oh, okay. Yeah, why is that? Would have been here earlier, but I took Benadryl for allergies and passed the fuck out. That shit knocks me out too, man. I take a Benadryl, I am out. So this is just another view of that. Did I already play this? No. So this is just another view of the mask is off. It's on the floor. It's gathering dust. Okay. Kick them out. Millions. Because like, what does this mean? What does this policy mean? This literally means government thugs across the nation. This means a hotline. Oh, I think we got illegal immigrants. Oh yeah, I saw some illegal immigrants. I saw a Mexican ordering Taco Bell today at a restaurant. Oh yeah, he didn't look legal at all. He looked super Mexican. He was really, really Mexican. Go after him. That's what it means. It means the whole kit and caboodle, the whole Nazi kit and caboodle, dude. Oh, I saw a Mexican driving a truck today. Oh, he didn't look legal. Oh yeah, here's his license plate. Go get him. Love you, baby. If you're not informed, you found the right place. This is the News Underground, the #1 channel on Twitch dedicated to actual news. This is not a right-wing channel. If you're looking for a right-wing echo chamber, you found the wrong place. This really isn't a left-wing echo chamber, but it just so happens that reality has a left-wing bias. So am I a leftist? Do I agree in leftist politics? Yes, absolutely, because I believe in reality. I believe in objective reality. Anyway, more fascism.
Every single evening this week, the Republican National Convention is printing signs for delegates and attendees to wave. And tonight's sign is very revealing of where the party is right now. It says mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. That is the kind of policy that is alarming, even cruel, even un-American to folks on the left. And that is the intended effect. Someone I spoke to just a moment ago said it's going to make heads explode. And you may wonder, is that where the Republican Party is today?
It's gonna it's gonna really flip out some liberals. Some liberals are really gonna get triggered. Yeah, we're gonna get triggered when the fucking Nazi thugs roll in with the fucking black trucks and start black bagging my fucking neighbors. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get a little triggered. What's my view on illegal immigration? I believe illegal immigrants should be given a true path to citizenship. Don't give me that bullshit about, oh, they're criminals. Oh, they're all criminals and rapists. Don't give me that bullshit. You just got here. I've already gone over it. I'm repeating myself. Immigrants commit less crimes than citizens. Immigrants, our economy is heavily dependent on immigrant labor right now. So this whole idea that you're going to fix anything, with this mass deportation is ridiculous. What would fix this problem is giving these people an actual succinct path to citizenship, turning them into taxpayers. Because let me tell you something. You care about nationalism, you care about patriotism. Talk to an immigrant that came to this country, that came from a worse place, and then made a success of themselves in America because they're hard workers. That's the most patriotic motherfucker on planet Earth, right? That guy's more pro-USA than the hardest of hardcore MAGA. And you want to throw that away, right-wingers? You want to throw that away instead of embracing it? This will not turn out in the direction that you think it will. Somehow you think black bagging and kicking out millions of people is somehow going to make America great. You're beyond delusional. And there's honestly, if that's the argument that you're trying to make, is that yes, this is somehow going to make American life better. You're cruel. You're cruel. You're beyond the pale, man. There's no argument to be made that could convince you, right? Because you've already accepted just total inhumane, fascistic behavior, authoritarian fascistic behavior. Yes, I support my government paying for thugs to go across the nation and black bag and kidnap illegal immigrants, put them in trucks, and then dump them across the fucking border. Yes, of course the asylum system is being abused. That's all the more reason why the neoliberal left needs to come in and lead instead of acquiescing to the right. Because what did Joe Biden do? He gave up. He gave up on any opinion when it came to immigration. He just ceded to the Heritage Fund plan when it came to, okay, fine, here you go. I'll slam dunk on the right wing. I'm going to give the right wing everything they want, and then watch them vote against it. And which, of course, they did. And, of course, to the Democrats, that's a slam dunk. That's a win.
Where's your own policy? Where's the left-wing policy for immigration? Yeah, fix the asylum system. Fix the current system with that. Take down the fucking wall and have a real path to citizenship for these people so that they can become, like I said, patriotic, tax-paying citizens instead of treating them like others, you know, who you know, once we get rid of, it's magically going to make this fucking woman's life better. But no, that we don't have leadership from the left. We don't have leadership from Joe Biden. Like I said, the entire DNC neoliberal left has basically ceded the entire immigration argument to the right, and it still wasn't good enough for them, and they didn't have any alternative. Because it's like, okay, you want to power play them? Okay, you want to put up their plan on a platter and say, okay, go for it, and watch them vote against it? That's fine. Go ahead and do that. But then you go, okay, look, they voted against their own shit. Okay, here's the super left-wing version. Right? Oh, we tried to be conciliatory. Now we're going full progressive. Here's a 5-year plan for citizenship for every illegal immigrant in the country. Here's the 5-year plan to make every illegal immigrant in the country a tax-paying citizen, says Joe Biden. That's a real power play. That's real leadership. But no, just cede it to the right, then fail, and then give up and never talk about it again. That's the DNC neoliberal way. And it's brought us to full-blown fascism. Because it's Joe Biden at the gate. He's the guardian. Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, the neoliberals, they're the ones guarding the gate from fascism. And my God, are they failing? My God. Look at what is happening in America.
Today, I did a little digging. I can tell you from my reporting during the primary season talking to voters, the answer is absolutely yes. And the answer from pollsters is absolutely yes. 3 out of 4 Republicans want immigration to decline in America, and they believe that immigration brings in drugs, brings in crime, and makes the economy worse.
Statistically, objectively, not fucking true. Not fucking true. Makes the economy worse? Not true. Brings in drugs? They're bringing in less drugs than your average frat boy from, coming over from Mexico. What was the first one?
4 Republicans want immigration to decline in America, and they believe that immigration brings in drugs.
Yeah, brings in drugs. Not fucking true.
Brings in.
Is there drug smuggling happening? Absolutely. Are illegal immigrants, are the mothers with 5 children that are trying to cross the border got a backpack of heroin? No.
In crime and makes the economy.
Crime. And of course, we've talked about the stats on crime. Illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than the people that are born in these cities and states.
Economy worse,
and make the economy worse. Objectively not true.
Quote, reduces social and moral values.
Social and moral values, right? The great replacement theory. How can dirty brown people be as nice and civilized as these angelic and perfect white people? Oh, they're so perfect and pure. No dirty Mexican immigrant could compare. No way would they pick strawberries and do dishes. It's impossible. They're inferior. They're inferior. They can't mix. They're incompatible cultures, as we've heard in the past by a very respected person in the chat. But of course, we were talking about Palestinians, who are, of course, uniquely anti-human. I mean, Mexican people are human. Palestinians, I don't know, man. I don't know, dog. Anyway, we'll get back to that one.
On top of that, a full 80% of Republicans, according to CBS News' own polling, agree with Donald Trump when he says that illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of the country, one of his most explosive phrases. When you think about the
poisoning the blood of the country. Poisoning the blood of the country. I'm not covering Yemen today. We're going to be covering Yemen tomorrow. All the Gaza, Ukraine, Israel stuff that's happening tomorrow. It's all Republicans, the United States today, baby. Woo! I love America. I love America. Love America. Love. Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam.
The journey that the Republican Party has taken from the party of George W. Bush and his efforts to reform.
But no, poisoning the blood. Poisoning the blood? Disgusting.
Immigration in this country. Some of his primetime addresses about America's history as a country of immigrants to where we are now, it is quite a journey and something we'll be chewing over.
So, you know, Healy, I've entertained you long enough. We get the point. There's nothing I could say. There's all the points that you just ignore all the points, right? And now you're unpatriotic if you don't agree with Donald Trump, right? So look, we've entertained you long enough. I've tried to make the points that I've tried to make. You're not interested in having a real debate. You're interested in stirring the pot and defending your side and being a partisan. You're not welcome here. Goodbye. Because the fact that you would even ask that, it says everything about you. Because I am doing this exclusively for America. I held a funeral for America when the Supreme Court declared that presidents are kings. I love America. I love constitutional democracy. I love American-style free speech. I love the Bill of Rights. That's why I'm doing this, because this party is destroying those. And they, oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. They'll say it. They'll say it until literally the cop is knocking on their door or their taxes shoot up. Wait a minute. I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for that. But that dissent is patriotic. Here's an example. Here's an example. Here's an example of how an American deals with immigration. And I'm sorry to those that have been to this stream many times before, have seen me do this, but this is what real Americans think of immigration. This is the poem at the base at the Statue of Liberty. Republicans completely disagree with this now. They would say a real American disagrees with this. If you love America, you would disagree with the poem on the base of the Statue of Liberty. Listen
like
to
the
this.
brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that Twin Cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips.
Keep that shit. Keep your monarchies.
Give me your tired, your poor.
That's right.
Your huddled masses yearning to breathe free.
This is the America that is great.
The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my light beside the golden door.
Lift my light beside the golden
Emma
door.
Lazarus.
That's what real Americans... Whoops, wrong fucking button. That's what real Americans believe in. Not this MAGA nationalism. If you're against party, party over country. This is what real Americans believe in. And what do we need to even bring up the Irish? How the Irish were treated? How ridiculous that was? How it was, clear analogs to today, where just the difference being what? Thank you, Davey, for that example. Like I said, just more examples. Thank you, Woke Patriot. I believe this is Woke Patriot's link in the Discord. Thank you, Woke Patriot. But thank you for this link. Just more examples. This was part of the Republicans trying to soften the message. I guess there was some. They thought maybe this is an opportunity to talk about unity after Trump's assassination attempt. So they had this woman do a prayer. I think a Hindu prayer or a Sikh prayer. Just trying to be inclusive Nothing wrong with it. Well, of course, the hyper Christian, hyper nationalist racists like Nick Fuentes and his groypers have a big fucking problem with it. This is blasphemy. This is total blasphemy. Oh, fuck off. What a joke. Just literally got in front of the mic and did a prayer for like, what, 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Oh, the blasphemy. That, you know, I'm not going to dwell into it because it, you know, how many more examples do we need? But this woman should have known better. You know, I mean, anybody who's a person of color and who's a person of conscience and who's a person of color should stop associating themselves with this party. Stop letting this party use you as a tool and manipulate you. Yeah, love you, baby. I mean, the UK democracy, I'm not sure if that's where you said EU, but in the UK, the democracy has proven to be much stronger. You know, and the example that I like to point out is that the Tories have lost big time, and they're not trying to dismantle democracy. They've accepted those results, and they're now trying to rebuild, what happened to them instead of trying to attack democracy. This tweet I thought was kind of funny. A conservative shot at a conservative and has sent every liberal on a global apology tour. Right? It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's so true, right? It's so head shaking. You know, Joe Biden. Oh, okay, I'm going to stop running ads and I'm going to stop politicking. Oh, it's okay. I mean, Trump is literally golfing the next day. I just thought this was a funny tweet. That's all. I don't have time to talk about this asshole. Suffice it to say, I'm disappointed in this leader of the Teamsters doing a speech at the RNC. Yeah, Trump didn't even call the wife of the guy that was killed. I have a small analysis video, I think from you, Davey. No, I got a different one. You posted a different analysis video, but I have an analysis video I want to show people. But suffice it to say, I'm very disappointed in this Teamster doing a speech at the RNC. I will say the speech, though, was kind of interesting because his speech was... It's interesting what Republicans will clap for because his speech was filled with a bunch of things that the Republican Party vehemently disagree with, would never do in a million years. And they're clapping away. Oh, yeah, we hate corporatism. Yeah, we hate it when the big guy fucks over the little guy. Like, that's literally your party. So that was interesting. Yeah, no, and then of course, after this speech to the RNC where he gives credit to Trump and calls him a tough SOB.
At the RNC convention.
And Joe Biden, as you all know,
tells
has a
Dana Bash
long record of being one of the most pro-union politicians in America. The first president to walk a picket line with striking workers. You were there when he announced a $36 billion rescue plan for pensions for 350,000 Teamsters. And yet, you are the first major union or the last major union to endorse, and you haven't endorsed him. Why is he not automatically your pick?
Well, because, look, I mean, he is definitely the most pro-labor president we've ever had and we've ever seen, and you're correct.
Definitely the most pro. This guy is the leader of a massive labor union, the Teamsters, one of the biggest. The president of the Teamsters union, after slobbing off Trump, not really slobbing him, but, like I said, calling him a tough guy, making it, trying to normalize this a little bit. And then he has the fucking nutsack to get up there and say this shit.
He is definitely the most pro-labor president we've ever had and we've ever seen. And you're correct. He did fix pensions nationwide, not just the Teamsters, with $100 billion. So he has done a lot of work on behalf of the Teamsters Union, and we're very proud of the work that he did.
He just said that Biden is the most...
Okay, he cuts out. All right. You get the point. It's disappointing. It's because it was, but like I said, I wish I had more time to show you clips. I'll show you one clip from the speech, just out of fairness. But it's a very progressive speech, surprisingly progressive. The people are 90% of the speech is shit that the Republican Party not only are not going to do, but are aggressively and happily campaigning against. And the entire Republican audience, yeah, hell yeah, bye, woo! You would think you were at a fucking Democratic Socialist group meetup, right?
With organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. In my administration.
So oh yeah, there's a good portion of this party doesn't stand for unions. This has to change. It ain't changing.
The Teamsters reach out to 8.
Is that what this is, shit poster? Thank you for sticking around, by the way. Is that what this is? This is a big psyop?
Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them.
Josh Hawley. Over here, giving praise to Josh Hawley. Last time I checked, Josh Hawley raised his fist at the January 6th insurrectionists, encouraging their seditious activity. And his behavior has become normalized to such an extent he can be praised by a so-called left-wing liberal organization, one of the largest unions in America, praising Josh Hawley. Stop the Steal, organized January 6th, you could say he participated in it, ran like a scared bitch when the people he was raising the fist at busted the window and doors to get into the place. Thank you for pointing that out, Lenny. And just casually gets a little tap on the butt by the president of the Teamsters Union. Where is the fucking shame?
Reach out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking.
Twice. Giving him credit twice.
Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters
3 times to an unapologetic traitor who planned and committed sedition. 3 big shouts to my boy Josh.
Picking line in St. Louis and a UAW picking line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talk.
He was relentless and pointed when he was attacking our fucking country, when he was destroying the peaceful transition of power. He was ruthless. This man needs to be removed from his position immediately. Like I said, a big chunk of the speech was a bunch of progressive stuff, but this should disqualify you from any support. Joe Biden should say, I support the Teamsters. I do not support this man. But is he going to? No, because he's a coward.
Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists.
So he's giving credit to Josh Hawley for the theatrics that he performs every week, bringing in CEOs, of liberal organizations, so-called, right, and doing these theatrics. Oh, how come you support communism? Kind of questions. He's giving him a big tap on the back for his fucking theatrics. I mean, this is pathetic.
The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks.
No. Maybe you're talking to some Republicans right now, but let me tell you what the fuck happens when the election is over, buddy. How many phone calls you're going to get once they no longer need the Teamsters votes. Oh, they're on our side. Oh, they're coming to the table. They're talking. Sir, you are either like a legitimate naive simpleton, or you're a useful idiot. You are actively you think Trump is going to win. You think Trump is going to go after the unions when he wins, and you want to be in a favorable position under Trump when he starts dismantling the unions completely. You think the Republicans are gonna win, and that's what this is. This is a power play, and it might work. Trump is an emperor. right? I remember when you paid fealty to me at the RNC, when you licked my boots. I remember. You can be the czar of unions, and you can be responsible for dismantling unions. Reform, you'll call it reform. But you can be the union czar. I was pleased with your speech. It could actually work. This is a fucking power play. He's getting in front of that. He thinks Trump's going to win, and he wants to play favorites. My God, praising Josh Hawley. Wow. Another example of right-wing, unhinged right-wing fascism. Don't believe me? Well, let's hear what the right wing has to say.
Bottom line to every single thing that's going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
What does that mean? Jesus Christ. I don't know. They don't know. They don't know what's going on. They don't know. But no, what does that even mean, right? It's just an extension of the threat, right? If we don't get what we want, there's going to be civil war, right? So when your average Republican looks like this guy, how worried do we have to actually be when they get fed up? They strap on as much of their arsenal as they can carry, and then they try to like kill their liberal neighbors. He gets halfway to the neighbor's house. He's got to he's leaning up against the fence. He's got like a big ass machine gun, a bandolier. Hold on, we're gonna start the race war here in a second. Here, hold on. Oh, jeez. These machine guns are heavy. Whew. Right. So we got to worry about Meal Team 6 over here. Are they dangerous? Yes. My worry, it's not about, I'm not worried if Joe Biden wins and then, these guys, because there will be some violence. There will be lunatics that kill some people. There'll be isolated pockets of violence. That's probably going to happen if Joe Biden wins. Is that going to start a civil war? No. These people are not nearly that organized. They're apathetic. They're cowardly at heart. Your average conservative Republican. They're not going to risk their life for anything. They're not dying. They're not going to die over anything. There's some that are ride or die. There's some that really believe it. Grand majority aren't willing to die for this shit. What I am worried about is if Donald Trump wins and he deputizes Meal Team 6. Like I said, like I was talking before with immigration, right? He goes, he goes to these guys. He says, look, if you're going to defend your country, if you find an immigrant, it's kind of an example. The people that they deputized on the border, right? What do they call them? Patriots or something like that, right? But they deputized citizens to do border enforcement, right? But of course, they took it as an opportunity to kill brown people. So that's what we're going to see. Minutemen, yes, thank you, the Minutemen on the border there, right? So so we're going to see that style of deputization. Trump's going to say, if you're a real American, you're going to call out anybody that's being anti-American. We need your help. We need the help of real Americans. Right? There's going to be a hotline. I have examples here. Here I have examples. Hold on. There's going to be a hotline. 1 second. Let me find it here. Yeah. So we already see an example. We're already seeing examples of what we are going to see if Trump becomes president, and how he is going to deputize real Americans to start attacking their fellow man. Their fellow countrymen, I mean. So we're already seeing it right now. MAGA begins hunting people who made Trump assassination jokes. So what's happening all over social media right now is that regular people, regular schmucks, working at Home Depot, working at, regular retail jobs, dare have a political opinion and dare to make a joke about this clown getting shot at by other Republicans,
right? You know, oh, you shouldn't have missed, et cetera, et cetera. So these fascists are doxing them, and Twitter sees all of this. They see all of it. They see all these guys in the comment section literally sharing personal information. Lets it happen. So right-wingers are going all over social media where the right wing is acquiescing to their behavior, doxing these people. Oh, what's the address? What's the address? Where do they work? Call up their place of work, and getting people fired. So here's, if you want to read the article, it's right here. Long-winded, good article. Explains high detail. I'm just trying to speak in generalities. Libs of TikTok doing this, right? So here's an example. Hey, everyone, here's this person's name. Here's where they work. Go after them. Get them fired. Get them fired. Right? Literally cancel culture, but that's okay. They don't, you know. What is the point of talking about hypocrisy when we're dealing with such a shameless entity? It's like pointing out, oh, that pig is filthy. That pig in that pig pen, that pig is covered in pig shit. That pig is filthy. Yes, we get it. You know what I mean? They're hypocrites. They're shameless. What we need to talk about, how do we destroy them? How do we defeat them? How do we get in front of them? How do we drive the narrative? Don't just rest on pointing out their hypocrisies. Well, you know, once I point out this hypocrisy, that's over for this party. Got him. Slam dunk. Game day bucket go boom. No. But here they are, in plain view of Twitter, in plain view of Elon Musk, literally doxing people. Here's where they work. Go harass them. Harass their bosses. Yeah, you're tubing. I do find that interesting. And once again, pointing out Hulk Hogan is racist. How much does that move the needle? Did you know he was a racist? Yeah, we know. They don't care. But this, going back to where I was starting, this is a example of what we will see normalized and become legal. Like I said, libs of TikTok will be deputized by the U.S. government to continue this work. Right out of 1984, right out of Soviet Russia, right? You know, telling on your neighbors, oh, you know, getting the Stasi to go after this person. Oh, look at this person's against Stalin, yada, yada, yada. Same stuff. I guarantee you there's going to be a hotline. I guarantee you. Anti-terrorism, anti-crime, protect the kids. No, it's a snitch hotline for you to get Mexican people and liberals harassed. Oh, this person's anti-Trump. My neighbor said some anti-Trump stuff at a party. He might be a traitor to the country. Better go investigate. Next day, cops knocking on their door. We heard reports you're anti-American. Is that true? No. You have any pictures of Trump in your house? No. How come you don't have any pictures of Trump in your house? I thought, most real Americans have pictures of Trump in their house. Do you have an American flag in your front yard? No. Most Americans have an American flag in their front yard. I'm just saying, there's a lot of things here that's not adding up correctly. We're in the process of checking your citizenship. Are you sure you're an American citizen? Yes. Oh, it's all fantasy, right? I'm just making shit up, right? Just pulling shit out of my ass. Okay. Well, we're 50-50. We're right on the cusp of seeing if I'm right or wrong. Let's have fun and find out. Let's not try to fix this problem before it gets out of hand, right? Let's let it get completely fucking out of hand and then get in the streets and hope we can somehow get our democracy back, right? Roll the dice. Roll them, baby. Roll them bones. It's only a 200-plus year democratic experiment right down the fucking tube, right down the fucking shitter. I wanted to show this because I think this is very important. Lefties need to get inspired, and the right needs to understand this is your future for the next 4 years or however long you want to keep this dictatorship going. We got the Heritage Fund over here talking about, this second American Revolution will go by just fine as long as the left doesn't resist. Don't count on it. Because this is if Trump wins, this is the next phase
of political activism. Stuff like this right here. Uncontrollable rage.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck you and Trump. Fuck you and Trump. Fuck you and Trump. Get the fuck out of my city, you white ass. Prison, motherfucker. Get the fuck away. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know drugs, bitch. I look like I'm on drugs.
Do I look like I'm on drugs? But no, this Republicans need to get used to it, right? Oh, so much for the tolerant left. So much for the tolerant left. I'm only dismantling democracy and implementing a 900-page fascist plan to destroy the federal government. Oh, gonna get angry, huh? No, I mean, you start doing that, you put an authoritarian dictator in charge, and you start implementing Project 2025, the time for talking is over. The time for discussion is over with. And if you think that the left is not going to come to that realization, oh boy. Oh boy. Because look, I have a lot of shit to talk about when it comes to the left and organization, but when the left have something to focus on, right? Remember this during the Bush administration, during the Bush era? Maybe some of you, old timers in there in the chat will remember that. But when the left have a focal point, that's when the real energy starts happening. Surprised nobody was shot in 2024. Well, there's plenty of people shot in 2024. Mass shootings every week. But the right should get used to this. Fuck you and Trump. Oh, because like this, oh, you're trying to be a tolerant. You're not being a, look at him finger pointing. You're not being a tolerable. You're not being tolerant liberal. You're not being a tolerant liberal. Fuck you. That's what the right needs to expect. Oh, yeah, tolerant left won't even let us destroy the country. Oh, no, now you got a problem with it. Yeah, you fucking right we do. And let me tell you something. You think the left doesn't shoot back? You think the left doesn't have guns? We're just going to every left protest, we're going to come armed with our Patriot boys. We're going to come armed and intimidate you. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts when the Black Panthers start showing up. Kitted to the fucking ceiling. Oh, I want gun rights, but not for those people. Got a message here from your boy Trump. Take it away, Trumpy.
You can take my ears, but you cannot take my liberty. They want to cut off my ears like the Taliban, but what they don't know is my ears can grow back like SpongeBob through budding, by the way. Hit me with your best shot, why don't you? Because if that's the best you got, you're a loser. You're such a loser, you missed so bigly, by the way. You had a big opportunity. You could have made my head blow up on TV, but you didn't do that, did you? Now my ear is going to grow back bigger and better. It will have better hearing. I will hear like an owl.
Take that, liberals. Take that. Now he's got owl hearing. It's on the wrong side, too. It's on the wrong side. Is that like a nipple protector for like when you have a baby? I don't even know what that is. No, this guy's really funny. I don't know his name, but if you see him on social media, like and subscribe. Very funny fellow. Good impression. So this was interesting. This was posted by Davey in the Discord. I found this to be very interesting that Trump seems fully aware of if you don't know who Bukele is. So El Salvador put Bukele in charge, and he's become kind of a right-wing darling because he's used an authoritarian police state to destroy MS-13 and on the incredibly dangerous gangs in El Salvador. And he has there's no indication that he's ever going to lift this police state. It seems it's an indefinite police state, never going to change. Of course, it was all temporary to get rid of the gangs. The gangs have been taken care of quite miraculously for the most part. But the police state continues to go, totally uncontrolled. The dragnet continues on. hundreds of innocent people caught up, thrown in jail with, the key thrown away, no due course, nothing. Just you were the girlfriend of a gang member, throw away in jail, you're gone, in a dungeon, your parents don't even know if you're alive. So that's Bukele, if you don't know what's going on. He's a right-wing darling right now. Of course, Charlie Kirk thinks he's the greatest guy in the world. The right wing just absolutely loves him because he's the good authoritarian. Authoritarianism works. It works really well. So it's interesting to hear Trump's statements on Bukele here. I know I'm not saying that correctly, because he seems to want to have his cake and eat it too, where he seems to want to praise the police state and authoritarianism. And actually, at the end of the video, catch at the end of the video, it's 60 seconds here, but catch at the end of the video where he says he would double down, he would triple down on what El Salvador did. So he wants to praise that, and he actually wants to double down on that, but he also still wants to cling to this line about El Salvador sending its criminals into our country. So I found this kind of interesting.
Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country.
So, I mean, not that it really needs to be pointed out, of course, at this time, because it's the easiest thing in the world. But I would like to point out that it's actually crime is at a historic lows right now, but that doesn't really matter, right? But anyway.
A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States.
Is there any evidence whatsoever of this? I mean, anything, even a shred, anything, tangential, anything. Sending all of his criminals? No, he's not. He's building massive fucking gulags and throwing thousands of people into them indefinitely without due trial, without course, without trial of your peers, none of that. He's throwing them. He's building massive gulags, historically large gulags, and throwing them in there. He's not. What is he talking about? Shipping a bunch of criminals over here? Wouldn't that be wild? Bukele just sends, like what? Like a container ship? Tens of thousands of fucking hardcore MS-13 gang members just pouring off the boat. That shit would be hilarious, dog. Air just dropping out of parachutes. It's fucking full blown, head to toe tattoos, MS-13 across their face. Just a bunch of them all over the place. Joe Biden just being like, "That's okay. That's cool. Yeah, I like MS-13. I'm down. I'm Chicano." Is there any evidence whatsoever? Like, was there a boat that was filled with MS-13 gang members in the last 10 years or something? Like, what could he possibly be talking about?
And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
Did you hear that? And he said worse, too. So not only is he like doubling down, like, yes, police state, authoritarian dragnet is the answer. I would go even harder. I would have emptied out the country. I don't even know, empty out of what, everyone? But then he says, I would have been even worse, meaning that he's fully aware that his mass deportation policies would cause unbelievable suffering, that people would hate his ass by the millions, tens of millions of people would despise him. He understands that it's against human rights. Why else would you describe it as horrible? It's like bad.
Would be worse than any of them.
I'd be worse than any of them. Why would you describe it that way if you weren't aware of the ramifications of your actions?
I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
Totally emptied out already. Bro, what the fuck? Like, final solution? Like, what, dude?
Emptied out of who? Oh, all the criminals. All the criminals. What's a criminal? Anybody that disagrees with me. Criminal. Oh, okay. That's beyond frightening. We've actually did that to other countries. Yes. The United States, all kinds of meddling, indeed. So this Rolling Stone article, I don't have time to read it, but it was interesting because this was put out, I think, like on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, July 14th. So Sunday, actually. But this was like every other, like New York Times doesn't like Bukele because he has started to focus on the business class corruption. Oh, you know, that's interesting. Stickers for cookers. That's interesting that you said that because, well, I mean, yeah. So the last time I reported on El Salvador, he did this amazing meeting with his entire cabinet and basically said, anybody who's busted of corruption, I'm going after them. Has he actually followed through on that promise, though? Has he actually gone after his own politicians for their corruption? Because that was really an amazing moment where they're all sitting around like, what? Is he going to arrest me right now? It was like, you know, very Stalin-esque. Didn't Stalin do it? Or was that no? And it was Saddam Hussein. Remember when Saddam Hussein made an announcement, started arresting people in the audience right there after the speech? But anyway, so this was put out in a media climate where the New York Times and the AP and any print media was 24/7 talking about the Biden. You know, Biden stepping down. His speech was terrible. Biden's bad. Biden. What wasn't being talked about? Robespierre tried it too. Maximilian. But what the media wasn't talking about was how, you know, Trump's allies were trying to bully Democrats across social media on, you know, all the cable news channels to, you know, we can't talk about that. We can't politicize that. It's about unity. It's about unity. So to be expected, right? To be expected, the usual shit. But it's nice that the Rolling Stone here decided to actually put out an article about it. So if you want to read it, it's right here. It's the archive link, so you don't have to pay. So you got your boy Love and Marriage, your homie Al Bundy over here. I thought he had some really poignant words here. You know, he's definitely on the left here. I don't know how much on the left, but I've heard him, you know, say other things that are common sense in the past. So hopefully that's the case moving forward. He's not some kind of, you know, secret right winger that I don't know about. But anyway, he points out this interesting little tidbit about, you know, he went to a golf course owned by Trump, and these were his observations. And I totally agree with what he's saying here, especially his conclusion about the little details that you should be looking at and how important they are. So this is just 60 seconds. Let's it's some interview, some celebrity interview with somebody, I don't even know who, but it's your boy Al Bundy. I'm secretly a right winger. No, the fuck you. You're so empathetic it hurts, Kim Goblin. I can't even make fun of a guy's hairstyle without you coming in and backing him up. I'm a right winger. No, you're not. You're too nice. All right. Anyway, let's get the quote here.
On the 15th hole of one of his golf courses, I don't know the name of it, on the Potomac River, right? He's got a plaque that he's quoted on the plaque as saying this is where the Blood River battle took place. And I'm proud to honor both North and South soldiers who fought here on this historic spot, where so many lost their lives that this Potomac River became red with blood, and signed it, Donald John Trump.
So just to recap, Donald Trump made some shit up, put that shit on a plaque, made some shit up about dead veterans, and, you know, his golf course being, you know, this is a historic location where dead veterans died, you know, during World War I to the Civil War, you know, Civil War probably, right? Made some shit up, put that shit on a plaque, and signed his fucking name on it. That's who we're dealing with here.
Trump. Only one problem. There was never any such battle. He made it up. Now, David, what kind of a man would do that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the smallest things that tip you off.
He's so correct here.
As to this guy is nuts.
And he's being very friendly with nuts. This guy is dangerous. This guy is dangerous. Delusional. He, you know, perfectly, it does not matter what is and isn't real. What matters is that you are bending to his will. I so agree with this, right? It's the little things that tip you off, right? Because if he's going to lie about this, my God, what won't he lie about? It's like stolen valor, you know, to the extreme. Oh, my golf course is a famous battle, blood river. So many patriots died. The river was blood. Total fabrication. I put it on a plaque. You know, it's close enough to reality. It could have happened. Back when Genghis Khan was in charge of Washington. So, I did some research, and I found this really, really interesting camera angle of the Trump assassination. So check this out. This will blow your mind. No one's seen this camera angle. Check this out.
I want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oh, Jesus. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow, look at that. Wow. Defiant Trump. Defiant to the end. Historic day. Absolutely adorable. Thank you so much to those children from Africa over there pulling big numbers on TikTok. Hopefully that made a couple million for them. You know, and I hope they're making some money. I hope this got 6 bazillion views, and I hope they got a pretty penny from it because it's really clever. It's really cute. It's also macabre, if I'm saying that correctly. It's very frightening. Sign of the times. It's also adorable. But we can't forget that these are a bunch of toddlers reenacting an attempted presidential assassination. And you're not making money on TikTok? Then what the fuck is the point? Why am I putting my shit on TikTok? What do you mean you don't get paid? What? You're telling me you can make something that like 10 million people view and you don't get a penny off that shit? Is that really how it works? Holy shit. Wow. No way. Anyway, that was adorable. Thank you to the children here from Kenya, looks like. I think maybe Ghana, Kenya. I don't know. This guy's making a bunch of puns. I can't really tell. Children from Africa. May you receive money for your comedic efforts. I'm not sure. Please give yourself credit in the chat if you posted this in the Discord. I believe someone posted this in the Discord. Maybe Strategy member, maybe. But a little bit of detail here about the assassination that I found kind of interesting. So you know the shed, fellow Earthlings. Yeah. So you know the shed that the assassin was climbed up and was shooting from. There were cops inside, dog. Which is some are speculating that maybe this is why the Secret Service didn't react right away because they thought maybe it was a cop up there. Might have been you. You get credit. Thank you, Strategy member, for putting this link. You absolutely 100% put this link in the Discord. Thank you so much for doing that. But no, there was cops in the fucking building that he was on top of trying to assassinate the president on top of. Wow, dude. Small world, isn't it? Small world. But police were stationed in the building Trump gunman shot from. You just can't make this shit up. You really can't. If you want to read the article, it's right here. Check it out. Link in the chat. Booyah. Boosh. So I don't know if I've showed you this or not. G. That is a letter in the alphabet. I can confirm this. So I don't know if I've shown this the last stream or not, but I'm going to show it again here just to give you an idea of just... I mean, the the fact that Donald Trump is a sack of potatoes and is constantly shifting his weight, he's constantly leaning on things and moving in weird ways, just think of like a cloth sack filled with, cooked mashed potatoes, right? Just how it would have to like lean and flop against each other. So it saved his life. So look at this. Dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead, right? Looks over for a second. He's trying to make a point, kind of does a weird, doesn't look over like a normal human would look over, right? Doesn't kind of do like one of these. He's like leaning on the podium, and he flops over, and that saved his life. Zoom right there. According to this, there was 2 bullets. I'm not sure if that second bullet or the third bullet was anywhere close. I'm not sure of that. But just fascinating just to see the angle and how things could have gone differently. Interesting. And once again, not that it needs to be said, but let me reiterate, I don't agree with political assassinations as a tool to create change. I acknowledge that sometimes political assassinations have led to changes in politics that some would define as, good, better, French Revolution. There's some examples. Generally, 95% of the time, violence is counterproductive to the liberal cause, to the left-wing cause of creating political change. And I think this assassination attempt is a great example. Even though the assassin was a right-wing Republican, this assassination is a great example of how it doesn't, it can easily backfire, right? This even though this wasn't a liberal Democrat committing this crime, it has still backfired against the left, still effectively being used as a tool against the left. Yeah, strategy member, you might be onto something. If they kill Trump, there will be another worse and more savvy Trump to follow. I don't know about that, Jacobs. Because I do agree that Project 2025, the Republican fascist agenda, will try to continue without Trump, whatever happens to Trump, he dies of old age or whatever. So I do agree with that. But I disagree that the Republican Party is going to find success with a more competent Trump. Because without a grand majority of non-political, apolitical right-wingers that are part of this movement are in it for Trump. They're not fans of the Republican Party. They're not fans of the cadre of Republicans that they see on their TV screens. Right? Maybe their local guy, but grand majority, Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Matt Gaetz. Your average Trump fan is tolerates those people, but they're not. Oh, you tuning into the latest Ted Cruz speech? Oh, going to the Ted Cruz? You're going to Ted Cruz speech? No, it's Trump. Oh, it's Trump. Oh, Trump's great. Trump's the Messiah. Trump's great. What happens when this charismatic cult of personality is gone? My worry is that Trump is going to get in charge, destroy democracy, destroy, our system of elections, basically create this opening for a less charismatic, more, intelligent, one would say, more technocratic fascist, right? Like a Ron DeSantis. So it doesn't matter, because I've talked about this before. Once the Republican Party gets in charge, they actually no longer need the ultra MAGAs. They know because they're going to destroy democracy. They're going to destroy elections. So they actually no longer need their most ardent fans, and they will be abandoned. Okay, they will be dropped like a hot fucking turd. The moment they're inconvenient and they start disagreeing or they start talking up, the moment they stop being useful, goodbye. Trump doesn't need them. I'm talking about the religious right? The evangelicals. If Trump's like, it would just be easier to, to do abortion this way.
he's just going to do what he wants. He doesn't need and it's like he doesn't need their votes anymore. It will be a disaster this time. Sure. Right wing's taking over. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. There's one other camera angle. I think this one was from Woke Patriot, but thank you, Woke Patriot. You know, gotta love social media. There's so many different camera angles. Well, this person had some kind of anime filter while they were observing the speech. So let's go ahead and take a look. Wow, amazing stuff. I love him doing the jack off dance as like his special power. That jack off dance that he does. Good stuff. So I'm seeing a lot of, glass half full people. Let's just say that. I'm not gonna call them apologists or, delusional, because it's mainly just a lot of people trying to find a silver lining in this situation. But I thought I would point it out as well that after Trump's, because I was saying when we were, and I need to correct myself because Kem Goblin was correct here, but when I was reporting on the assassination, I was like, dude, this is it. Like Trump's poll numbers are going to blow up. He's the Messiah. In fact, what I saw in Joe shows that Trump is planning to do is only very anti-democratic. It's the definition of it's the definition of authoritarian fascism. Project 2025. It doesn't get any clearer than that. Replace the federal government with czars that act on the whim of the dictator. That's the plan. But anyway, like I said, I was, when I was reporting on the assassination attempt, I was like, damn, this looks really, really good for Trump. It seemed almost impossible. And I was kind of repeating what a lot of pundits were saying, but it seemed almost impossible that Trump wasn't going to benefit from this. But we saw that CBS poll earlier. We talked about that, where he's like 3 or 4 points ahead. But it really hasn't changed much and for a lot of polls. It's basically still 50-50 margin of error. Couple points for Biden on some polls. Couple points for Trump ahead on some polls. Some polls are even. Does it matter? Does it matter if Trump wins? Yes, it in fact does matter. So you're really the lazy both sides, just give up lefties narrative? Really? That's what we're going to do in this chat? I don't think so. Because, yeah, of course I disagree with Joe Biden, but this whole, it's a total canard. It's a complete political hit job. It's a fucking attempt to install apathy in the body politic to make this both sides accusation. Well, you should probably just give up and disconnect from all this because Joe Biden's really no better than Trump. I mean, what's the big deal? What's 4 more years of overt fascism? It's not like they're promising to destroy our election so that there will be forever Republicans in charge. It's not that bad. You should probably just give up, right? I mean, politics sucks. It actually does matter. They're not the same. Moving on. All right, it's JD Vance time. Yeah, boy. Let's talk about your boy. JD Vance. Let's talk about your boy. Pee in his pants. Let's talk about your boy. JD Vance. He's got pee in his pants. Woo! This is why you come here, right? This is the entertainment you crave. Clip that shit. Will even more trickle down? Oh, it's trickling down his pants right now. Thick and swollen. Why are you ignoring Project 2025's and the Republicans' basically overt promise that they are going to change elections moving forward, making it impossible for Democrats to ever get back into power? Why are you assuming that the fascistic Republicans are going to allow themselves to be voted out? What about you? What about? I mean, haven't you observed the objective reality? What they're promising, what they're putting on the table? Why are you assuming the Democrats are going to get another 4 years? Oh yeah, no, it's going to be just like Trump's first term. You do realize in Trump's first term, he tried to forcibly change the results of the peaceable elections, right? January 6th. Oh, wasn't that bad. Come on. Joe Biden would have tried it too. Come on, guys. Just give up. Just give up. Who's that, Summit? Is that Summit? Kanye West? What is that face? And state legislators will be deciding who wins. Exactly, Esper. And we've gone into it. Look, they got in Texas they got new laws, in Kentucky they got new laws, in Arizona they got new laws, where basically if they don't like the results of the election, it goes back into they verify and check the results, and then it goes to like a group of 12 Republicans who get to decide what the election is. Depends on what state, depends on what it is. Oh, it's not going to be that bad. It's just going to be 4 years of brutal, overt fascism. But at the end of that 4 years, the democracy will still allow a peaceful transition of power. Thick and swollen. Could you please acknowledge who is responsible for the current activist, the current extreme activism of the Supreme Court? Who is responsible for that extreme activism? Would you please point that out, Mr. Penis Allegory? Is that right? Oh, I'm not using that word right. Hold on. I'm not even spelling it correctly. It's 2 L's. No, I didn't say that correctly. Yeah, see, I gotta check myself. I gotta check myself. I'm gonna wreck myself, boy. But no, Mr. Thick and Swollen, Mr. Big Fat Thick Penis. Could you maybe explain to me why the Supreme Court is a fucking disaster? Is it because of the 3 liberal justices? Is that it? Gotta get rid of those 3 liberals? Then the court will be pure. All right, so I need to apologize in advance. You see what's happening on screen. I know. I'm sorry. We're going to watch Rachel Maddow. I know. I'm sorry. I know. You're correct. Whatever you're going to say about Rachel Maddow, you're correct. Here's the thing. Rachel Maddow is, a mega celebrity on MSNBC, and she is given a team that does research for her, a bunch of $10 an hour student college fresh out of college interns that actually do a really good job of researching and collecting information, collating that information. So this video, as much as it's totally overbearing and it's Rachel fucking Maddow, it's actually a really, really good recap of who JD Vance is, who he's connected to, where his influences come from, where he started and where he is now, his connections with Peter Thiel. It's the whole thing. So you could either hear me kind of lazily try to recap everything with my fucking foggy memory, or you could have this multi-million-dollar media organization that hired a bunch of college interns to do the research and present it in a really nice multi-million-dollar package. So that's what we're doing here. Once again, I apologize for showing you Rachel Maddow. Feel free to make fun of me in the chat. I apologize. I deserve everything that you say, and everything that you say during this segment, everything you say about me is correct. Let's just go crazy.
Even though the audience, the television audience for this convention thus far has not been particularly large by modern standards, one might expect that people will tune in tonight to hear from this new running mate for Donald Trump, who many people will have never heard of before this week. J.D. Vance is not a widely known public figure. He is best known for having written a well-received autobiography, which he started while he was...
I'm going to go ahead and give Jacobs the comment of the day. Pretty hard to argue with that kind of logic. Of course, the first thing that she would say is, please get out of my tub. Get a shave, hippie.
No, Margot Robbie is really great. She seems like pretty solid. With that said, could she be standing up against fascism louder? Could she be getting, because she's really a popular celebrity, she could be getting in front of a camera. Hey, I'm going to be at this march. You want to see me speak at this, anti-fascism march, at this pro-democracy march? Come check out Margot Robbie. My big problem with multimillionaires is that they have time. They have money. They really don't understand how precious that is. Honestly, and people try to, coddle them, right? Oh, they're so busy, and they can't have an opinion. It's bad for their bottom line. They kind of protect these celebrities. And I say, no, you are the ones with the money. You are the ones with the time. You are the ones that should have, the resources and the ability to be mega political activists. But most of them stay quiet because it's safer, because they won't get another job. Ooh, I had a thing with Disney. I was going to do a voiceover for Disney, but now I can't because I stood up against, because I spoke out against, a corporatocracy, and because I advocated for, raising taxes on corporations. So Disney said I'm no longer allowed to be a fish in a cartoon. Oh no. Right. I mean, here's a perfect example. Jack fucking Black. Jack fucking Black. Right? His buddy that he's been in a band with, Tenacious D, for fucking decades. They've been through thick and thin for decades. Drops him like a sack of shit after making one Trump joke about, after the assassination. Why? Because his paymaster said, hey, you're not going to do another Kung Fu Panda if you still agree with that Kyle guy. Yeah, that's bad. You can't make jokes about stuff like that. You got to drop him. And he did it immediately. Spineless. Fuck you, Jack Black. I told myself I wasn't going to talk about him. But fuck you, Jack Black. Anyway, J.D. Vance, let's get back to it.
He is best known for having written a well-received autobiography, which he started while he was at Yale Law School. Mr. Vance
autobiography of a guy barely in his fucking 40s. Shut the fuck up.
Also served for 6 months.
You haven't done jack shit.
In Iraq as a public affairs unit officer in the Marine Corps. Served in a public affairs unit in the Marine Corps. Yes, even the Marines do have public relations. They're great at it, in fact. But that is the type of unit, a public affairs unit, that he was in when he was in Iraq. After he did his law degree, again at Yale,
you hear that?
He became a...
That's how he served. He was in a fucking propaganda unit. He was in the back. The biggest injury he had was a fucking cramp on his ass.
When he was in Iraq. After he did his law degree, again at Yale, he became a protege of a very right-wing billionaire who you might remember from the first Republican National Convention.
Let me tell you something about Peter Thiel. This guy is an unapologetic oligarch, and his goal is to see a grand majority of people enslaved. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Stick around.
Nominated Donald Trump for president. He had a primetime speaking slot. It was one of the weirder speeches of the 2016 RNC. His name is Peter Thiel. He got J.D. Vance a job at a biotech company in San Francisco after J.D. Vance graduated from law school. Peter Thiel got him that job, literally. The company's CEO says explicitly.
I was kind of noticing that too with the incisors, and yeah, okay. It's funny that you say that, Jacobus, because I was kind of seeing that too.
That J.D. Vance was hired, quote, as a favor to Peter, meaning as a favor to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel then got J.D. Vance a second job. He directed one of his venture capital companies that they too should hire J.D. Vance.
You should write an autobiography, bro. I'd read the shit out of that one, Lenny. You've had a very fascinating life.
See, this is why these guys are so...
And still have a fascinating life. It's not even over. Don't even talk. It's not very nice. Yeah, he was a good guy, Lenny. Oh, you're still there? Oh, well, he was a good guy.
Against any kind of affirmative action, because clearly they got where they are in this life out of sheer merit, as represented by having your billionaire friend call people and tell them to hire you, even though they're not sure why they're supposed to be hiring you.
Yeah, thick and swollen, yeah.
After Mr. Vance washed out of the second job that Peter Thiel gave him, Mr. Vance then got another job at a different venture capital firm with another tech billionaire, with Steve Case, who founded AOL. How did that one work out? Mr. Case is on the record saying, quote, he wasn't really working very much.
So we're looking at somebody who was plucked from obscurity, groomed by an oligarch, now installed as a vice president, of a 78-year-old president.
Nevertheless, Mr. Vance then was able to go and start another venture capital firm with, surprise, yet more help from Peter Thiel. Like Mr. Thiel, who has named his companies after things in the Lord of the Rings series of J.R.R. Tolkien.
This is a crypto-fascist thing. If you want to look it up, this has actually been going on for quite a while. Crypto-fascists are using Lord of the Rings as a kind of wink and nod towards their agenda.
Books. Lord of the Rings is a sort of favorite cosmos for naming things and cultural references for a lot of far-right and alt-right figures, both in Europe and...
Yeah, Rachel Maddow is too big of a coward to make that connection, I guess, but it's a big crypto-fascist thing. Look it up.
United States. Peter Thiel names all these things after Tolkien figures and places, like his company Palantir, for example. Like his mentor, like Peter Thiel, who had given him all his jobs in the world, Mr. Vance also, when he founded his own venture capital firm with help from Peter Thiel, named it after a Lord of the Rings thing. He called it Narya, N-A-R-Y-A, which you can remember because it's Aryan, but you move the end to the front. Apparently that word has something to do with elves and rings from the Lord of the Rings series. I don't know. In his new firm,
it's crypto-fascist shit. Take my word for it or look it up. There's lots of evidence. There's people connecting the dots. But the thing about crypto-fascism is, like with the OK sign and the Pepe the Frog and stuff, there's always this layer of, disassociation. It's like, oh, what do you mean? It's just a stupid cartoon. It's just a stupid hand sign. You're blowing it way out of proportion. No. Look into it. Right, it's the dog whistles they use to communicate. But let me tell you, we're getting, like the Bored Apes, great example. Yeah, Bored Apes have total connections with crypto-fascists. Oh, what are you talking about? You're looking too much into it, blah, blah, blah. No, the fuck we're not. There's like absolute, you can draw a horizontal line with the connections. But like I showed with that Andrew Tate, I think I actually still have it here. Yeah. So I mean, as I've shown you, their audience, their voters, their constituency is ready to just drop all the dog whistles. They don't really in their private life don't really use those dog whistles anyway. They know how to hear them. They respond to them. But we are entering a new level of politics where the dog whistles are going to go away, and the racial slurs, out and out overt racial slurs, are going to make a big comeback. There was a time in American politics where right wingers, it's on YouTube, making speeches in Congress, right there in the halls of government, talk about black people are the N-words and black people are inferior. There's the Strom Thurmond characters, right, that Joe Biden totally supported. But these guys, these Dixiecrats, these Southern Republicans, using the N-word, using this great replacement theory in government. And yeah, it's not totally impossible that we're going to be coming back to that. Because yeah, right now it's just the Andrew Tates. He's not in government. But how many right-wing Republicans respect this guy, listen to this guy, repeat his opinions, agree in secret? Soon they're no longer going to have to be secret about it. They're not going to look at that and look at the engagement on that. Almost 1,000 retweets. My God.
Mr. Vance made one notable investment in one Kentucky company. That Kentucky company went public and then promptly went bankrupt. So that's the career.
Yeah.
Does that sound like the rocket fuel trajectory of a person on a fast track to be nominated as the vice presidential nominee of the Republican Party of the United States before he turns 40?
Exactly. You're too.
No, it does not. Writing a memoir and otherwise being Peter Thiel's intern is not usually the way you get to be a vice presidential nominee. It's not usually the way you get to be a United States senator either.
Groomed by a pro-eugenics, pro-slavery oligarch who wants to turn America into a libertarian nightmare, an anarcho-capitalist nightmare that would lead to things like the return of child labor and child marriage and out-and-out slavery, right? Peter Thiel would implement systems that would say, like, you could if your parents go in debt, then your kids will inherit that debt, right? servitude since birth. If you're lucky, Peter Thiel is like eugenics level. He's one of these environmentalists that thinks that, society needs to be reduced by millions, hundreds of millions of people to save the planet. So we got this guy groomed, and then Rachel Maddow is going to let us know. I got to quit interrupting this because I want to get through the whole thing. But Rachel Maddow points out that J.D. Vance was a last-second decision. So it was Peter Thiel saying, look, Trump, if you do this, I'll give you $100 million. I'll pay all your bills. I'll make all your financial problems go away. And Trump was like, oh, you're going to benefit me? Okay, yeah, no problem.
But it is the way you get to be a U.S. Senator if you're J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance's campaign for the U.S. Senate was the first time he ever ran for anything. His campaign was substantially, emphasis on substantially, funded by Peter Thiel, who dumped $15 million into a super PAC that supported J.D. Vance's run.
By the way, Sagar Anjanetti, co-host of Breaking Points with Crystal Ball, is a close personal friend of J.D. Vance. I bring that up because Sagar Anjanetti masquerades as some kind of common sense centrist, when in fact he is a fascistic right-wing partisan that is propped up by The Hill and supported by Crystal Ball, who is, yes, married to Kyle Kulinski. These are supposed to be characters on the left. Kyle Kulinski, shaking hands and having respect for Sagar Anjanetti, an unashamed pro-January 6 fucking fascist. Maybe he's not pro-Jan 6, I don't know. He's a little slimy on it. He's certainly pro-gun violence. Last time I heard him talk about gun violence, he was advocating for the argument of, we can't fix it, there's no solution, this is just how things are now. Mode of thinking when it comes to the #1 killer of children in the United States, Sagar Anjanetti. If you don't know who he is, maybe you got to be a news guy. But I'm sick and tired of him lying to everybody, trying to claim he's some kind of centrist. Meanwhile, literal buddy, best friends with J.D. Vance. Welcome back, Gaius.
For Senate. That super PAC then further effectively took over the operation of the campaign and ran most of it for Mr. Vance.
Look at that. Daddy Peter took
care of it. And after Peter Thiel personally took J.D. Vance to meet Donald Trump, literally, Peter Thiel physically walked him into the meeting and presented him to Trump.
Here's my tool.
That is how Vance got the Trump endorsement for that U.S. Senate seat, which is all you need to win a Republican primary for Ohio Senate in 2022.
Go back, Neil Sharks.
That's how he won the Republican primary. He then vastly underperformed other Ohio Republican candidates on the general election ballot in 2022, but he did win, which is how he got into the United States Senate.
So he was picked over other candidates that actually would have performed better, but he still was able to squeak out a win because of Peter Thiel's money.
A grand total of a year and a half ago. And that's how he got to be the vice presidential nominee of the Republican Party right now.
Yeah, it's working out so well, this system.
As internships go, that's a really good internship.
Yeah, that's a good one. Failed his way right to the top.
The choice of J.D. Vance to be...
How do you fail your way right to the top? Well, oh, yes, Daddy Peter, I'm going to do everything you want. Yeah, whatever you want, Daddy. You can go ahead and put me in charge. I get to be a big celebrity, but I'll do whatever you want. I'm a total partisan.
Donald Trump's running mate is reportedly a decision that was only made at the very last minute, like the day before it was announced. You do not choose a person like Mr. Vance because you think you need help winning the election. When they chose J.D. Vance, they did not think they needed any help winning this next election. If you're trying to make up for some, soft spots, some weaknesses in the Republican Party's electoral prospects, you do not, for example, choose a vice presidential running mate who is on the record, on tape, taking this position.
I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally.
I certainly would like abortion to be illegal.
Big loser for the Republican Party. Big loser for the Republican. And Trump knows it, too.
Nationally. 2022 podcast interview, First on Earth by CNN Today, in which J.D. Vance says, I certainly would like abortion to be illegal.
Hey, Ed, you got cheap viewers. Show me how it works, man. Give me a free sample. I want to see your service in action. Make my channel top of politics. Make it #1 in politics, and I'll buy your viewers.
Legal nationally. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump, whatever you think about his politics and his political instincts, he's been very open about the fact that he sees the Republican Party's strong stance against abortion, particularly a strong stance for a national abortion ban, as an electoral loser. Even though Mr. Trump is the one who orchestrated the overturning of Roe versus Wade and therefore the Republican abortion bans all over the country, Trump has admitted that strongly restrictive stances on abortion, particularly a nationally restrictive stance on abortion, will cost the Republicans elections they could otherwise win. So then why do you pick J.D. Vance to be your running mate? If you are Donald Trump and you pick a running mate and you're looking to pick a running mate to help your electoral prospects because you're worried about your chances of winning the election, you would never pick Mr. I would certainly like abortion to be illegal nationally. You would never pick a national abortion ban guy. Right? You would also not pick a guy who says we're in a, quote, late Republican period in this country. And he doesn't mean capital R Republican. He means small r Republican, meaning we are at the end of being a republic. J.D. Vance quoting there a far-right internet personality and blogger who famously advocates openly for the United States to become a monarchy or an outright dictatorship.
This is why J.D. Vance is here. This is why Peter Thiel groomed him. This is... Look, I've been talking about this for years, and people brush me aside. They call me, why are you so angry? What are you talking about? This is what I'm talking about. Some very serious people with a lot of fucking money are making very serious moves. This isn't clown, amateur hour. We're talking about very motivated, well-funded individuals that are attacking foundational elements of our democracy so that they can install an authoritarian dictator. There's no other way to put it.
It's called for abolishing the U.S. government, the U.S. system of government being abolished so we can instead be ruled by a Caesar figure. That is who J.D. Vance has been citing when he talks about us being in a late Republican period as a country. That's what he thinks about where we are as a country and where we should go as a country.
Welcome back. Quick double tap.
You do not pick a man like that if you are worried about your electoral prospects. I mean, the man who created J.D. Vance as a political figure out of whole cloth and gave him all his jobs and also his seat in the U.S. Senate and also his introduction to Trump, he says he does not believe freedom is compatible with democracy.
That's Peter Thiel. Blatantly, I don't believe freedom and democracy are compatible.
He wants freedom, so that means he does not want democracy. If you are Donald Trump and the Republican Party and you are worried about your ability to win this election in November, you would not pick J.D. Vance as your vice presidential candidate. You can only pick a candidate as out there as J.D. Vance if you're really thoroughly quite sure that you're going to win no matter what kind of craziness you put on the ticket.
By the way, I have extra details on Peter Thiel about what his vision of this country should be, and it is just as dystopian as you can imagine. Go ahead and use your imagination about how terrible would that dystopia actually be. I will confirm it. You will get a very interesting look into Peter Thiel's world here coming up,
and what you're going to bring into the White House with you. J.D. Vance is not the guy you pick to win over suburban women or whatever. He's not the persuade the undecideds guy. J.D. Vance is the guy you bring in to change the American system of government into whatever it is you think comes after us being a republic. And you.
So I'm gonna, she's very full of herself, rogue scholar over here, but she's 100% correct, and the dramatic pause is appropriate. Listen to this one more time.
Vance is the guy you bring in to change the American system of government into whatever it is you think comes after us being a republic.
Yeah. He was groomed for this purpose, and he's there to guide Donald Trump down the path of authoritarian dictatorship. Because, Trump is kind of a wild card. He can't be controlled by the left or the right, really. Mitch McConnell learned that. You can work with him. You can get what you want, but you can't get everything that you want. And you got to, it's kind of like work. It's like being in a tiger cage. This fucking tiger, he's all friendly, one moment, then the next moment he's trying to fucking eat your face off. No one talked more shit about Mitch McConnell than Donald Trump, right?
And you only do that because you already think you have the election in the bag.
Yeah.
what is coming together on both sides of the political spectrum right now is that Republicans who are thrilled to have it in the bag think they have it in the bag. And that's why tonight isn't Nikki Haley giving her acceptance speech. It's not, even Tim Scott or Marco Rubio. It is national abortion ban, end of the republic, J.D. Vance, who was giving the speech tonight.
Exactly, Rock's fist. You're 100% correct, and that's where J.D. Vance is going to come in. Well, so this is the direction we want you to go in, and this is it. But Donald Trump, he's not going to listen to everything. He's not going to listen to every little thing. It was interesting when Donald Trump was in office, because characters like John Bolton got kicked out, and then Trump was criticized. Like, this Bolton guy, he wanted to bomb Iran and wanted to go to war with North Korea, and he wanted to fucking blow everything up. And Bolton was too extreme for Donald Trump. Bolton has since, of course, become a massive Donald Trump critic, while also being an advocate for genocidal war crimes. So it's interesting character there. Is it John Bolton, right? UN representative, rapporteur?
On the Democratic side, this very serious reported turn related to President Biden's prospects of staying at the top of the ticket in this race. These reported visits to the president from the top Democrats in Congress.
Yeah, Bolton. Thank you, Roxfist.
What is the reporting about this? They're not just going to him and expressing their opinion. They're going to him and they're bringing him the polling. And it is not about the Republicans' hopes and expectations that they have it in the bag. It is about the Democrats' fear that the Republicans might be right, and that therefore a radical change might be necessary to avert what Democrats fear is an otherwise inevitable course. It is J.D. Vance night at the Republican National Convention, and to have that happening at the same time that this reporting is now surfacing about President Biden is as serious as a heart attack on both sides.
Hey there, MSNBC.
Hey there, I'm completely unknown. MSNBC's so cheap, they're going to get a random unknown guy to do the social media stuff on YouTube. We don't have the time to get our superstars like Ari Melber or Rachel Maddow or Jen Psaki to get in front of a camera to do a promo for the end of this video. They just got me, underpaid intern guy. Hey, over here in a big, white, empty room that sounds all hollow because it's just literally a closet in my apartment that's unfurnished. How about NBC throws a couple dollars his way to put a fucking painting or something on the wall? What the fuck is this?
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to...
Luke Russert. Oh, wow, the mighty have fallen. Have I done the Emily Maltis Kari Lake piece yet? I don't think I have, no. I'll make Luke a painting. He needs something to put on that wall. Broadcasting from over here from the men's room, tell you thank you so much for subscribing to MSNBC's YouTube channel. Barely a second thought YouTube channel. We just throw some crap up there. We have no faith in alternative media. You should buy a cable package. You should go to your cable provider and buy a cable package so you could get the real MSNBC, not this crappy YouTube version. Fuck that, right? We can't even spend $6 on somebody to do a proper edit at the end there. We just throw some guy up there. Russert, the son of Russert. We signed a contract with him because of his last name. We don't know what to do with him. I don't sound like a doomer. Even if Biden was changed, I feel like the boomers, the Democrats who support Israel and shit like that would never vote for a new guy. Things are complicated. No doubt about it. So this was interesting right here. J.D. Vance being like, I'm not a racist. The left are the racist ones. I'm the one that's post-race. The left are the racists. I guess this is, he's showing that he's not a racist through this story about his mother or something. I don't know. But this community note was hilarious. J.D. Vance's mother utilized her position as a nurse to steal prescribed medication from her patients, not because of undocumented immigrants. So I guess he's trying to say his mother was fired because of undocumented immigrants from her job. It turns out her mother, so she was a nurse, right, distributing painkillers to patients. So she'd be like, oh, this patient is prescribed 2 painkillers. She would steal one so that she could get high and then give the patient half their medicine, right? Just an example. She did this apparently quite a bit throughout her career. stealing fucking medicine from sick people to get high. Kind of cute. But JD Vance is trying to use her getting fired as like, oh, see, the liberal wokerati fired my mom because she's such an honest and good person and they hated her. Oh, so that's interesting. I'll take a look at that quick double tap. We'll see if we can get that lined up for next stream. Painkillers are bad, so really she was doing them a favor, right? Yeah, right, yeah. Let me tell you something. When you're in pain, nothing in the world matters more than your painkillers. And the fact that there are people that are trying to reduce that amount, you know, like, oh, you're just abusing them. I think it's so hilarious that, you know, because for a lot of people, when you're dealing with a massive amount of daily pain, you need those painkillers. You don't actually quite understand how people can abuse them, because for you can't even function. You can't even get out of bed, right, without your painkillers. And you're like, wow, so people are just like, this essential thing to my life that provides me with so much relief is just some folly, is just some, you know, just some fun time for other people. And because of those people, you know, wasting drugs and wasting the painkillers and getting high and stuff, I have to accept less painkillers. I have to accept more scrutiny on my use of painkillers. It really sucks for people that are dealing with pain, all the opiate abuse. It really sucks for those people. Yeah, I know the comments there. Yeah, that's literally the only good thing about Twitter left is the community notes section. Yeah, and undocumented immigrants were the patients. Yeah, exactly. Jacob is. Thought I'd point this out. JD Vance is 100% the Russia's pick. You know, here's what Lavrov from Russia has to say about JD Vance. Quote, he's in favor of peace. He's in favor of ending the assistance that's being provided to Ukraine, and we can only welcome that because that's what we need to stop pumping Ukraine full of weapons, and then the war will end. Direct quote from a government official inside Russia about what he thinks about JD fucking Vance. Oh, he's going to be great for the Russian Empire. Shoot, he might as well just be, you know, he might as well be working for the Kremlin. Pathetic. And does this man give one shit about Ukrainian people? No, it's just about his career. This is all about him. This is all about his career. Doesn't give a flying fuck about Ukraine or geopolitics or any of that. Doesn't care about Russia and the balance of power and all that. Nope, he just, this is my career. I'm getting to be big famous boy. I'm going to be president. I'm going to be president. That's what this is about. That's how characters like Peter Thiel convinced JD Vance to throw away all their principles and morals. Yeah, well, you know, history will, you know, President JD Vance, Vice President JD Vance. That's what history's going to say. And if we're in charge, if we take over, we'll just write the history book so that all the corrupt lies and hypocrisies that you committed throughout your entire career are omitted. The only thing that goes in the history book is that J.D. Vance was a good boy Christian that was a really, really hardworking vice president that helped Donald Trump bring America back to a greatness that it's never seen before in its history. That's what the history books are going to say about you, J.D. None of the reality. Don't worry. You know, lie, and lie, and lie. The history books, once we write them after we've won, you're good to go. You're just a squeaky clean little good boy. Right? I'm generalizing, but these people don't think they're the heroes of their own fucking story. They don't believe they're corrupt. They don't believe that they're tipping the scale of balance of geopolitics. What they do is they go, look at how successful I've been. Look at my money. Look at my fame. Look at all the rich people that respect me now. How can you not look at me and say that I'm not a success? So it doesn't matter what your morals are, you stupid hippie. What matters is that I'm on top and that I'm rich and I'm powerful. That's all that really matters. When you're rich and powerful, this idea is planted in your head. The idea is that reality doesn't matter because I make reality. And they see it. They see it manifest, right? So JD Vance saw Peter Thiel's money change reality, right? He wouldn't have won his election if it wasn't for Peter Thiel.
You know, he wouldn't have gotten all those jobs, those internships without Peter Thiel. So he's seen what power and money does to reality, how it bends to the will of power and money. Yeah, female eunuchs. We've talked about Trump's economic platform. We don't have time for an extra video this time, but I will put this in the politics section and get it queued up for next time, though. Female eunuchs, unless you're trolling me, of course. Nope. TLDR, Trump's wild economic plans. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you believe? Would you believe?
This video was brought to you.
Would you believe
this
Trump,
video was brought to
this video? Would you believe Trump's economic plan is not a wild success? Is not going to be, you know, a wild success? If you're a poor middle class person, it's not going to help you out. Oh, what do you mean? If we stop sending money to Ukraine, a portion of that money is going to go right back into my pocket, right? No, honey, no. And let me tell you, if Trump does pass a tax cut for the middle class, it's going to be connected to a historic and massive tax cut for the rich. And that little tax cut that you're going to get from the middle class is going to have a big red expiration date on it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So I don't have time for this I do have time for this absolutely amazing video because we're not going to show the whole thing, but I do encourage you to see the whole thing. It's from Vice. It talks about how the rise of right-wing influencers, how they're being groomed by multi-billion-dollar corporations and companies like PragerU, who are, of course, receiving their money from multi-billion-dollar oligarchs. So this is a really interesting video. Like I said, I'm not going to show you the whole 13 minutes here, but I am going to show you a little snippet that has an interview with one of these so-called influencers, young Gen Z right-wing influencers. But then it also has an interview with Thomas, what's his nuts? Fucking everyone knows this guy. You know this guy, you've seen him before. You know who he is. I want to say Friedman. I know it's not Friedman. I'm sorry. He wrote a book, What's Up with the Liberals. Great book.
YouTube.
Recommend you watch.
There's a
read
big
it.
difference.
Anyway, let me show you. Let me get this. I shouldn't have done that because I had this queued up at a perfect time, and now I don't have it queued up anymore, and I fucked up, and I'm sorry. Please. Okay, it was right after this asshole. That's right. Okay. So I'm gonna show you two little clips from this video, and then we're gonna move on.
For even gingerly broaching a lot of these topics around race, gender, sex.
And many of those young people are now going to podcasts and YouTube to find more skeptical perspectives across the political spectrum.
Using the kind of ideas and motifs of cancel culture, that we can't have open, fair discussions around race, gender, sexuality.
And in the more conservative corners, the phrase woke is everywhere.
Corporate America's embrace of wokeness.
The woke indoctrination.
Not even the military is immune these days from all this wokeness.
It started as a phrase for Black political consciousness. It's now become a catch-all term for liberal culture issues related to gender and race. And one media company has gone all in on these issues. We're at PragerU, which is a group.
Okay, so there's the clip of the right wing, an example of right wing. Well, now let me show a little bit more of this because this is elucidating. Hold on.
Finds young talent and develops them into conservative influencers that rack up millions of views. And when you're walking through the offices, you're seeing like a lot of 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 25-year-olds. It's a super young employee base. They target young people online who are dipping their...
And I need to point this out, right? The right-wing oligarchs are funding all this. Where's the left? Right? Oh, they're George Soros, all these lefty billionaires, they're funding TYT, they're doing it. No, they're fucking not. All these so-called progressive media organizations are starving for money. Starving. The entire left movement is starving for money. There's no money in being a lefty. I can tell you that. Right? But even the top celebrities, right? Hassan and Destiny and Vosh and the TYT and all these so-called progressive outlets, there's not a lot of money there. There's not a lot of money. But there's a ton of fucking money on the right. And look how they're spending it. They're going after the youth. They're going after vulnerable, impressionable demographics.
their toes in conservative waters.
Hi, everybody.
Radio host Dennis Prager founded it more than 10 years ago, and CEO Marissa Streit helped grow it. While it's not an actual university, it's a hub for conservative content that's helped build influencers like Candace Owens. Their goal? To get their message anywhere young people consume content. Their sleek videos capture Gen Z eyeballs on Instagram and YouTube.
There is a big difference between mild global warming and catastrophic global warming.
Some feel more academic, others are flashy, catering perfectly to teenagers.
We merge these.
And it's starting to work. It really is starting to work. And so here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's like, okay, yeah, these guys are doing their thing. They're trying to convert the youth. They're crypto fascists, basically trying to implement a authoritarian dictator. That's all true. And that would be a problem. It's become a crisis. It's become a catastrophe because the group, the political group that's supposed to be fighting against this is barely paying attention to it. In some cases, acquiescing. I'm talking about the neoliberals here. In some cases, acquiescing. In some cases, kind of paying fealty, treating with kid gloves. That's the problem. Is that the guardians at democracy's gate are asleep. Joe Biden and the DNC are asleep, and these operations are starting to work. They are really, really starting to work. And we're starting to see the dividends of this seemingly unstoppable conservative movement, hell-bent on fundamentally changing America. Of course, they say it's, democratizing and drain the swamp. It is the exact opposite of that. It is the exact same trajectory that all extreme right-wing movements head in. Cult of personality, streamline the hierarchy, emperor at the top, edicts for all the laws. If you disagree, you're anti-patriotic or a terrorist at worst. Police state, full justification to strip you of your liberties and your voice at the drop of a hat.
Pretty ridiculous. They do tap into the anger folks feel toward people they see as, quote, elite. There's a real shift that shows Democrats have started to do way better among folks with a college degree than without one. Thomas Frank has written extensively on the shift among Democrats in the 80s.
So Thomas Frank, what's the matter with the liberals? Talks about how, because he's a liberal, he supports, he's probably a social democrat. He's probably far left of the neoliberal Democratic Party, not a right winger by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, but he, for a long time, has recognized the failures of this party. And has been, he's been kind of ostracized and kind of like, do you see this guy, on MSNBC quite a bit? No, because he's happy to talk about how Joe Biden is failing this moment. This is a moment when we need real leadership, and Joe Biden is completely falling on his face, and he's not afraid to point that out. And he does it from an academic point of view. He's really, really great. Heavily recommend you look up Thomas Frank. Really good guy.
Without one. Thomas Frank has written extensively on the shift among Democrats in the 80s from being a party of the working.
Red Reptilian. Okay, I see where this is already going. This is not a Trump stream. Don't waste your time. Please leave.
Class to a party of the highly educated.
Young people are the lowest hanging fruit for liberals, or they should be. But where are liberals kind of screwing up to where some of these young people aren't?
I am a liberal, right? And I vote for Democrats, and I'm pretty far to the left, right? And there came a point.
All righty, Red Reptilian. You don't have to be a leftist to be in here. All I ask is that you acknowledge reality. So we have exactly one conservative that has been able to meet that criteria, and we're happy to welcome Davey into the News Underground. So the hundreds of thousands of fucking conservatives that have come through here have not been able to meet that criteria. We've gotten one so far.
When I got sick of righteousness. I got fucking sick of righteousness. I couldn't stand it anymore.
He's making a good point.
What specifically was it?
Those yard signs that would say, "In this house we believe," and then they have a list of causes.
Like science.
Science is real is one of them. Black Lives Matter is one of them. I would look at these signs and I'd be like, why do these signs irritate me? I agree with everything on them. And I thought about it for a while, and I'm like, because they've left one cause out. And that's anything having to do with labor.
And that's such a good point. I constantly talk about this, about how the neoliberal Democrats have completely abandoned, you know, the Rust Belt, middle class. When's the last time you've heard higher wages, you know, lowering the cost of food, you know? I mean, and sometimes, you know, they'll pay lip service, but when's the last time this neoliberal Democratic Party really pointed out, you know, I understand things are more expensive. You're not getting paid enough. You know, your labor is valuable. They you know, Joe Biden talks a good game when it comes to labor unions, and, you know, apparently he's historically the most labor union president, which I don't really fucking believe, but let's go ahead and say that. But there is, you know, the Republicans are happy to lie to poor people about, I'm going to make your wages, I'm going to cut your taxes, you're going to be able to, you know, lower inflation, you're going to be able to buy more with less. They're happy to lie to poor people about that. Democrats have given up that, you know, Nancy Pelosi is more likely to praise Ronald Reagan than she is to talk about cutting lower and middle income people's taxes. And that's just a fact. That's been going on for a really, really long time now.
Left one cause out, and that's anything having to do with labor, anything having to do with work, anything having to do with economics. Look, this liberalism has evolved into a movement of scolding that just absolutely rubs people the wrong way. That's not how you build a movement. You don't just exclude people off the bat for being wrong. I mean, that's very satisfying, but it's poison to a left-wing movement.
And to the people that are like, oh, what do you mean? You're banning and timing people out in your chat all the time. You're banning and timing people out. Being in my chat is a privilege. And when I ban you from this chat, I'm not banning your ability to speak. You can make your own channel. You can go to someone else's channel. When I kick you out of my chat, it's the equivalent of kicking you out of my home. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're not welcome here. Go spread your bile somewhere else. Go your little 10-minute comedy session, your little fucking stupid jokes. You're not funny. You're not informed. A lot of these people are repeating bog standard right-wing talking points, and we're supposed to engage them with debate while they slow everything down, right? While they slow the conversation down and bog it down. They don't want to have a real conversation, right? They're doing exactly what Sartre warned us about. Never forget what Sartre said. Never forget what Sartre said about the anti-Semite and about how they don't need to respect reality, about how they play games with linguistics. It's a fucking game. The lefty has to respect reality when trying to make an argument. The right-wing anti-Semite doesn't respect reality when talking about anything. The fucking game. And I don't play it. I don't play it. Oh, so free speech, so free speech. You want to be in this chat, you got to earn it. And like I said, the big criteria for earning your place in this chat is acknowledging reality.
It's that poison feels like it's everywhere, and maybe that's media, maybe it's not, but there are a lot of people being canceled. There are a lot of people being scolded, and I wonder where those people are going.
I mean, they're going to one of two places. They become apolitical, or if the conservative movement is smart, they'll make a place for them. What we are missing in this country is a traditional working class left.
Yeah.
And so,
and Bernie was was one of the last opportunities to get this, and he's 100% correct. And you know, when I talk about progressives assimilating the neoliberal left, it's with populism referencing the things that he's referencing right here, about how we need to acknowledge people's suffering. We need to stop setting expectations and start promising and of course delivering. As a progressive leftist movement,
is a traditional working class left. And so what fills that space? Well,
Insanity.
one thing is the culture wars.
Insanity.
Young political stars like Ron DeSantis and J.D. Vance are now on the road testing talking points. The formula for now is to take on big business in the name of culture, to make more Americans see the culture wars as crucial for the country's survival.
Yeah, no, you heard right. J.D. Vance, and that's what they talk about, taxing, going after. They're not exactly, they don't say tax big business, but they say we got to go after big business. And what they're talking about is, of course, any liberal businesses. And what they're, of course, talking about, all the regulations, all the taxes, anything on corporations lifted. That's they've redefined these words to mean the exact opposite of what they're saying, and these people cheer it on. Oh yeah, dude. These people in the audience, honestly, it sounds insane if you're paying attention, but no, I swear to you, these people in the audience think J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are going to go after big corporations. Oh, they're going to drain the swamp. They're going to go after all the rich guys that are fucking over the little guy. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. They believe that. They believe that shit. It's interesting to me, though, that's what they want. Because that's, what did we see with Bernie? Right? He got a standing ovation on Fox News. Right? These people actually want real solutions. They want real government. They want real leadership. They want politicians to think about them. And what do they get from the neoliberal Democrats? Well, we're not really going to fix anything. It's not really great. And if you support Trump, you're a fascist, and we don't like you. And we support these things. And a lot of virtue signaling, but not a lot of action. Because, it's so funny. It's so funny. Joe Biden gets up in front of the microphone and says, oh, the economy's so great. Historically great economy. To who, man? Not to fucking me? Not to the regular Joes? Oh, greatest economy. Wall Street making so much money. Economy's going great. Everything's going really great. What are you talking about? More jobs than ever. They're lying. They're lying. They know full well it's not enough, but they want to convince us otherwise. And then what do the Republicans do? They say, oh, they acknowledge that there's major problems. They acknowledge that there's major issues. And then they lie and promise, oh, yeah, I'm going to fix everything. All those things that you don't like, I'm going to make them all better. I'm going to fix everything. Don't bother looking into the fact that I don't have an actual plan for it, that, what I'm actually going to do is help out the entities that are destroying America. Ignore all that. I don't have time for this, unfortunately. I'm going to show this, though. It's an 11-minute recap of Project 2025. It's very important. It's very good. But I have a different 8-minute video that I need to show you, so I'm going to put this on the stream for next time, put this in the queue for next time. Very, very good 10-minute video explaining. I mean, it's a 900-page wish list of every extreme right-wing policy that they've come up with in the last 40, 50 years. Since like the invention of Social Security, they've started this project since way back when. So it's actually very difficult to parse how many bad things are in this document, and hundreds, not dozens, hundreds. Each one more dangerous than the last. Each taking liberties and freedoms away from regular Americans. All right. Last two, that's it. Last two tabs. And we're going to end on this one right here, right before we get to the final one, which is just kind of an addition to this one. But I'm sorry in advance. This is a little slow, but please bear with me on this. This is very important. This person is going to read a portion of a book that describes Peter Thiel, describes his agenda, describes what he believes, what Peter Thiel believes is the ideal situation for America. Now, remember, I just showed you an insufferable clip from Rachel Maddow listing off J.D. Vance's connection to Peter Thiel, his career of failing up. He was groomed by Peter Thiel, installed at the last second into Trump's administration, likely to give Peter Thiel, likely to give Trump understanding that there's going to be a quid pro quo with Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel saying, I'll bail you out. I'm a bazillionaire. I got all kinds of money, whatever kind of money situation. That's fine. If you put JD Vance in this VP position, you know, my wallet is your wallet, Donald. You can do whatever you want with me. So that's probably the deal that happened. And Donald Trump's like, hey, yeah, you make all my money problems go away? Okay, fine. I'll put your little puppet in there. And the goal of JD Vance as that puppet is to guide the grenade, the political grenade of Donald Trump towards authoritarianism, right? Because during that first 4 years, Trump was just kind of doing whatever the hell he wanted. Sometimes he was super authoritarian. Sometimes he was kind of hands off and not really paying attention and not really focused on the, you know, fascist Republican agenda. He was more focused on what is CNN saying about me tonight, right? So he was kind of all over the place. JD Vance he's that there's a word for it. The thing on the camera that helps focus, whatever, you know what I mean? He is to focus and guide Trump in the direction that Peter Thiel wants. So that's why I'm showing you this here. Lens, yeah, maybe the lens, yes, exactly. A lens to focal point, to focus Donald Trump in that direction. Okay, sorry, I'm bloviating, I'm going on here, but I just wanted to set this up because it's a little dry, it's a little academic, okay? But it's actually really, really important because if Donald Trump wins, it's Peter Thiel's ideology. It's Peter Thiel's worldview. It's Peter Thiel's worldview that we're going to be fighting against. The little creature whispering in Trump's ear is going to be whispering Peter Thiel talking points and ideas. So it's very important to understand who this rich billionaire oligarch is and what his agenda is. So let's get to it. Oh, by the way, I have no idea who this guy is. Boston Smalls. I don't know who this Smoking and Thinking Six, sitting there smoking weed and reading books. You know, you got to love the left. You just got to love the left, man. You know, look, we're not... Sometimes we totally nail it. I love this guy. He's a pretty cool dude. All right, let's check it out.
Well, let's talk about this fact, because you hear so much that, like, Trump and Biden are the same, and Biden's a fascist just like Trump's a fascist. But then why do the real fascists really want...
Aperture.
Trump.
That's what it is.
Right? Why do all of these supervillains basically...
Okay, so he's making a great point, but no, you guys are... Yes, everyone's great. Thank you for correcting me. I'm fucking 5 hours straight of this. My mind's fried. Anyway, let's start over, because he's making a very good point right off the bat. No more talking. No more distraction. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Let's get across this finish line. Have you noticed my webcam slowing down and me having to turn it off and back on again? Yeah, it's because my fucking computer is totally fried after having 300 tabs open. Anyway, memory leakage out the fucking bananas. All right, let's do this.
Well, let's talk about this fact, because you hear so much that, like, Trump and Biden are the same, and Biden's a fascist just like Trump's a fascist. But then why do the real fascists really want... Trump?
Thank you, Jacobs.
Right? Why do all of these supervillains, basically, Elon Musk and his former PayPal partner, who's completely funding JD Vance? So now it's the dream team of the two South African expats, right? The two South African expatriates who are now kind of controlling our politics and the politicians they want. We should want the politicians they don't want.
Crail, you're correct.
And so I'd ask everybody that says, like, Biden and Trump are the same. If they're the same, why do all these really evil rich guys want Trump? Why is...
Yeah, so next time someone's giving you that both sides argument, bring this up, because that's a great point. If it's both sides, how come the supervillains of the world, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, fill in the blank, all the rich, gross, disgusting oligarchs, how come they basically exclusively support the Republican Party? If it really is both sides, how come there isn't more of a mix there? Go ahead and bring that one up. Watch them squirm. There is. Oh, it's the same. It's just the same. Oh, you got evidence, but I got my gut, so it's still good. It's the same. Breaks even.
Is that? Why would Elon Musk spend hundreds of millions of dollars to get Trump elected if everything is the same?
Yeah. Great point.
Because everything is not the same, right? And I think we should think long and hard about this fact.
Soros.
These people are dangerous.
Yes.
They're bad for democracy.
100%.
They're bad for our lives. They are sociopaths with billions of dollars. When we really get into the things that his partner believes, for instance, let me read a little bit. I've read this before, but I'll read from The End of Reality by Jonathan Taplin, a must-read for literally everybody that wants to actually understand what the oligarchs are up to. So here we go. Quote.
Yeah. So this is a little dry, okay? It goes on for a little bit, but I implore you to try and pay attention and try to keep up with what he's saying, because he's going to read a couple paragraphs out of this book, and it really is eye-opening. So take my word for it. See if you can stay awake.
The disruptive power of social media was why Thiel so valued his position as Facebook's senior board member. Steve Bannon, who worked with Thiel on the Trump transition team in 2016, said, quote, "Peter's idea of disrupting government is out there. People thought Trump was a disruptor. They had no earthly idea what was being pitched by Thiel," end quote. For instance, both candidates he identified to run the Food and Drug Administration, his Silicon Valley associates Jim O'Neill and Balaji Srinivasan, argued that the agency should dump its requirement that drugs be proven effective before reaching the market. Bannon and Thiel instrumental.
So he's kind of blasting through this, but did you just hear what he said? He said it's we should change the FDA so that they don't have to test the drugs before they approve them.
Facebook for Trump's regime by using a new form of propaganda. Bannon said, quote, "The Democrats don't matter. The real opposition is the media, and the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with shit."
With shit. So this is the Bannon strategy, and we've seen it. We've dealt with it. If you've been on social media, if you're a person trying to defend your principles, left-wing principles on social media, you've run into this. These debate bros that really aren't interested in having any kind of, exchange of ideas or any kind of actual debate. What they're interested in is exactly what Sartre said. Remember, it goes back to what Sartre said about the anti-Semite. It's about filling the space with shit. It's about playing games with rhetoric and language. It's not about a real exchange of ideas. Anyway.
End quote. The idea was not to convince people of a specific policy point, but to overwhelm them with disinformation to such an extent that they became disoriented, and reality lost all meaning.
And that's why we see the both sides argument, right? Look, things are complicated. Just give up. Just throw your hands up and give up. Stop being political. Stop being so angry. Just disengage. Look, we don't really know what the truth is. There's some good stuff about Trump and bad stuff about Biden. Basically, both sides. Just give up. Just give up and get out of the way. That Steve Bannon realized that that's more valuable than, it's standard political activism, right? Trying to knock on a door and try to convince somebody to be a Republican. No, it's far more effective to convince people to just stop engaging in this system, to just get out of the way, to self-censor in a way, out of frustration that there's, how do I even know what's real and what isn't real? I got all these different, everything, because to a normie, to us, who are paying attention, when you see right-wing propaganda, it's laughable. It's ridiculous. It's overt, right? But when a normie looks at it, they don't have that innate ability to tell when like, oh, my bullshit. So he's saying he's going to lower my taxes. Republicans don't have a history of lowering taxes. Wait a minute. They don't think like that. Okay, they don't think like that, and they get easily confused when it's like, well, the left is providing you with information and sources, but the right is providing you with emotion. They're not thinking about it like that. It's who was more snappy, who was more convincing, who was more funny, who was more charismatic when they delivered that information. That is often more important than the substance of what is actually being talked about. And Steve Bannon was well aware of that. And that's what we see immediately. What happened with Joe Biden, right? When the election season really got kicked up, the talking point of both sides became really, really prevalent. Why is that? It was intentional by Republicans to encourage apathy so that you would disengage from politics, because that's more effective than trying to convince you of, that right-wing ideology is correct. Anyway.
For many citizens, it was not a matter of denying the truth, but rather a deep weariness that the truth was even knowable. And of course, the new AI-driven ChatGPT will make it even easier to flood the zone. The New York Times' Ezra Klein notes, quote, and what unnerved me a bit about ChatGPT was the sense that we are going to drive the cost of bullshit to zero when we have not driven the cost of truthful or accurate or knowledge-advancing information lower at all, end quote. Of course, Bannon didn't invent this strategy. Dictators, starting with the mustache ban and Mussolini, have refined it over the years. But Thiel realized, with Bannon's help, that it was no longer sufficient to proclaim, quote, liberty as your movement's North Star. You needed coercive state power to achieve your goals on immigration, banning abortion and pornography, and stopping the woke revolution around Black and LGBTQ social justice reform.
Right. So that if you've been on social media, you've probably heard a lot of this, the whole send them to the camps rhetoric. That's what this is about. It's not about liberty anymore. It's about empowering the state to deputize citizens to go after political enemies.
But as British historian Jeff Ely points out, the fascism of 2022, quote, no longer relies as much on street fighting, pitched confrontations, imposing displays of paramilitary strength, and the spectacle of uninformed mass force. It operates rather by verbal onslaughts.
That's right. Gaslighting,
internet trolling, instantly produced and transmitted visual incitements, and all the other virtual means of displaced but no less brutal assault, end quote.
Right. So that try and fail that the crypto fascists have been doing, that's what the end result of this, right? Steve Bannon, right, in his youth, it's hard to imagine that guy even young, right? But when he was younger, part of these crypto fascist movements, trying and failing and trying and failing. And they found something that works. They found a strategy that works.
This is Bannon and Thiel's specialty, aided, of course, by Zuckerberg's Facebook and Musk's Twitter. John Gans, an American writer for The New Statesman, says Thiel is, quote, probably the most clearly fascist prominent figure in the United States today, including Trump, end quote. Thiel has always had an apocalyptic vision, one that assumed getting people to...
All right, so this is where it gets really important. Okay, one more time.
Including Trump, end quote. Thiel has always had an apocalyptic vision, one that assumed getting people to come over to his view of the future would take a backlash against globalization and a financial catastrophe. As the global economy began to melt down in 2008, he wrote, quote, the entire human order could unravel in a relentless escalation of violence, famine, disease, war, and death, end quote.
That's his mindset. That's the fight that he thinks he's in right now.
For the next 8 years, Thiel railed against the Obama administration. By 2015, he grasped that Trump could be the vehicle to bring on the end times he so desired. And he realized that Facebook could be an ideal megaphone for Trump's, quote, American carnage vision. Curtis Yarvin, one of Peter Thiel's favorite bloggers, wrote that some people are, quote, more suited to slavery, end quote, than others. Yarvin leads the neo-reactionary movement, whose adherents believe that American democracy is a failed experiment and should be replaced by a monarchy, with the ruler similar to the CEO of a corporation. Though Thiel might not be willing to go that far publicly, Yarvin believed he had convinced Thiel that libertarianism was a doomed project without the inclusion of authoritarianism. He argued, quote, we should get over our dictator phobia, end quote. After Thiel said that Republican members of Congress who voted for Trump's impeachment after the January 6 attacks were, quote, traitorous, Yarvin noted of Thiel, he's fully enlightened, but just plays it very carefully. Looking forward to the 2024 election, Yarvin believes the Republican candidate, Trump or a Trump clone, should campaign on a specific mandate. If elected, I'm going to assume absolute power in Washington and rebuild the government, end quote. Once that's done, Yarvin believes elite institutions like Harvard and the New York Times need to be closed down. And then
we've already heard Trump threaten us to go after the media.
Then we nationalize all local police and
renationalize all local police, turning them into soldiers for the fascist revolution.
National Guard troops. Look at Cop City. Yarvin's law and order prescriptions are simple. A trivial database query can identify the set of humans in the country who are either A, productively employed, B, independently wealthy, or C, a well-supervised dependent of A or B. Everyone else, including all minors, gets the tag. This inconspicuous device fits on your ankle and continually reports your position to the authorities.
So this is a blogger that Peter Thiel is a big fan of. It's like, the guy that he's listening to the most. So just to recap what he's advocating for as a solution to America. This is that slavery thing I was talking about. What he's saying is that let's have an AI that detects all the right-wingers and all the rich guys and all their dependents, all their little kitties and everything. Let's get them classified. And then everybody else gets an ankle monitor or some kind of tracking. Yeah, no. Yeah. Legit what he's talking about. One more time.
Need to be closed down. And then we nationalize all local police and National Guard troops. Look at Cop City. Yarvin's law and order prescriptions are simple. A trivial database query can identify the set of humans in the country who are either A, productively employed, B, independently wealthy, or C, a well-supervised dependent of A or B. Everyone else, including all minors, gets the tag. This inconspicuous device fits on your ankle and continually reports your position to the authorities. If no crimes are committed near your location, you have nothing to worry about. Saddled with a large number of residents who are effectively dependents of the state, for example, those who receive housing subsidies. These people need to be reprocessed to determine whether they can become members of a productive society and
reprocessed. He wants to implement a system where all Americans have to basically take a loyalty test. And if they fail that loyalty test, well, you're not American.
During this time, there is no reason to leave them where they are. Therefore, we can expect to establish secure relocation centers in which the 20th century's artificially decivilized subpopulations will receive social services in a controlled environment where they are reintroduced to civilized society. To me,
that's a fucking that is a ghetto. What he is describing is a fucking ghetto. He's saying, okay, well, if you fail reprocessing, if you're not a true patriotic American, we're going to ship you to a fucking ghetto where we're concentrating social services, and you could, I don't know what, start over and try to earn your way back to citizenship.
Where they are reintroduced to civilized society. To me, this is fascism, full stop. And so this is who is backing J.D. Vance, this is who is backing Trump, and this is what they're talking about. This is the modern equivalent of John Rockefeller saying, I want a nation of workers, not thinkers. What they are actually trying to do is so dark and so outside of the pale of Americans' conceptions of what can and can't happen here that it's hiding in plain sight. And they're
he's right. No, it's so fucking crazy. There are a lot of people. It can't happen here. What are you talking about? It can't happen here. Jackbooted thugs driving into San Francisco and kicking down the door of illegal immigrants? No, not here. Yeah, aren't the ghettos voting voting doesn't matter. Voting is like they envision a post-voting, democracy future.
Talking about it in plain sight.
But he makes such a good point that this is so wild and so crazy. Most people view that it's fantasy. And quite frankly, the intellectual left or the funny left, the Jon Stewarts and Stephen Colbert's and Seth Meyers, they don't even have the balls to talk about Trump-Epstein connections. Do they really have the balls to call out the Peter Thiel's multi-billion-dollar oligarchy connections to this? Maybe sometimes, maybe here and there, like we saw Rachel Maddow. But are they really going to get into it? Are they really going to start calling out the oligarchies that own the media companies that give them their career? Jon Stewart and Colbert and all the rest, they get their money from these massive multi-billion-dollar media organizations that are run by these same oligarchs. They don't have the balls to point this out.
And so everybody should read The End of Reality. It's called How 4 Billionaires Are Selling a Fantasy Future of the Metaverse, Mars, and Crypto. It's by Jonathan Kaplan.
So Jonathan Kaplan there, The End of Reality. Pick it up today. Great book.
And we should be very scared. We should be doing everything we can
100%
to prevent Donald Trump from taking power again.
100% correct.
Joe Biden is making the wrong decision. The way you lose to fascists and narcissists is to pretend that you have somebody acting and behaving in good faith on the other side.
That's right.
This is not the time for him to suspend his campaign attacks on Donald Trump. It's actually the time to escalate them. The time to begin saying what happened to Donald Trump is a product of Donald Trump stoking political violence for 10 years.
And they haven't done that even once. The entire liberal fucking establishment, the media and the politicians, even AOC and the so-called progressives, have yet to make a connection between the violence that affected Donald Trump and his support of it. Oh, now's not the time. Oh, we don't want to be political. Oh, we don't want to encourage political assassinations. You're not encouraging political assassinations by pointing out the guy who was talking shit the most, stirred up the most shit, and someone in a maniac tried to take him out, like everyone else was warning. You're not, you're not approving of the assassin by doing. Ooh, better not to muddy the waters. I'm a coward. I'm a political coward, and I'm afraid to stand up for what I believe in. So I'm just going to stay quiet on this one. Sorry. That's how they're acting. That's how they're acting.
And put the foot on the fucking gas, calling out the fact that this is the chickens coming home to roost. Instead, he's doing exactly what they want. He is playing right into their hands,
100%.
And it's a fucking disaster because these fucking people have plans, they have money, and they have no compassion, no empathy, no qualms whatsoever.
No shame.
They are malignant narcissists with too much.
We're all going to be, can you believe they're doing this to America? Can you believe they're doing this to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights? They don't fucking care. They're wiping their ass with it. Because they're winning and they're going to be in charge and they got the money and the power, and what the fuck are you going to do about it, hippie?
Money and too much power, and they need to be stopped. And right now, the only thing we can do to stop them is elect Joe Biden. It is the most dystopian bullshit ever, but this is the truth.
This is the total truth. So make sure you're checking out Smoking and Thinking #6 on TikTok. Great job, great speech. Thank you for giving us that little excerpt from The End of Reality from that author. I forgot his name already because I'm a loser. All right, so there you go. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for listening to that. We have one last article here, and I wanted this. This is it. This article, Kaplan. Yeah, thank you. This article right here gives us a little peek into your future. If you're a leftist, if you believe in democracy, if you believe in liberty, if you believe in freedom, this article is for you. So here we have an absolute hero of the Republic, of America, of American democracy. 22-year-old James Blitch. I don't want to hear any fucking jokes. James Blitch from Atlanta was arrested after making a 3-hour-long trek to South Carolina to lower the Confederate flag that flies over I-85 South. A hero of the nation, political activism, taking matters into his own hands, saying, not here, these fuckers lost. They fought and died for slavery and lost. I think I had kidney stones longer than the fucking Confederacy existed. And the right needs to get used to this because the more they take away, the more the left is going to realize what they don't have anymore. And it's not just going to be the left. It's going to be freedom-loving conservatives as well, who are like, I don't know what I support anymore. Maybe I'm still a conservative, but whatever kind of party that's in charge right now, this fascistic Donald Trump party, this is not conservatism. This is not America. And let me tell you something. They're going to be getting in the streets with us. They're going to be performing political activism with us. Oh, I thought we were going to go after the swamp. I thought we were going to drain the swamp and go after the corporations. That's what JD Vance was saying in the speeches. He's saying we were going to go after the big money and all the corrupt entities. We're going to go after him. But he lied to me. I didn't know he was lying to me. I didn't know. I was okay with the racism, but when it started to affect me economically, I guess I don't know what I believe in anymore. But the right wing better get used to this, because it doesn't stop with this. The left, of course, needs to make sure that all of the political activism we do is always from a nonviolent point of view.
But the activist left that is going to get in the streets needs to understand that violence will be brought to us. And we need to be ready to defend ourselves. Not offensively, defensively. The political activist movement on the left needs to always maintain a nonviolent stance, but it must also prepare for violence because it's a guarantee. Do we think Donald Trump, dictator Donald Trump, who has deputized, federalized the police system, is going to allow a bunch of leftists to protest, march, and chant and not bring violence against them? Don't count on it. But if Donald Trump wins and the Republican Project 2025 agenda continues, in the streets, nonviolent, direct political action is the only future for the left. Black bloc riots, Antifa riots. Yeah, you better get used to being called a terrorist for standing up for your liberties, for standing up for your rights. Yes, you will be called a fucking terrorist for defending the Constitution. So thank you, folks. This has been the News Underground. I hope you had a good time. It's what we do here. We hold it down. Chem Goblin, you got a whole different set of problems, don't you? Over there in Ukraine. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. the Harbinger, a.k.a. the realest motherfucker on Twitch. And what you just saw was the News Underground, the realest motherfucking news channel on this decrepit website. Hope you had a good time, folks. I'd like to give big props to Never Forget Brother, Bison, Chem Goblin, new viewer Jacobs, thanks for coming in, strategy member, new viewer Red Reptilian, who is not a Republican, just has red hair. Thank you, Red Reptilian. OG, the Ponder Monkey, Blessed Up Kid, thank you for coming in. Batman, you seem all right. Big props to Lenny, your boy Lenny, #1 financial contributor to the stream. Your boy Lenny. Sovereign Dari in this motherfucker. Female eunuchs. Big props to female eunuchs. Big props, all you lurkers out there. If you enjoyed the stream, you didn't want to do much chatting. It's kind of an intimidating chat, I understand, but thank you for that view. Thank you for that view. All you lurkers. Krayla Xanath, big props to you. Krayla Xanath, Ice King of Space. Your boy Davey, your boy Woke Patriot, your boy Chem Goblin, #3 OGs in this bitch. Yeah, Chem Goblin gets multiple props. Deal with it. Tisriel, big props to you, Tisriel. Quick double tap in this motherfucker. All you OGs. I love all you OGs. You're tubing. I see you over there. Just going up the list there. Gaius. All the OGs. Look at this. Roxo Fist. Thank you, Rox Fist. Esper. Big props to Esper. Strategy member. Thick and swollen. Thick and swollen. It's veiny. For her pleasure. Ribbed for her pleasure. Thank you. Crawl the wall. Big props, Crawl the wall. Thick and swollen. God, you gotta love that. Thick and swollen. Neil Sharks, you seem cool. Thank you for stopping in. Neil Sharks. Good track. Lurkers rule. No, thank you so much to all your lurkers. #1 thing you give me is that view. Folks, last thing I got to say is the solution to our problem is a simple 3-step program. Real quick, got to get this out just in time. The solution to our problem is a simple 3-step program. It's called political activism, and it goes down like this. 1, inform yourself. That's what you're doing now. You've achieved step 1. Step 2, join a political organization in your area. Google it. What are you into? You into free college education? You're not for the war. Whatever your principle is, whatever you want to defend to the death, find that political organization that's doing just that and sign up. Put your name down. Because step 3, and this is the most important step, you got to put in the work. You got to show up. When you're sleeping, the fascists are working. When you're making snotty comments on social media, the fascists are working. We have to meet the fascist energy with our own leftist energy, and we have to surpass it. We have to work harder than Steve Bannon. We have to work harder than Charlie Kirk. That's the solution to our times. It's really not that complicated. But thank you, everybody. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We'll be talking about them tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Call your mother. It's News Underground, motherfuckers. See you. News Underground, bitch. Zio Duke, I see you, Zio Duke. Thank you, Zio Duke. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.